Marvel with Zanpakuto. Chapter 51. Obadiah was slain. The huge humanoid mech he was piloting was split in half by sword from top to bottom. The speed was really too fast. The speed of Shinso's contraction and retraction had long surpassed the maximum speed of human retina. Therefore, only a dazzling light remained in the eyes of everyone. Until the moment of death, Obadiah did not understand what had happened. My God! Tony's eyes were wide open. He inhaled a breath of cold air and said in disbelief, "What happened just now?" Obadiah died just like that. It was like a dream. A second ago, he was still wandering on the edge of death and had even heard the funeral bell, but in the next second, the powerful and insufferably arrogant Obadiah was split in half in a way that was comparable to a drama. Wait. Tony suddenly reacted. No wonder this person did not panic at all. It turned out that he had the ability to kill Obadiah in an instant. It seemed that his actions of sacrificing himself to save people were useless in the eyes of this man. The more Tony thought about it, the angrier he became. He couldn't help but complain, "You clearly beat him, but you just stood there and watched me get beaten up, right?" "Yes, is there a problem?" Lod smiled and said with a hint of wicked interest, "Two moving iron-skinned people fighting each other. Isn't it worth a look?" "It's called Mark III. Tony retorted angrily, "It's not the iron-skinned person you were talking about. Also, don't compare me with that idiot Obadiah." Lod rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, "I don't think there is any difference. It's just a pile of scrap metal. It can be easily cut in half." Tony's eyes twitched and he was speechless. What else could he say? Obadiah's body was stronger than Mark III on his body, but even so, in front of this man, it could not hold up against sword. Tony, who did not know how to refute, could only say stubbornly, "This is only the third-generation body, I can improve it again soon." "Up to you." The corner of Lod's lips curled up into a smile. He suddenly began to look forward to whether Tony would be able to produce anti-death armor in the future. "Oh right," Lod continued, "remember, you owe me your life." "Ridiculous, don't even think about it." The moment Tony was mentioned, he became angry and shouted, "If not for protecting you, how could I have exhausted my energy and been defeated by that idiot Obadiah?" Ha 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 ha. Lod thought Tony was very interesting, and then an idea came to his mind. "I admire you very much. Maybe in the future, we will have the opportunity to become colleagues." Tony obviously did not understand what he meant, and thought that the other party was mocking him. He immediately sneered, "Hey, are you dreaming? Do you know that my name is Tony Stark?" Lod was too lazy to explain to him. After holding Nemu's small hand, he said to Carlson, "We will go back by ourselves. You don't have to send us off." "Wait." Without waiting for Carlson to finish speaking, Lod and Nemu suddenly disappeared. They could only swallow the latter half of the sentence and then shook their heads bitterly. What the hell was this? Originally, he planned to give someone a ride and obtain some information, but in the end, not only did he lose his favorite car, but he was also inexplicably involved in the incident of Stark Group. Tony, degree. Jarvis. Am I too tired and hallucinating? Tony stared at the place where Lod and Nemu disappeared. He asked with a confused face, "They? How did they disappear?" Jarvis was silent for a moment, then said, "I'm sorry, sir. I don't know either. A human who disappeared into thin air." This almost broke Tony's understanding of existing science, and his face was full of shock. "Jarvis, check it out." Tony suppressed the shock in his eyes and said in a deep voice, "I want to know all the information about this person within an hour. I need to remind you that violating the privacy of citizens is illegal, sir." "Jarvis." "I'm here, Mr. Stark. As long as no one knows, it can't be considered breaking the law, understand?" "Understood, Mr. Stark." There is one more thing, Jarvis. Please instruct me, Mr. Stark. Order me a double cheese beef burger, hurry up. Spirit Cleansing Pavilion. After returning to coax Nemu to sleep, Lod came to the underground space alone. Previously, he had asked the system that special building, Whitebone Hell, was a permanent building. Once it was used, it would be fixed at a certain location and would not change because of the change in space. In this underground space, there was a healing hot spring built to imitate Whitebone Hell, so he did not choose to use this prop. He wanted to put it there after opening up Soul Society. Lod came here to do another thing. The system's special shop would refresh once a month, and today was the last day of the month. As soon as midnight passed, the store would refresh the items inside. Looking at the Shun Shun Rika hanging at the top of the special store, although Lod was very tempted, he needed a superior soul, so he could only stare at it from the distance. Come on. Lod rubbed his hands, excitedly waiting for the refresh countdown to reach 0. 3, 2, 1. He watched as the countdown ticked down and ended. Looking at the moment when the time jumped past midnight, Lod immediately looked at the special store. The original goods had been replaced by new goods. Gold, prop, special soul transformation. Gold, Zanpakuto, Katan KY, Katsu. Gold, prop, Spirit King right hand. Gold, prop, Shrift, C. Gold, Zanpakuto, Seifushi. Blue, prop, Heaven Treading Ring. Gold, Shinigami Women's Association Hot Spring Special Code, out of print. Gold, item, Superhuman Drug. Gold, item, God Transformation Body. Gold, item, Spiritual Power Amplification Device. Bloody. Lod was almost blinded by this golden light. It seemed that his luck at the lottery had all been replaced by the system, right? But when he looked at the price, his heart instantly cooled by half. Spiritual King's right hand, Superior Soul, 10. Superhuman Drug, Superior Soul *1. Seifushi, Superior Soul *1. Katan KY, Katsu, Superior Soul *1. Special Edition of Hot Spring, Medium Soul *100. It was a good thing, but he was short of money, and what he wanted the most was to start with a superior soul. An unscrupulous profiteer. Lod gritted his teeth so hard that he couldn't wait to rob the system. However, scolding was scolding. If he couldn't afford it, he couldn't afford it, and the system couldn't buy it on credit. Lod could only look at the other goods. When Lod's gaze swept past one of the props, he suddenly stopped. Gold, Special, Soul Transformation. Evaluation, Special, Soul Transformation series that has never been circulated. It is born from the soul of the target chosen by the copy. It is connected to the soul of the main body and possesses part of the main body's ability. However, because of Soul Society's law, it is permanently sealed by Kisukura Hara. Price, Medium Soul *5. Ugh. Lod narrowed his eyes. This thing was a little interesting. By copying the soul of the chosen target and connecting with the soul of the main body, it had the ability of a part of the main body. Wasn't this equivalent to a doppelganger? Chapter 52. System, Exchange for a Special Soul Transformation. Acquired, Special Soul Transformation. As the system finished speaking, the 5 intermediate souls in the backpack disappeared. At the same time, a blue glass bead appeared in Lod's hand. A glass bead. Lod was a little surprised, and then he put the blue glass bead in front of his eyes to observe. Through the blue outer glass, he could see that inside the bead, there seemed to be a little baby curled up in the shape of chi and solidity. Lod asked curiously, "System, how do you use this thing?" Ding, the host can take it? Take it? The corners of Lod's eyes twitched, but he thought that the system would not lie to him, so he swallowed the glass bead. The moment the blue glass bead entered his mouth, it instantly turned into a stream of air and flowed through his limbs and bones. Then, Lod's soul suddenly shook, and a wonderful feeling surged into his heart, as if a pregnant woman was about to give birth. When the spirit particles in the underground space suddenly gathered into a cyclone, and then countless blue light dots emitted from Lod's soul, gradually condensing with the help of spirit particles. However, it had not fully formed yet. Now, only after the spirit particles gathered, it formed a form similar to a person, and was still one step away from being born. Ding, the host can silently think about the appearance of the soul transformation. Ding, the appearance of the soul transformation can be changed, the number of times it can be changed is limitless. Whoa, that's dope. As expected of a special item with a price of 5 medium-grade souls. This function is comparable to the Cyberpunk 2077 next door. Wait. Cyberpunk. Lod's eyes lit up. He suddenly had a very bold idea. He wondered if he could. Cough cough, this question exceeded the outline. Next. Lod looked at the soul that had not yet been formed, waiting for it to be created to transform and decide who to pinch. Sure? Hitsugaya. It was not that he liked him most, but that Lod currently only had his Bankai. Considering the follow-up situation, it was naturally the best choice. Lod closed his eyes and imagined the appearance of Sure? Hitsugaya in his mind. Silver white hair, a face with a youthful temperament, dark green eyes, and a slender body. As the image in Lod's mind became more and more realistic, the humanoid creature formed by Rishi also changed its appearance. Come out sure? Hitsugaya. The gathered Rishi slowly dissipated, and a man who was about 1.7 meters in height appeared. Under his short, silver white hair was a pair of dark green eyes. His eyes were like a piece of ice that had not melted for thousands of years. The angular facial lines made him look like a perfect sculpture. This was the adult version of Sure? Hitsugaya created by Lod according to Death God's Thousand Years Blood War. In fact, in the original work, Sure? Hitsugaya could have turned into this form. However, because he himself disliked that this form would cause a decline, he had always been showing people the image of his younger self. But as the first appearance of 13 Division, Lod thought about it again and decided to choose the image of this adult version of Sure? Hitsugaya. Although it is not as good as the original version, in the face of SHIELD's group of rational people, the adult version temperament is more stable, which is very consistent with the title of Gotei 13 Division. And speaking of the Gotei 13 Division, then we have to mention Captain Haori. As the signature clothing of the captain, Lod naturally will not lack it. This time, Lod also decided to change a little, because the image of the dead tyrant suit was biased towards the Japanese style, and it was easy to arouse SHIELD's suspicion. So the improved dead tyrant suit. It changed into a black style similar to a long coat. Compared with the original dead tyrant suit, it was more inclined to the clothes of Kurosaki Ichigo after his Bankai and no longer had such a strong Haori style. And the Captain Haori, who was draped outside, as the sole representative of the captain, was changed to a large coat with wide sleeves and a wide mouth. There were several engraved lines at the bottom, and the serial number of the division was printed on the back of the Haori. After putting on the new version of the Death Tyrant suit and Captain Haori, an adult version of Sure? Hitsugaya appeared. It is too similar. Lod looked at the soul that was created by himself and could not help but feel a trace of admiration. As expected of me, the skill of pinching the face is still so outstanding. The newly born soul transformation had a vacant look in its eyes. It looked at Lod blankly and asked, "May I ask, are you my master?" The soul transformation could clearly feel the warmth coming from Lod's soul. It was like a mother's embrace, and it naturally wanted to be close and offer itself. And Laud's feelings were even clearer. His senses seemed to have been extended, and he could clearly sense the uneasiness and bewilderment of the soul transformation at this moment. Even Laud had a special feeling that he could completely put his will above the will of the soul transformation, and control him like a puppet. And the most terrifying part of it was that the special transformation of the soul could share part of the body's ability. If you still don't understand, then give an example. Think about it. If Yamamoto Genryosai uses a special transformation of the soul, what the Wandenreich will face at that time is Turaya Jinjaka. Just thinking about the scene made Laud feel terrified. This was a special soul transformation. Laud finally understood why Soul Society would ban this technology and order Kisukura to seal it permanently. If this technology was mass-produced, then the number of captain-level Death God would increase exponentially. Once the number of civilians, Death God, increased, there would inevitably be conflicts with the nobles in Soul Society. At that time, there might be another war. Therefore, for the sake of the status and power of the nobles, they chose to ban this technology, and in the end, they had to give it to Laud. From today on, Laud pressed a hand on the shoulder of the soul transformation, and the corners of his lips raised into a gentle and humble smile, as warm as the spring sun turning into snow. He said, "Your name is Hashwalth, which is half of my body, and also my shadow." The reason why he gave him this name was that in Laud's view, the soul transformation was almost the same as the original Hashwalth, and it could share the ability and body with him, as if it were fourth same as half of his body. The soul transformation, no, now it should be called him Hashwalth. From today on, he had his own name. "My name is Hashwalth." The confusion on Hashwalth's face disappeared and turned serious. Then he slowly knelt down on one knee and said as if swearing, "Master, your will is my will. I need you to pretend to be T, sure? Hitsugaya now." Laud projected the plan in his mind to Hashwalth through telepathy. "I understand." Hashwalth answered without thinking, "As you wish, I will become T, sure? Hitsugaya. Very good, not bad. Very loyal." Laud smiled. He couldn't wait to see if the complexion of the soy egg would become darker. Oh, maybe it would become whiter? Chapter 53. The next day, Start Group. Slow down. Slow down a bit more. Slow down a bit more. Slow down. Tony stared at the three-dimensional projection in front of him. It kept replaying the scene of Laud killing Obadiah in an instant last night. It was said that curiosity was the source of human progress. As a genius, Tony Stark naturally had no lack of curiosity. After resting for a night, he impatiently went to his laboratory and let Jarvis replay the battle from yesterday. After this battle video was slowed down to 50 times, Tony finally saw how Laud killed Obadiah in an instant. Just as Obadiah's body arm was about to fall, a sword suddenly appeared in Laud's hand. "Jarvis, magnify that sword." Tony enlarged the image several times before he could clearly see the appearance of sword. The length of sword's body was very short. It was not even as long as an adult's forearm. Sword's forehead was S-shaped. Overall, it looked ordinary. It was just an ordinary short sword. "This is an ordinary Japanese sword." Tony frowned slightly and felt a little puzzled. "Jarvis, continue playing." After the video was played dozens of times slower, he saw that sword's body actually violated the law of conservation of matter and suddenly extended without any basis. After sword pierced through the body, he cut the entire body in half with an extremely sharp posture and then shrank back at an extremely fast speed, turning into the ordinary short sword. The whole process of stretching and shrinking was very fast. Even if it were for 50 times slower, the picture was still very blurry and it was difficult to see clearly with the naked eye. "Am I seeing things?" Tony sucked in a breath of cold air and widened his eyes. Jarvis, did he use this to hack apart Obadiah's mecha?
Yes, Mr. Stark.
Jarvis replied.
Geez.
Tony scratched his head and could not believe his eyes. He said in a different way, this is not scientific. How did he do it? It was simply too inconceivable. It had to be known that the outer shell of Obadiah's body was made of high-quality military-grade composite materials. The outer armor was forged from high-purity and high-intensity steel. It was even tougher than the outer layer armor of the main combat tank who was still in service. Even his palm cannon could only play a role in sending him flying. And what about Lod? With just this short arm of sword, who was not even as long as his arm, he split open the outer shell of the military-grade mecha. If it were for just this, he would not be so surprised. For example, high-frequency wave blades or particle vibrations could achieve the same effect. But there was one thing that Tony could not figure out. Speed. The speed of sword's contraction and retraction was far beyond his imagination. Even under the 50 times slow-motion video, Tony could not clearly see how fast the sword was stretching, which showed how terrifying it was. Tony took a sip of coffee, suppressed the shock in his heart, and asked, Jarvis, what is the speed of sword's contraction? Preliminary estimation, it is about 100 times the speed of sound. 100 times the speed of sound. Tony had just drank the coffee, but before he could swallow it, he was so scared that he spat it out. Jarvis, are you sure you are not joking with me? What was the concept of 100 times the speed of sound? This allowed sword to extend and shrink at a speed of 34,000 meters per second. This speed had even surpassed most of the speed at which outer space meteors crashed into the atmosphere. This doesn't make sense. Tony glared at him. He was completely dumbfounded. Because the existence of sword had completely overturned the scientific outlook he had built in his life decades ago. According to the kinetic energy formula, the greater the movement speed of an object of the same mass, the greater the movement ability. Even if it were for an object the size of a coin, if it were to be accelerated to dozens of times the speed of sound, its power would be comparable to a missile and run through an entire building. The huge kinetic energy waves produced when the coin was fired were enough to destroy any building near the coin base platform. However, sword's speed had broken through 100 times the speed of sound at such a close distance, but there was no huge kinetic energy. This was against Newton's law. Lord Carl, interesting guy. Tony's eyes lit up. He suddenly had a strong curiosity towards this man named Lod. But it was a pity. After that, Tony announced that he was Iron Man at the press conference and was harassed by the Congress and reporters. He turned around and forgot about this matter. Carlson sat in a cafe and looked at the spirit cleansing pavilion across the street. He sighed faintly. Since the last time he met Lod, Soul Society and Godi I-13th, the existence of these two made Fury feel like something was stuck in his throat, so he sent him to monitor Lod's movements. Why did it have to be him? Because Fury sincerely and earnestly told him that among all the trustworthy agent, he was the only one who could see the existence of Death God. No one was more suitable than him. Although Carlson himself did not think so, he felt that the director was likely to take revenge for personal grudge. Because that day when he heard the word soy egg from Nemu, the corners of his mouth could not help but rise crazily, and he was seen by the narrow-minded director. Although he suspected that this matter was a retaliation, Carlson felt that this mission should not take too long. But he never expected. Since that day when Lod and Nemu returned home, it was as if they had disappeared from the world, disappearing for almost half a month. During this time, Carlson tried to use infrared scanning, sound detector, and other high-tech equipment, but none of them proved to him that there was indeed no one in the room. For a full half-month, he had to sit here every day. The waiters in the coffee shop even thought that this man in a suit was a stalker. The sun gradually fell, and today, there was nothing. It seems that he won't appear today. Carlson sighed and drank the last mouthful of coffee. He took out $2 and pressed them under the cup. He slowly got up from his seat. Just as he was about to leave, he saw that the old wooden door of the spirit cleansing pavilion was pushed open. One had to know that there should be no one inside. Carlson was shocked. Did they come back? The old wooden door of the spirit cleansing pavilion was pushed open, and the first to walk out were Lot and Nemu. However, unlike before, these two people were wearing the same black clothes, and there was a sword hanging at their waists. That is, did they return from Soul Society? Carlson immediately remembered that the first time he saw Lot that day, the other party was wearing this kind of clothes. Before Carlson could understand why Lot and Nemu would appear in this form, he suddenly saw the two people standing on both sides like guards, with a hint of respect in their expressions. Could it be? Carlson's face stiffened, and he suddenly thought of a bad possibility. The next second, a man with silver hair, wearing the same style of long black clothes, wearing a pure white cloak, walked out of the spirit cleansing pavilion. Go Di-13. Carlson's heart was cold and his whole body was stiff. Whether it was from that person's temperament, clothes, or the attitude of Lot and Nemu to him, none of them proved one thing to Carlson. That man. He was, Go Di-13 Captain. Chapter 54. Crap. Carlson suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He could not help but shiver. This feeling was as if someone was pointing a gun at his head. All the hairs on his body stood up. There was danger. This was the first thought that flashed through Carlson's mind. But the second thought that flashed through his mind was, where did this danger come from? For an agent, it was not surprising that there was danger. He just needed to find solution for it. Therefore, Carlson was very calm. He calmly turned around and swept his eyes across the entire cafe from left to right. Because this area was considered a slum area, the decoration of this cafe was not good. It even used the leaf-shaped fan of the last century. Moreover, because it was old and no longer working, there were not many people who visited it. There was only a fat woman in the cafe. She was the boss and waiter of this cafe. Moreover, she was older. It could not be the source of danger. Carlson's tense nerves slowly relaxed. The cafe was just a group of ordinary people, and it was impossible for them to threaten him. Maybe I've been too tired recently. Carlson shook his head and then looked at the street opposite him again. But this time, Carlson was instantly dumbfounded. Where was the person? Lot was still there, Nemu was still there, but the silver-haired man was gone. Where did he go? Carlson secretly cursed himself for being careless. He should not have been distracted by other things just now. If the director knew that he accidentally lost vision of a person who was suspected to be the captain of the Go Di-13, he was afraid that with Nick Fury would thrown to the toilet for a year. Are you looking for me? A cold voice suddenly sounded in Carlson's ears. Swish. Who is it? Carlson's pupils contracted slightly, and all the hair on his body stood on end. The most taboo thing for Agent was to let someone rashly approach his back, because behind him was the most vulnerable part of a person. Over the years, Agent's experience allowed Carlson to react in an instant. He pulled out his gun and turned around in one go. The entire action did not last more than a second, without the slightest bit of sloppiness. From this series of beautiful actions of pulling out his gun and counter-attacking, it could be seen that Carlson was a professional agent. Although he usually looked gentle like a good old man, an uncle who liked to name cars, chase stars, and was bald, he was definitely not a waste. It's you. When Carlson turned around and raised the muzzle, he saw the familiar silver-white hair, which suddenly made his face change. This person. Wasn't he the captain of the Go Di-13 in the opposite street just now? If it were from the perspective of an ordinary person, at this moment he was pointing a gun at the head of this man, he should have the upper hand. But in reality, could a gun made by humans be useful to Death God? Carlson felt that it was not possible. Other than giving him some psychological comfort, the function of the gun was probably similar to a fire stick. At least, from Lod's performance, ordinary guns were no longer of any use, not to mention that the man in front of him was a captain who was even more terrifying than Lod. If he wanted to deal with this kind of existence, perhaps only the thing that the Bureau was developing could be of some use. "Hello, I am Carlson." Carlson reacted quickly. Since he knew that the pistol was useless, he instantly put on agent's professional fake smile and was ready to explain. But at this time, Carlson suddenly felt the abnormal cold air attack again. Whew! The water vapor in the atmosphere suddenly condensed into frost. And at a speed visible to the naked eye, it was freezing everything around, including Carlson. No, no. Carlson obviously did not expect that this person would not listen to his explanation at all. He immediately shouted in panic, "I know." The next second, Carlson's words came to an abrupt end. His entire body was suddenly covered in ice, turning into a lifelike ice sculpture. This silver white-haired man was the fake sure? Hitsugaya. With the strongest ice abilities Zanpakuto, controlling the water in the atmosphere, it was simply too easy to freeze a person into an ice sculpture. Sure? Hitsugaya's eyes were cold, like ice that would not melt for thousands of years. He said indifferently, "A mere human dares spy on Death God. This is the attitude of Soul Society, and as the guardian of the entire Siritii, above tens of thousands of Death God, there are only 13 people who stood above them, the Goti 13 captain." This was Lod's intention. A mere mortal organization, who gave Shield the courage to let them monitor this place. Some time ago, he was too busy. Lod wanted to teach Hashwalth to pretend to be a Japanese, so he was too lazy to pay attention to these people. But today was the first time for Soul Society's first captain, sure? Hitsugaya to appear on the stage. Lod was worried that he could not find someone to establish his prestige, but Shield ran into him. That was good. Lod simply took Carlson to remind the soy egg to not stretch his hand too far. Poor Carlson. Lod really didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky. It seemed that every time he met him, Carlson, he would be unlucky. After waiting for a while, Lod felt that the time was right. If it continued to freeze, Carlson would probably die from hypothermia. This could not do. How could Lod bear to let such an excellent craftsman like Carlson die? Lod held Nemu's hand and he came to the side of sure? Hitsugaya. Then, the moment he saw Carlson, Lod deliberately showed a surprised expression, as if asking him, "Why are you here?" But Carlson, who had turned into an ice sculpture, could not move at all. He could only look at Lod pitifully, as if saying, "Help me, beg for mercy and let me go quickly." Lod held back his laughter and said to sure? Hitsugaya with a respectful face, "Captain, can you let him go?" "Reason." Sure? Hitsugaya still looked cold. Lod followed the script and took the opportunity to say the words he had already prepared, "Sir, he found the trace of the Quincy. If we want to find the Quincy as soon as possible, we need to cooperate with them." "Well. After sure?" Hitsugaya pretended to be slightly silent, he nodded slightly and said, "Since that's the case, the merits outweigh the gains. I shall do that." "Thank you, Captain," Lod said with a grateful expression. "No need." Sure?" Hitsugaya waved his hand and said lightly, "Since you are pleading for him, I naturally will not refuse such a small thing." As he spoke, the ice covering Carlson disappeared in an instant. Cough. Cough. Carlson took a deep breath and his face turned pale from the cold. His 2 rows of teeth kept chattering. Nemu went over very considerately and treated Carlson slightly so as not to suddenly die from thermal shock. "Hello, hello." Carlson, who was slightly better, shivered and said intermittently, I am SHIELD. I am responsible, to take on, watch you. Sure? Hitsugaya snorted. After glancing sideways, he said indifferently, if there is a next time, it will not be as simple as freezing for a while. Yes. I understand. What else could Carlson say? He could only nod with a wry smile. At the same time, he had a new understanding of Seoul society's dominance. It turned out that when Lod told him that the 13 captains were not normal, Carlson still had a trace of suspicion, but now he did not doubt. He was simply insane. He was frozen into an ice sculpture right away and didn't even have the chance to explain himself. It could be seen just how overbearing this Godi 13 was. Can't afford to offend, can't afford to offend. Chapter 55. After a simple exchange, Carlson learned the name of the man in front of him, captain of the 10th Division, Winter Monarch. Carlson felt that it was very appropriate. In his opinion, this man was like a king in the cold winter, with silver hair and cold handsome appearance, full of dignity. Seeing that Carlson did not doubt him, Lod relaxed a little. The first stage seemed to have passed. Changing his name was his idea. The purpose was to prevent SHIELD from being suspicious and to ensure the authenticity of Seoul society and Death God to create a relatively perfect worldview. Just think about it. If he didn't make any changes, 1 or 2 would be fine, but in the future, when the other captains of Death God appeared with a Japanese name, what would Nick Fury, that old fox, think? Even if he thought about it with his feet, wouldn't he find it strange? Why did a huge organization in charge of human souls and the world after death have a Japanese name? Only the details can determine success or failure. Often, many meticulous plans would fall on the fact that the details were not perfect enough, so to be safe, Lod decided to make a big change. Since it was a big lie, he had to fill in the details. I had to combine several of Hitsugaya's kanji and his appearance to create a perfect and convincing name, and thus the Winter Monarch was born. On the other side, under the treatment of Nemu, Carlson gradually improved and no longer felt so cold. Ahem. Lod spoke up at the right time. Carlson, we need to see the video of the Quincy again. Captain Winter Monarch wants to confirm with his own eyes whether that person is Hashwalth or not. That. A hint of hesitation flashed across Carlson's face. Then, he cautiously asked, can I ask, if you are sure it is Hashwalth, what will you do? Foolish question, of course I'll kill him. Sure? Hitsugaya lips slightly opened. Who? The moment the word kill was uttered, Carlson instantly felt that the temperature of the entire cafe seemed to have dropped by more than 10 degrees, coming to the cold winter. Destroying the Quincy is one of our purpose. Sure? Hitsugaya's eyes slightly opened, revealing a touch of breathtaking coldness. This group must not exist in the world. This is the highest order issued by Captain Commander. I understand. Carlson sighed slightly in his heart and said, I will take you to our headquarters. All the information about that battle is extremely confidential. Only the director has the power to grant access. From the eyes of this man, he saw the determination to kill. He understood that SHIELD alone could not stop this from happening. Wait a moment, I need to report this. Carlson said apologetically. Then, he pressed the communication button beside his ear and reported the situation here to Nick Fury. After understanding the situation here in detail, Nick Fury agreed to Carlson's proposal and expressed that he was very happy to welcome Seoul Society to the S.H.I.E.L.DHQ. As for whether the soy egg was really happy or not, it was not Lod's business. After finalizing the matter, Carlson showed a standard fake smile and suggested, why don't you take my car? It was not that because he could not use Ho-Ho, but because he wanted to equalize their speed. If a captain ran over and reached the HQ first, it would feel too shameful, so in order to maintain the high profile of the captain, it was best to agree. Sure? Hitsugaya received Lod's spiritual hint and said coldly, yes. Nimue pulled Carlson's sleeve and tilted his head and asked, Uncle Baldy, have you changed your lover again? The corner of Carlson's eyes twitched. Children are so annoying. What nonsense are you talking about? Carlson's new lover. Oh, no. It should be his new car, a standard American muscle car, a classic Dodge Challenger. Lod and Nimue put on Jigai again, in the form of a physical body, and sat in the seat behind the car, while Sure. Hitsugaya maintained the state of death god and sitting in the front passenger seat. Although Carlson expressed doubts about this, he did not understand why Lod and Nimue wanted to return to the physical form, but he did not investigate too deeply, just thinking that the two of them were on a whim. However, only Nimue and Sure? Hitsugaya know that this person sitting in the car is no longer the real Lod. The soul in the Lod is the modified soul created by Nimue during this period of time. Although it is not as advanced as the system's product and is only a low-quality soul that has inputted Lod's usual data, it is more than enough to temporarily disguise Lod and deceive Carlson's eyes. The moment he rewears Jigai, Lod is under the eyes of Carlson, performing a big play of frog turned into a prince. And the real Lod, at this time, was hiding in the shadow of Sure? Hitsugaya. This is one of the abilities of the pure blood Quincy. With the special space built by Rishi, it can create a shadow domain and hide in it. It is a very useful spying skill. Of course, Carlson did not know this. He smiled at them and then started the car. Vroom. The Dodge Challenger let out a roar and easily broke through 100 in a few seconds, like a black bolt of lightning streaking across the long street. As Carlson focused on driving, his expression suddenly changed slightly. Is that a helicopter from the US military? Not far ahead of them, there were several armed helicopters suspended. Moreover, one could clearly see that the bullets turned into a torrent of steel that was crazily pouring down on a certain target. Something big has happened. Carlson stepped on the accelerator and his face suddenly became very tense. It had to be known that with the military personality of the United States, if there had not been a major event that could not be stopped, the armed helicopter would not have fired in New York City. Could it be that Hollow had appeared? Carlson immediately thought of this possibility because only Hollow would cause such a big disturbance. But in the next second, whoosh! A car that was forcefully kneaded into a metal ball by a terrifying force shot towards them like a cannonball. FF*CK. The familiar feeling came again. Carlson only had time to curse before she was forcefully dragged out of the car by Nimue. Boom. His second lover, before he could name her, was scrapped again. Looking at the Dodge Challenger that he had just obtained, the whole car was smashed into the ground, turned into formless junk. It completely eliminated Carlson's desire to repair her. Two times, his heart was crushed. Carlson wanted to cry but had no tears. Roar. Hulk. Two loud roars came from the other side, followed by a green behemoth, like a meteorite, drawing a parabola in the air, and then heavily smashing into the cement ground dozens of meters away in front of them. Is it Hulk? Carlson's heart was greatly shaken, and he widened his eyes and said, how did Hulk appear in New York? Chapter 56. Carlson was shocked. How did the Hulk appear in New York City? Ever since the Hulk appeared, the whereabouts of this terrifying green monster had always been in SHIELD's hands. Logically speaking, he should be in a tropical rainforest in South America right now, not suddenly appearing in New York City, and even fighting another monster. Speaking of the other monster, its appearance was very similar to Hulk, but it looked even more ugly and disgusting. It was as if its entire body had been skinned. It secreted sticky mucus and had a row of sharp bone spurs on its back. Its terrifying muscles were like tree roots that were coiled together, and it looked like an evil ghost that had crawled out from hell. Laud, who was hiding in the shadows, understood what was going on when he saw the Hulk and the loathsome evil. This was the plot of the Marvel movie The Incredible Hulk. The timeline of The Incredible Hulk happened after the end of Iron Man's first movie. The specific time was unknown. The main plot was about the fierce battle between the Hulk and the Abomination, and the location happened to be in New York City. The monster that was fighting with Hulk was the experimental product of the United States military, the Abomination. The Abomination was actually a soldier in charge of capturing Hulk, named Emil Blinsky. In a battle, Blinsky was defeated by Hulk and could no longer stand up, so he was resentful and unwilling, so he took the initiative to request to participate in the military's superhuman experiment plan. The plan is the responsibility of the general of the U.S. military, General Ross, who injects the super soldier serum and the Hulk serum into the human body. However, because the Hulk serum was too powerful, among all the soldiers who participated in the experiment, only Emil Blinsky survived. Because of the resentment in his heart, some unknown changes happened to the genes. And this deformed experimental product was the Abomination. Not only did it possess a strong body and strength comparable to Hulk, but it also maintained a relatively clear consciousness. Pay attention, it is more clear-headed. Although the transformed Blinsky possessed unprecedented strength, he did not have a compatible state of mind, causing him to be unable to suppress the desire to kill and destroy that constantly surged out of his heart. He had completely become a wild beast controlled by strength. The Abomination did not listen to anyone's orders. After breaking through the military's blockade, it wantonly destroyed in New York City, venting its own strength and desire to destroy. General Ross originally did not want anyone to interfere in this matter, but the military elite special forces team that he was proud of was still unable to stop this mutated monster under the condition of an armed helicopter. Seeing that the Abomination was getting more and more violent, and its body size was still growing as time passed, it was like an invincible and arrogant attitude, making the confident and proud General Ross taste the bitter fruit that he had personally sown for the first time. In the face of pressure from the Congress and other multi-party forces, Ross had no choice but to ask Dr. Banner to ask Hulk to stop the monster. For the sake of his father-in-law, Dr. Banner naturally would not refuse, so there was the above scene of the battle between Hulk and the loathsome evil. Fire! 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 The dense bullets were like a flood of steel, crazily pouring down on the Abomination's body, but it was unable to break through the Abomination's tough skin. Missile fired. A rocket with a trailing tail flame shot out, and then was caught by the loathsome evil and exploded in front of his eyes. Boom! The flames and air waves of the explosion swept the surroundings, but the Abomination was completely unharmed. There was even a trace of disdain in its ugly eyes. Hulk smash! Hulk roared and then charged. His huge body was like a giant war tank. Every time he took a step, he would land on the ground, and leave a trail of broken cement that was covering the road. The surrounding ground seemed to be shaking violently. Boom 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 boom. The hard cement ground was as fragile as a piece of tofu in front of Hulk. It was trampled to the point of collapsing and sinking, and cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web. You're dead. The Abomination revealed a human-like disdain on its face, and then also took large strides towards Hulk, not wanting to be outdone. Boom! The moment the two monsters collided, the ground within a radius of 100 meters was shaking. The huge air was violently squeezed, erupting with a huge roar that shook the heavens and moved the earth. Even if it were 100 meters away, those ordinary people with weaker physiques could feel the ringing in their ears. Whoosh! 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 Waves of energy that could be seen with the naked eye exploded. Endless tsunamis rose out of thin air, as if they were going to devour everything around them. The armed helicopter in the sky, who was in charge of support, almost fell to the ground due to the disturbance of this huge wave of energy. However, in just a single exchange, Hulk fell into a disadvantageous position. Not only did he not suppress the abomination, he was instead ruthlessly sent flying. Bang! 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 The huge body of the Hulk flew back dozens of meters, crashing down several houses like artillery shells, and then his whole body was deeply embedded in the wall. Hulk! Hulk shook his head, and his momentum obviously became much lower. In fact, the reason why Hulk was at a disadvantage was actually because of Dr. Banner. In order to eliminate the Hulk in his body, Banner had taken the antidote that he had developed before. However, it was clear that the Hulk had not been eliminated. It was just that the power in his body had been greatly suppressed. If it were in the past, Banner could still be happy, but the current situation was no different from courting death. Bang! Hulk, who had yet to come out of the wall, was once again hit by the fist of the abomination that had rushed over. The abomination didn't stop at all. With his rich combat experience, he knew that he couldn't give Hulk a chance to catch his breath. He used his huge fists to smash down like rain. Bang bang bang. Hulk, whose strength had been suppressed, could only let out furious roars in front of the abomination's crazy attack. He was unable to resist at all, and he was almost about to sink into the ground. Bang! The abomination stepped on Hulk's head, and its disgusting and ugly face revealed a hint of human disdain. "Is this all you have? Banner?" When he thought about how they had chased down Banner and faced the Hulk in the past, that feeling of helplessness and humiliation was like endless flames of rage burning fiercely in his chest. Hulk was once his nightmare. But now, Hulk was no longer. "Bernard, you are too weak." He laughed wildly and said, "You don't deserve this power at all. I, Blinsky, am the real giant. It's over. Even Banner is not his match. No one can defeat him. Blinsky is invincible." At this moment, all the soldiers had a look of despair on their faces. Even the Hulk that they had high hopes for could not defeat Blinsky, this monster, who could save them. "Go to hell, Hulk." The abomination raised its fist and fiercely smashed it towards the face of the weakened Hulk. Hulala! The terrifying fist pressure brought up a surging gale, and it emitted an ear-piercing sound explosion in the air. It wasn't hard to imagine that if one was hit by this fist, then even Hulk wouldn't be able to escape. At this moment of despair, a cold voice suddenly came from nearby. "Bakuto's 33's, Katsui." 3 giant, pointed beams of light shot through the air, nailing the abomination to the building behind. "Bastard, who dares to disturb me?" The abomination roared in anger, its muddy eyes swept across the battlefield, and then found the culprit. It was a silvery white-haired man, wearing a black slim clothes and a pure white cloak, slowly walking over. "Who are you?" The abomination roared with an ugly expression. "You don't need to know." Sure?" Hitsugaya looked slightly indifferent and said, "Because, you will die soon." Chapter 57. The noisy battlefield suddenly fell silent. The eyes of the crowd that had fallen into despair gathered on the abomination. These ordinary people with low spiritual power could not see Death God. Therefore, they could only see that the abomination seemed to have received an invisible blow, and then inexplicably flew backwards. There were several people present, and they could see what had just happened. The huge body of the abomination and the thin body of Sure? Hitsugaya formed a sharp and strong contrast in the eyes of Carlson. Even if he had confidence in this captain from Godi 13, there was still a touch of worry on the face of Carlson. After all, the size contrast between the two sides was too great. In front of the huge monster, this captain was as small as a baby. He only needed a gentle blow to crush him into meat paste. That. Lod. Carlson turned his head and asked with a slightly worried tone, "Don't you two need to help him?" "Why do you want us to help him?" Nemu blinked her big eyes and comforted Carlson, "Don't worry, Uncle Baldy. The captain could kill a monster of this size in an instant." An instant. Carlson smiled stiffly, but he still didn't believe it. According to the information he got from SHIELD, this monster was created by the US military using two types of serum. Whether it was strength, intelligence, recovery speed, etc., they were several times more terrifying than the Hulk. Even heavy machine guns and rockets could not cause damage to the abomination. How could such an almost invincible monster be killed in an instant? "Just watch, Carlson." At this time, Lod suddenly opened his mouth and said indifferently, "Captain-level death god, how terrifying is his strength. You will soon be able to witness it with your own eyes." Captain-level death god. Carlson took a deep breath and then looked at the battlefield. He said faintly, "I hope it is as you said. He can stop this disaster." "Yes." Lod smiled mysteriously. The disaster would naturally be stopped, but this process might not be carried out as they expected. The second fire had already been ignited. "You mean I will die?" The abomination that had been nailed to the building heard these words filled with contempt, and its anger instantly rose to the extreme like a raging flame. It roared, "You dare to look down on me? Damn bug, I will crush you alive." Bang! The abomination, which possessed part of the power of the Hulk, grew even larger under the addition of anger. Its strength also increased, and it instantly broke free from the restraints of its mouth. "Oh. Sure?" Hitsugaya's eyes moved slightly, and he said with a little surprise, "A wild beast can actually break free from my bakudo." Although it was only around 30, the abomination was able to break free so easily, and its strength seemed to be approaching the Great Hollow, Jillian. "Damn bug, go to hell." The loathsome evil crouched slightly, and then jumped up from the ground like a cannonball. With the huge advantage of size, the loathsome evil pulled up a howling wind around its body and quickly fell towards the area where Hitsugaya was. "Dodge." Carlson was suddenly frightened and could not help but remind. But Hitsugaya did not respond at all, as if he did not hear it at all, still standing there calmly. The next second. Boom. After landing, the hard cement ground beneath his feet collapsed. As if struck by a meteorite, numerous eye-catching cracks spread out like a dense spider web. But after the smoke and dust dispersed, the abomination found that the person had disappeared. Damn bug. The abomination had nowhere to release its anger. Its eyes were filled with a tyrannical look, and it let out a loud roar, "Where are you? Get out here, I want to tear you apart alive." Swish. The silvery-haired Hitsugaya appeared in front of the abomination without warning. Obviously, the loathsome evil did not expect that person to be so obedient. It was immediately happy and roared violently, "How dare you appear in front of me, go to hell." "Oh la la." The abomination clenched its huge fist and punched out, releasing an unparalleled and terrifying power. The power was like a cannonball that had been fired out, shaking the surrounding air until it exploded and roared. The next second, along with the soft cry of sword, a shocking scene appeared in front of everyone. The insufferably arrogant abomination's arm suddenly broke at the root and was thrown high into the sky. Then, bright red blood gushed out like a fountain. "Ah!" The abomination hugged the place where the arm was broken and let out a painful cry. My arm. Ah!" The blood that filled the sky fell like raindrops after the explosion, dyeing everything around it a strange red. However, only Hitsugaya seemed to have an invisible shield around him, blocking the falling rain of blood outside. It was obvious that Sure? Hitsugaya gave Carlson a much greater shock than when Lot appeared. The pure white feathers fluttered slightly in the wind, with silver hair and cold face. At this moment, sure? Hitsugaya, in the eyes of Carlson, was as noble as the legendary god. Who exactly are you? The ruthless expression on the abomination's face gradually faded away, and then it turned into horror and subconsciously retreated backwards. He could not even see clearly what had just happened. The gap was too big. Sure? Hitsugaya's eyes slightly narrowed, taking a leisurely step toward the huge abomination, and said with an indifferent expression, "Let's end this. My mission to come to the modern world this time is not for a trash like you." End this. When the loathsome evil heard the sentence, the muscles on his face twitched, but he could not raise any thoughts of resistance in his heart. And in his eyes, the figure of that person seemed to become bigger and bigger. The huge pressure was like a mountain pressing down on his body, making the abomination almost unable to breathe, and was actually forced to kneel on the ground. "No. Don't kill me." The abomination was afraid and shouted in fear, "I beg you, don't kill me." However, the only thing that answered him was the pair of cold green eyes of sure? Hitsugaya. Is this the strength of a captain? Carlson was shocked and could not describe it with words. He felt it in his heart at the moment. The abomination possessed a power that could crush the Hulk, but in front of the captain-level death god, it was like a child who had no power to fight back. And there were another 12 existences at his level. At this moment, Carlson couldn't help but feel worried. Could Shield really control this group of people like the director thought? The huge spiritual power made the abomination unable to raise its head at all. It could only be like an ant, humbly crawling on the ground, begging to spare his life. Clang. Sure? Hitsugaya pulled out his Zanpakuto, and just as he was about to end the life of the abomination, his face suddenly changed slightly. It changed from slashing to blocking, and held sword horizontally in front of his chest. Dang! In the distance, a sudden Rishi light beam swept across the long street like a stream of light and hit sword of sure? Hitsugaya. This is sacred arrow. Sure? Hitsugaya's face changed slightly, and he recognized at a glance that this Rishi beam was the power of Quincy. A blond man, wearing a white double-breasted uniform, walked slowly from the air as if he was walking on flat ground. The man's delicate facial features were like an angel descending to the world, with a trace of pride in his purity, overlooking sure? Hitsugaya from high above. Quincy. Jugram Hashwalth. Sure? Hitsugaya looked dignified and said the name of this person. Lod, who pretended to be Hashwalth, slightly pursed his thin lips and said lightly, "Nice to meet you, Captain." Chapter 58. Quincy and Death God. Stern Ritter and Goti 13. Hashwalth and sure? Hitsugaya. The deep hatred of the two sides that lasted for thousands of years is engraved in the bone marrow. At this moment, Hashwalth and sure? Hitsugaya, the two confronted each other in the air. An invisible spiritual power, after brewing, suddenly began to rise violently. Two completely different, but solid, terrible force, instantly filled the space within hundreds of meters. The two forces collided fiercely with each other, and even the cement ground around it was cracked. The abomination that was caught in the middle was no longer able to breathe. Its face was ashen and red, and it was covered with terrifying blue veins. This feeling of despair was like drowning in the deep sea. No matter how the abomination struggled and tried to breathe in, there was no air that flowed into his lungs. Lod had a solemn expression as he said in a low voice, "Watch carefully, the captain is going to be serious." The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Carlson shivered and skillfully wrapped his suit tightly. Who? In the blink of an eye, Carlson saw that the gas that came out of his mouth had turned into a cold, cold white air. What happened? Why is the weather suddenly so cold? Impossible, it's summer now. Those ordinary people who could not see Death God could only feel that the temperature was dropping, but they did not understand what was going on. What exactly happened? General Ross, who was sitting on the helicopter, also felt this abnormal cold air, but he could not see Death God at all, and could only be full of doubts. Destroy the Quincy. Sure? Hitsugaya held his Zanpakuto and pointed the blade to Hashwalth, with a touch of coldness in his eyes. By my name, sure? Hitsugaya of the Goti 13, I will kill you here. Then do it. Hashwalth's lips curved slightly, and he said in a mocking way, young captain, I have killed countless people like you. Sure? Hitsugaya was expressionless, waving a sword vertically. Zanjutsu, sword pressure. Whoosh. The huge spiritual power was compressed to the sword edge, and then released in one breath, forming a huge slash of sword. The sharp slash cut through the air, splitting a huge crack in the ground, and rushed towards Hashwalth with an unstoppable momentum. Divine arrow. Hashwalth's eyes were calm, and his right hand slowly raised the sinner, facing the incoming sword strike, and pulled the trigger. After Rishi was forcibly plundered, the divine arrow condensed from the sinners was shot out. Boom! The sacred arrow collided with the slash, and the Rishi burst out with a loud bang, accompanied by a burst of strong wind, whistling and spreading in all directions. Chi. For a time, the strong wind was raging, like thousands of sharp blades, cutting countless cracks on the ground and the buildings of the entire street. The battle was intense. Hashwalth and sure? Hitsugaya instantly entered the stage of white fire. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had fought hundreds of times. The process could not be captured by the naked eye. Everyone could only see the brilliant sparks burst out after the collision of sword. Dang! The crisp sound of metal colliding constantly came from the air, as if playing a piece of music. Every time Zanpakuto fell, the terrifying power poured out, causing ripples to appear in the air. Suddenly, after a violent collision, sure? Hitsugaya's sudden distraction showed a flaw. You dare to be distracted when fighting with me. Hashwalth's eyes were cold. He naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity. He pulled the trigger of the sinner, and a sacred arrow shot out instantly. Puchi. At such a close distance, sure? Hitsugaya had no time to dodge and could only lower his body slightly, letting the sacred arrow run through his shoulder. Blood fell like flowers. Sure? Hitsugaya stepped away from Ho-Ho, holding his injured shoulder with one hand. His face suddenly became somewhat distorted. He underestimated Hashwalth. He thought that the strength of both sides was similar, but he did not expect that the other side was so rich in combat experience. Even the moment of shock was caught by him. Death God, are you still not going to kill me using your Shikai? Hashwalth did not take the opportunity to pursue. Instead, he pushed the lens with one hand, and his eyes flashed coldly. He said, if you continue like this, you may die. Carlson, who was watching the battle from the side, was stunned when he heard this word. He turned and asked, what does he mean by Shikai? At this time, Nimue, who was the commentator, said in a tender voice. Shikai is the first stage of liberation for all Zanpakuto. After Shikai, Zanpakuto has different abilities and can fully display Death God's combat power. For example, my brother's Zanpakuto, Shinso, is the first stage of Shikai. So that's how it is. Carlson nodded in understanding. In other words, the weapons in your hands can carry out the Shikai and obtain different abilities. That's right, Nimue nodded. Then Carlson pointed at sure? Hitsugaya, who was obviously at a disadvantage, and said in confusion, Since you can improve your combat effectiveness, why doesn't he use Shikai? Captain is different. Lod suddenly interrupted and said with a serious expression, Captains Zanpakuto. The scope of their Shikai is very large, and it is very easy to harm the environment and other people, so he rarely uses it in this place. Carlson looked around and saw that there were many civilians who had not been evacuated. His impression of the captain suddenly rose a lot. It seems that your captain is not bad. But if this goes on, can he win? Yes. Lod said confidently, because he's the captain. Cut the crap. Sure? Hitsugaya snorted, stepped on Ho-Ho to Hashwalth's side, and the ice wheel pill was cut down without hesitation. Clang. Hashwalth calmly raised his hand, and used the body of the sinner to resist the edge of Zanpakuto. Too weak. Hashwalth shook his head, and there was a trace of boredom in his eyes. He said, since you don't want to use your Shikai, then don't blame me for bullying you, brat. You talk too much. Sure? Hitsugaya's sword turned his blade, the sharp blade cut through the air, with a fierce momentum, whistling toward Hashwalth again. Hirankyaku. Hashwalth did not panic at all. The moment he took a step, his figure suddenly disappeared in front of everyone. What a fast speed. Sure? Hitsugaya's face changed slightly. Although he had known about Hirankyaku before, he did not expect that the speed was so fast. The next second, Hashwalth's figure suddenly appeared behind Sure? Hitsugaya and aimed the sinner at his head. Goodbye, Captain. The sinner let out a roar and shot out the sacred arrow formed by the convergence of Reishi. Boom. The concentrated spiritual droplets were extremely powerful. The violent explosions were deafening and instantly swept up a cloud of dust that covered the sky. Captain. Seeing this situation, Lod, who was watching the battle below, immediately shouted in shock. It doesn't matter, I am fine. A cold voice came from the smoke and dust. Everyone opened their eyes wide and found that behind Sure? Hitsugaya, there was a wall made of ice. It turned out that the sacred arrow shot by the sinner only hit the ice wall, and did not cause any damage to Sure? Hitsugaya. Are you finally going to be serious? Hashwalth chuckled and said lightly. Yes. Sure? Hitsugaya breathed a sigh of relief, and then there was a blue halo in his eyes. Buzz. The surrounding spiritual power suddenly rose to the extreme, and then erupted like a volcano, setting off a tangible air wave that swept across the space of nearly 100 meters. Clang. Sure? Hitsugaya held the 1,000-year-old green handle of sword and spat out a faint sentence, sit upon the frozen heavens. Hyaran Meru. Chapter 59. When the burst of spiritual power silenced the entire area. The three of them were shaking, and an indescribable sense of terrifying pressure instantly spread throughout the entire street. The tyrannical spiritual power transformed into a giant dragon that soared into the sky. Rumble. The sky instantly turned dark, clouds covering the sunlight. With the Hyaran Meru that had unleashed, even if it was only a Shikai, the powerful spiritual power he had would have a great impact on the souls of the modern world. For example, now. It was just Zanpakuto's Shikai, but the temperature of the entire street was affected, and even the sunny sky now turned into a cold cloudy day covered with dark clouds. Is this the captain's Shikai? Carlson's pupils trembled slightly, and he said in horror. This is the captain's Zanpakuto. Lod walked over from behind, his face carrying a trace of fanaticism as he said, the strongest ice and snow type Zanpakuto. The ability that comes with it is Tens. Ren, subjugation of the heavens, possessing a formidable power that is known to dominate weather and atmosphere. Hearing this, Carlson's expression changed greatly, and he said in horror, you mean, this sword can control the weather? A weapon that could control the weather, to a certain extent, was 10 times more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. Hashwalth frowned slightly. He felt the power of spiritual power and chuckled, "This is the third time I have seen Zanpakuto who can control the weather." "Is that so?" Sure? Hitsugaya was calm and said, "This will be the last time you will see Zanpakuto who has this ability, then." "Ha!" Hashwalth smiled and said, "The last death god who had the similar skill also told me this before he died." "Nonsense." Sure? Hitsugaya stepped out, his figure suddenly disappeared, and the next second he came to Hashwalth, the light blue sword swept out. Ice Dragon Spinning Tail. Wherever the light blue sword blade passed, the water in the air was extracted in an instant and condensed into a lifelike ice dragon. Roar. The huge ice dragon followed sword's blade and let out a heaven-shaking roar. It flapped its wings and rushed out. The ice dragon, carrying a sharp cold wind, whistled over in a flash, but Hashwalth's face did not change. He raised the sinner in his hand, and the muzzle of the gun emitted a series of dazzling light. The sacred arrow, 3 consecutive shots. Bang! 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 The spirit particles were instantly plundered and gathered in the barrel of the sinner. After that, 3 large sacred arrows were pushed out, and then collided with the ice dragon that pounced. Whoosh! The highly compressed beam of Reishi light suddenly exploded the moment it came into contact with the ice dragon. The energy contained in it exploded the ice dragon, turning it into a sky full of ice crystals and falling down. "It's not over yet." Seeing the ice dragon shattered, sure? Hitsugaya did not panic and turned around, and the Hyaran Maru cut through the air, ice dragon spinning tail, void end. Wherever the Hyaran Maru's sword cut, water vapor condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye, condensing into an ice dragon. But this time, the ice dragon rotated like a snail, and a tail condensed from ice, like the enlarged blade of sword, swept out with incomparable sharpness. Caught off guard, Hashwalth could only choose to use Bloodvein to resist. Clang! The ice dragon's tail hit Hashwalth's body, leaving only a shallow wound, as if it had hit steel, and burst out bright sparks. Hashwalth took several steps back, touched the shallow wound on his chest, and the calm expression on his face finally changed a little at this time. "So that's how it is." Hashwalth's eyes were slightly heavy, controlling the moisture of the atmosphere. "Is this ability of yours Zanpakuto?" "That's right." Sure? Hitsugaya pointed at sword and said coldly, "All the water in the atmosphere is my weapon, and you have no way to escape, Hashwalth." Dong. As his voice fell, sure? Hitsugaya used Ho-Ho and stepped forward, the Hyaran Maru in his hand crossed the air, the tip of the sword pointed to Hashwalth. Flocks of birds' icicles. The moisture in the air was instantly drained, and then condensed into ice spikes that shot toward Hashwalth like a rainstorm. Hulala! Facing such a large number of ice spikes, Hashwalth did not show panic. Instead, he showed a smile of victory. "Captain, you are still too inexperienced." "What?" Sure? Hitsugaya suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. "If all the water in the atmosphere is your weapon." Hashwalth stretched out 5 slender fingers and suddenly clenched in the empty space, "Then the weapon of our Quincy is all the Reishi in this world." Reishi, concentrated flame. Buzz. At this moment, all the spirit particles in the atmosphere seemed to be boiling. The high concentration of spirit particles was instantly ignited and turned into green flames that roared up. It was like a demon that could destroy the heavens and the earth, devouring the entire battlefield without any restraint. By controlling the spirit particles in the atmosphere, the concentration in the small area was raised to the limit and then detonated in one breath. Then, when the high concentration of spirit particles was detonated, the green flames produced could destroy all objects made of spirit particles, and naturally included the ice created by the Hyaran Maru. Boom! The huge explosion caused by the green flames caused a huge green pillar of light to rise up, along with the billowing smoke and deafening sounds, allowing everyone who was several miles away to clearly see it. The terrifying high temperature emitted by the green flames forced Lot and Nemu to temporarily take Carlson away from here. After the flames dispersed, Carlson saw that the street had been completely destroyed, reduced to ruins. It could be said that when the gods fought, mortals suffered. Fortunately, Carlson wiped the sweat on his forehead and said with lingering fear, "The ordinary people have been evacuated." Otherwise, he never thought that this battle that was caused by hatred would end up like this. At this moment, Carlson already hated General Ross to death in his heart. The streets were still burning with green flames, causing the cold temperature in the surroundings to become hot. "You lost, Death God." Hashwalth stood in the sky and looked down at Sure? Hitsugaya, who was in a sorry state, and said calmly, "How much power can your ice and snow Zanpakuto play in this high temperature? The Quincy is really tricky." Sure? Hitsugaya looked helpless and sighed, "In this kind of environment, my Zanpakuto will indeed be affected." True. The biggest weakness of the ice and snow type Zanpakuto was that under the hot temperature, the power would be weakened a lot, and it might even become unusable. This was indeed his weakness. And Hashwalth was aiming for this point. By increasing the concentration of Reishi, detonating Reishi flame to increase the temperature to restrict his Zanpakuto. But sure? Hitsugaya slowly got up, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Do you think that such a degree of flame can affect my Hyaran Maru? You are too naive." Could it be? Hashwalth's pupils shrank, and his calm look changed a little. "This is the modern world, you should have no permission." "Sorry to disappoint you." At this time, Lod suddenly shouted, "Just now, I have received permission to allow Captain Level to use Bankai in the modern world." Dong. Sure? Hitsugaya took a step, the feathers on his body moved without wind, the green eyes under the silver white hair, brewing a chill that chilled to the bone. Bankai. Daiguran Hyaran Maru. Chapter 60. The clouds were low and the wind was blowing. Sure? Hitsugaya raised his sword and pointed to the sky, silver white hair was dancing, and the white feathers were fluttering in the wind. The amazing cold air formed a white airflow around him, and the water vapor condensed into an ice dragon, circling and covering his figure. Rumble. The thick black clouds covered the sky, and there were flashes of lightning and thunder faintly visible. An extremely heavy sense of oppression filled the world, and then a chill spread out, causing the temperature within a radius of hundreds of meters to drop at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hucka! 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 Everyone nearby simultaneously felt a sense of oppression. This feeling was like being locked in a sealed space. Even breathing became a lot more difficult. Every time, he had to use all his strength to absorb even a little oxygen. Beep! 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 The helicopter that had been floating in the air suddenly shook violently, issuing a shrill alarm. "General!" The soldier driving the helicopter shouted in horror, "The temperature is too low. Our propeller is going to be frozen." The military armed helicopter was closer to the black cloud. At this time, the temperature was low to the limit, causing the steel wings to freeze. They could fall at any time. Damn it! General Ross cursed angrily. He didn't understand why their helicopter would be frozen into ice in the next second even though it was still summer. "General!" The pilot tried to control the bumpy plane and urged loudly, "The temperature is close to -100 degrees Celsius. We can't float in the air. We have to land quickly." -100 degrees Celsius, what kind of concept was this? Currently, it was known that the coldest Antarctic was only at -89 degrees Celsius, but the temperature on this street had already broken the world record. In this extremely cold weather, even the air currents that were exhaled would be frozen. F***ck. General Ross punched the door and shouted, "What happened here? Can anyone tell me? Why did the temperature suddenly drop so much? It's snowing." A soldier sitting next to Ross looked at the snowy sky outside and shouted in shock, "General, look! It's snowing outside." "What?" Ross turned to look out the window. His mind suddenly went blank and he could not say anything. In the black cloud, crystal clear snowflakes floated down. It was as if winter had arrived early, causing the temperature of the entire street and even nearby to drop at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Oh, my God!" Seeing this scene, Carlson stood rooted to the ground as if he had been struck by lightning, unable to believe his eyes. It was summer. It was the hottest season of the entire United States. How could it snow? Although Carlson could not believe his eyes, it was indeed snowing right now. This. Did he do this? Carlson couldn't help but take a step back. His heart was full of shock, and he stuttered, "But, it's summer now. So what?" There was a sudden confidence and pride on Lot's face. He said, "This is Captain. This is his Bankai. He has the powerful strength to rule the sky." Gulp. Carlson swallowed his saliva and had a clearer understanding of Death God's strength. Who? When the circling ice dragon rose and the white cold air dissipated, the figure inside was revealed. At this time, sure? Hitsugaya's image has changed greatly, and his whole body is covered by the armor condensed by ice. Sword in his right arm turned into the dragon head holding the Hyaran Meru, and his left arm and feet also turned into dragon claws. Two huge and crystal clear ice dragon wings spread from the back, and there was a ice dragon tail dancing behind him. The most eye-catching thing was that behind Hitsugaya's head, there were 12 purple ice flowers floating in the air. Daiguren. Hyaran Meru. Hitsugaya narrowed his eyes, his lips slightly opened and spat out a white cold air, coldly said, "Hashwalth, are you ready? Use Bankai in this kind of place." Hashwalth's eyes flashed a trace of ridicule, he pursed his lips and said, "You are still the same as before, a group of cold-blooded killers. As long as you can achieve the goal, any sacrifice doesn't matter. You spat out too much nonsense." Hashwalth. Sure? Hitsugaya's eyes were cold, and the dragon head condensed from ice held his Zanpakuto, Hyaran Meru in its mouth, ice dragon spinning tail. Roar. A huge ice dragon with a diameter of 100 meters suddenly broke out of Sword's blade. Humph. Hashwalth sneered and raised his hand to break the sin. He roared, "Shrift, the one that pierces everything." Boom. Wherever the blue spirit beam passed, whether it was the ice dragon or the building in front of them, they were all instantly pierced through. But this kind of straight line attack was easily dodged by Hitsugaya. Shunpo. Unknowingly, Hitsugaya took the opportunity to get close to him, and then waved the Hyaran Meru and slashed forward, leading the dragon to turn back and turn its tail. Clang. The spear and the sword clashed, creating intense sparks. It was just a simple wave of sword, but the power was far greater than before. Feeling this extraordinary power, Hashwalth's expression changed a little. "My Zanpakuto. It is not so simple to block." Sure? Hitsugaya's eyes changed, the strength of Sword's blade suddenly increased several times, and with the cold air rushing out. Gently waving sword, but with the power of Bankai, the power is more than several times stronger. Hyaran Meru forcibly shook off the sinner, and then with an unstoppable posture, cut a deep blood mark on Hashwalth's chest. Feeling the fatal cold attack, Hashwalth immediately retreated 100 meters, but he still had to be frozen by the cold air rushing out. Lot estimated that it was about time, and spiritual power had used up a lot of energy, so he winked at T. Sure? Hit Shugaya, indicating that this play could be over. T. Sure? Hit Shugaya nodded slightly, indicating that he understood, and then shook the wings on his back, and his figure rushed like a meteor. Senka. Sacred arrow. Boom. The moment the large-scale sacred destructive arrow collided with sword, the bone-piercing chill compressed to the critical point, and then suddenly burst out, stirring up a fierce airflow, forming a terrifying shock wave. The cold air that burst out swept the entire world in the blink of an eye. At this moment, even time seemed to be suspended. The next second, along with the howling wind, hail was flying across the sky and the earth fiercely. The cold wind let out a shrill roar, and a copious amount of energy exploded. Boom! A deep blue ice sculpture formed after it shot out like a fountain, freezing Hashwalth completely. It was not just him. On the entire street within 100 meters, whether it was water pipes, ironware, buildings, ruins, etc. All matter that existed in form were frozen into ice sculptures, emitting crystal clear light. Hashwalth, it's over. T. Sure? Hitsugaya stopped and turned back, looking at Hashwalth who had been frozen, and spat out a white cold air. Is it? Hashwalth, who had been frozen, suddenly smiled and revealed a strange smile. Captain, why don't you look at your feet? My feet. T. Sure? Hitsugaya was slightly stunned, and then looked at his feet. 5 silver short swords inserted into the ground, at the angle of the 5-pointed star, divided in 5 directions, and surrounded T. Sure? Hitsugaya in the formation. Where is the formation array? T. Sure? Hitsugaya suddenly had an ominous premonition. When did you use it? This is called the breaking light array. Hashwalth said in the ice, I buried it in this place when you first started the Shikai. I didn't expect it to be useful. The high concentration Reishi condensed by the Quincy, the formation created by rearranging the soul power, its power is several times stronger than the concentrated flame of Reishi. Goodbye, young captain. Boom. Chapter 61. Boom. The intense explosion caused by the high concentration Reishi turned into a towering giant light, and like a sharp sword, it ruthlessly pierced through the thick black clouds that covered the sky. Then the strong wind rose again and swept past with a destructive force, lifting the ruins that had already collapsed into the sky. The thick layer of ice was blown up by the impact of the spiritual power caused by the breaking light array. Although Hashwalth, who was frozen in the ice, was free, half of his body had lost consciousness and showed a strange blue and purple color. It was the sign of serious frostbite. But T. Sure? Hitsugaya was not good. Being in the center of the light-breaking array, bearing the violent high-concentration Reishi explosion impact, almost no less than the impact of several missiles from the front, the white feathers and the Black Death Tyrant suit became ragged in the explosion. Both sides suffered heavy losses. No one expected that Hulk and the Abomination fought on the streets of New York, and finally attracted the Quincy and Death God. The battle between the two sides erupted almost destroyed the entire street. Fortunately, when Hulk and the Abomination were fighting, Carlson contacted SHIELD in advance and began to evacuate the ordinary people. But even so, there were still a few people and some soldiers from the army. They didn't have time to evacuate and were dragged into this battle. Let's end it here, Death God. In the air, Hashwalth's face was a bit pale. He said, the next time we meet, you won't be as lucky as you are today. Wait. Hashwalth. T. Sure? Hitsugaya ignored the injuries on his body and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, staggering to stop him. You can't go. Hashwalth stopped and turned back to look at T. Sure? Hitsugaya, mocking, with your current body, do you have any extra strength to stop me? Even so. T. Sure? Hitsugaya staggered to him, and his eyes were firm, for the balance of the three realms. I must kill you here. Ha ha ha. Hashwalth seemed to have heard a big joke. He laughed loudly and said, balance of the three realms. This ridiculous reason was told to you by that old bastard, right? Shut up, Hashwalth. T. Sure? Hitsugaya glared at him and growled, Captain Commander is the hero who maintains the balance of the three realms and protects the Soul King. He will never allow such a traitor to insult him. Maintain the three realms and protect the Soul King. Hashwalth turned around with a cold face and said, Are you referring to that old bastard? It seems that he did not tell you anything. T. Sure? Hitsugaya was stunned. What do you mean by this? He. Hashwalth smiled meaningfully and said, It is just the literal meaning. He should not have told you where our Quincy came from, right? T. Sure? Hitsugaya's face changed slightly. Hashwalth, what do you want to say? What I want to say is, the truth. Hashwalth's eyes were deep, and he slowly said. Really? T. Sure? Hitsugaya's expression changed several times in an instant, as if he thought of some bad things. Carlson, who was far away from the two, could only see the lips of the two people moving, as if they were arguing about something, and the captain was obviously very excited. The voice drifted along the wind, and Carlson could only vaguely hear some words like, Soul King, Death God, Quincy, 1,000 Years Blood War, Rebel, and so on. But because the voice was intermittent, it was impossible to connect these words together, so Carlson could not understand what it meant. However, Agent's intuition told Carlson that what they were talking about was very important. If he could hear it, it might be very useful to understand them. Just as Carlson carefully threw the small biological listening device over and listened to more secret content, he saw Hashwalth suddenly stop talking. Carlson was speechless, and he felt as if there were ants crawling in his heart. This was like someone saying that he wanted to tell you a secret, but when you went to ask him what it was, he suddenly stopped talking and asked if you were angry. The key point was that he did not dare to ask directly, afraid of being destroyed on the spot. Goodbye, Death God. Before leaving, Hashwalth suddenly turned around and gave Carlson a meaningful look. Then he picked up the abomination that was already on the verge of death and instantly disappeared. F***ck. Seeing this scene, General Ross was so angry that his whole body trembled. He cursed, this damn bandit actually stole our test subject just like that. One had to know that in the past, only the US military had robbed other people's things. When had they been reduced to being robbed? General Ross did not dare to give the order to chase. You asked him why he did not chase? Nonsense. Because he did not dare. It's finally over. Carlson stood at the end of the street, his face full of bitterness. At a glance, it was the collapsed building ruins, the burning blue flames, and the shattered ice crystals all over the place. The wailing cries for help, the roaring helicopter, the shrill siren. All kinds of voices intertwined together to depict this hellish scene, and then deeply engraved in Carlson's heart. The truth was as they were worried about. A power that was out of control would eventually lead to disaster. Death God's power was too terrifying. Just one of the captains displayed a terrifying destructive power like a natural disaster to Shield and the people of the world. The seemingly tyrannical Hulk and Abomination, in front of the two people just now, were as weak as humans when facing them. After T. Sure? Hitsugaya came back, he just left a sentence, mission completed, I will go back to Soul Society first, then disappeared. Lod and Nemu took the opportunity to leave, leaving Carlson standing alone on the street, waiting for Shield to send someone to pick him up. A few days later, the follow-up handling of this battle was quickly settled. The news said that the culprit who caused this disaster was General Ross' evil human experiment. He was the one who caused this tragic tragedy, and General Ross would also apologize for this and be removed from the position of general by the Congress to quell the anger of the people. However, the news did not report anything about Hashwalth and Death God. As for the snow, the news sent out several meteorologists to explain, and even involved the airflow in the South Pacific, and so on and so forth. Finally, they managed to fool this matter. After seeing it, General Ross, who was in a bad mood, if the abomination was still in his hands, perhaps he still had some confidence to say that the Congress and the military would take the blame for him. But unfortunately, the only abomination that could keep his position was snatched away by that mysterious person. General Ross could only bear all the blame and admit that this was his own personal behavior. Looking at the haggard face of Ross in the TV, as well as the 24 hours of angry netizens repeatedly cursing, Laud, who was the culprit of all this, could not help but shed a tear at the corner of his mouth. "Brother, red braised meat is ready. Wait for me. Don't steal it." Chapter 62. It had been 3 days since the battle between Hulk and the Abomination. In the internet era, people's memories were always short. SHIELD was very good at this kind of thing. They released star after star information, and the attention of ordinary people was slowly directed from the New York war to these entertainment news. At the same time, SHIELD secretly mobilized his strength to find the missing Hashwalth and Abomination. But unfortunately, there was nothing. Hashwalth and the Abomination seemed to have disappeared from the world, as if they did not exist in this world at all, and there was no information about them at all. After witnessing the threat of Death God and the Quincy with his own eyes, Nick Fury used this as a reason to pay attention to the peace and officially proposed the two major plans of the Cold Winter Plan and the Avenger Alliance. In order to ensure the safety and future of humanity, SHIELD and the US needed the Avenger. When there was no way to protect Earth and humanity, the Avenger would be the last trump card of humanity. And the premise of carrying out the Avenger plan was that a qualified leader was needed. A spiritual leader with enough personality charm and an upright heart that would never yield. The Captain America Steve Rogers, the captain of the assault team during the World War II, had foiled the conspiracy plan and crushed the evil Hydra organization. It was the spiritual symbol of all the people of the United States. Nick Fury believed that no one was more suitable than Steve to be the leader of the Avenger. The high and mighty members of the council naturally would not sit idly by and watch as a huge threat like Death God appeared beside them. Therefore, they decisively approved the implementation of the plan and allocated a large amount of funds as support. What would ordinary people do when they had money? Consumption. 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 Of course, Fury was no exception. It was just that his way of spending was slightly different from the others. He liked to build secret bases. Just like how men could never understand a woman's heart, no one in this world knew how many secret bases Nick Fury had. Nick Fury called Hill over. With a bright smile on his face, he said, "Hill, go buy me a few more boxes of coffee cups." "I understand, Director." Hill nodded, showing a knowing smile. In Nick Fury's view, this could be considered embezzlement, just a reasonable use of funds. Compared to paying attention to those stupid guys, he knew better where to use the money. Spirit Cleansing Pavilion. Laud held Nemu's hand as they arrived at the underground space. In the empty underground space, Hashwalth was standing at the edge of the abyss of despair. After seeing Laud and Nemu come, he respectfully bowed his head and said, "Lord Laud, Miss Nemu, why are you here?" After the scenes of the battle cleared, soul transformation returned to its true form, Hashwalth. From now on, he would no longer be anyone but the shadow of Laud alone. Laud waved his hand and smiled gently. "No need to salute. I'll see how his progress is." To his surprise, Hashwalth suddenly knelt down on one knee with a trace of shame on his face. He said, I am very sorry to disappoint Lord Lod's trust. The process of the transformation of abomination was not very smooth. At that time, Lod chose to take the abomination away. It was actually a sudden idea. Since Abyss of Despair could cultivate the neat spirit into hollow, did it mean that he could cultivate those villains into a higher level hollow? Abomination. A mixed product of the Green Giant Serum and Super Soldier Serum, a monster with a strong body, with hatred and anger as nourishment, there was simply no more suitable material than it. As for why not choose Hulk? Because Lod was not sure that it was Hulk from the manga plot. It was still the Hulk from the movie universe. If it was the Hulk from the movie plot, it would be fine, but if it was the Hulk from some manga plot, then the one born would be the Great Hollow of the Vasto Lord level. No. It might even become more terrifying, and Hulk would become a transcender. The scene was too beautiful, and it was unimaginable. Therefore, for the sake of safety, it was better to hate it. What's the reason? Lod was not surprised by this, because he had already expected that it would not be so easy to transform a mutant creature into hollow. I don't know. Hashwalth lowered his head in shame and said, ordinary souls will fall in 3 days at most when they enter Abyss of Despair, but the abomination has been in there for 3 days, and there is still no sign of degeneration. There are no signs of corruption. Hashwalth, take me to see it. Lod suddenly became a little curious about the abomination. Yes. Hashwalth walked to the side of Abyss of Despair and opened the defensive barrier in the sky. He said, Lord Lod, Miss Nemu, the barrier has been opened. You can come in now. In order to prevent the abomination from suddenly rushing out of the ground, Hashwalth set up a defensive barrier above Abyss of Despair in advance, and a large sacred spirit bow was set up above, ready to fire the sacred arrow at any time. Let's go, Nemu. Follow me to take a look. Lod smiled as he held Nemu's hand and jumped down from Abyss of Despair. Who? The three of them arrived at the bottom of Abyss of Despair. Pa! Hashwalth snapped his fingers and lit up the Reishi flame, illuminating the dark surroundings. The green light occupied the bottom of the cave and reflected the horrible body of the abomination. Several arm-thick Reishi chains extended from the surrounding walls and tied the abomination into a big shape, hanging in the air. In addition, Lod also saw that the hands and abdomen of the abomination were all nailed to the wall by the sharp light beam of Bakuto. And right below the abomination was the special Reishi formation set up by the Quincy, and its function was also binding. Goodness gracious! Lod almost did not recognize abomination. If someone who did not know came over, they would probably think that this was had. Number 90. Kurohitsuji, Black Coffin. But more importantly, there were rope tying up the abomination, and the pattern on which the rope tied it was eerily familiar. Lod saw that his face twitched and said speechlessly, Hashwalth. Who asked you to tie it up like this? Hashwalth ignored Nemu, who was waving desperately, and said lightly, it was Miss Nemu's suggestion. She thinks this can prevent the loathsome evil from escaping. Nemu. Seeing the unnatural expression on Nemu's face, Lod did not know where to start. Nemu seemed to know that he had done something wrong. He looked at Lod pitifully and explained weakly, I was just afraid that he would run away. This is not what I wanted to ask. Lod really wanted to know where Nemu learned this binding method. Kill me. No one knew when the criminal woke up and shouted at them weakly, kill me. I beg you. Lod covered his forehead and complained weakly, Hashwalth, what exactly did you do to him? Hashwalth pushed the lens with one hand and said expressionlessly, Lord Lod, I just want him to fall. So, what did you do? Miss Nemu told me that pain will make people hate him, so I will give him pain every day. For example, shoot him with the sacred arrow. Lod looked at the face of the abomination and the holes all over its body. Now, he finally understood the reason why the abomination had not fallen. he was about to be beaten into a bloody PTSD, okay. Abomination? Chapter 63. The abomination was hopeless. At least for now, Lod had no other choice. The abomination had been completely abused into a PTSD by Hashwalth. Now, not to mention becoming hollow, even seeing Hashwalth would make him faint. The most important thing was, the mastermind behind all this was actually the 7-year-old Nemu. No matter how much Lod thought about it, he would never have thought that Nemu was such a black-bellied little loli. Even Hashwalth, who had always been cold, had been led astray by Nemu. Nemu. Lod held her forehead and sighed. Can you tell me where you learned all these things from? I'm sorry, brother. Nemu grabbed the corner of Lod's clothes with her small hands and stared with her big watery eyes. She said with grievance, but according to my memory, Captain Kuratsuka Mayuri treats those sinners like this. Lod's eyelids jumped wildly, and he was furious. It turned out that the culprit who made Nemu become like this was that old pervert. Good for you, Kuratsuka Mayuri. Just you wait. Don't let me summon you, or I'll blow your dog head up. Lord Lod, what should we do now? Hashwalth, who understood his mistake, felt ashamed and angry. This was a mission that Lod had personally given him, but he had done it in such a manner. How could he face Lod? Forget it. If it fails, then so be it. Lod sighed and said helplessly, without Gyaku's help, even if the abomination became hollow, it would only be Jillian at most. Then how should we deal with him? Hashwalth asked again, do you need me to kill him? Well. Lod thought for a moment and shook his head. Don't kill them yet. Just leave them here. There might be a chance. Yes. Hashwalth responded in a deep voice. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, Substitute Shinigami Badge, who had been hanging around Lod's waist, let out an ear-piercing sound. Huh. Lod picked up Substitute Shinigami Badge and saw that the golden skeleton's eyes were flashing with scarlet light. He was slightly surprised and said, this feeling of spiritual power, there's actually hollow. Substitute Shinigami Badge was one of the earliest props given to him by the system. He could help his soul quickly leave Jigai and transform into Death God. Moreover, he could also detect the nearby hollow. He could be considered a very useful prop. However, ever since the number of times Lod went out on duty increased, with the help of Frank, Jessica, and Matt, hollow in New York City was almost killed. Substitute Shinigami Badge rarely rang. However, he did not expect that it would actually ring today. And according to Spiritual Power's judgment, it was a big hollow. Interesting. Lod smiled and said, I didn't expect New York City to produce a natural big hollow under such circumstances. Seeing that Lod seemed to be tempted, Hashwalth quickly walked forward and said respectfully, Lord Lod, you don't need to do anything to Big Hollow at this level. Please leave it to me. No need. Lod pursed his lips and said, this Big Hollow's spiritual power is a little strange. I will go and see him personally. You and Nemu will stay at home. As soon as he finished speaking, Jigai suddenly trembled. In the next second, Lod, who was dressed in a dead tyrant outfit, appeared. He stepped on Ho-Ho and disappeared from where he was. This, Hashwalth supported Jigai, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Lord Lod, you left too quickly. Nemu stood on tiptoe and poked Hashwalth. He put his hands on his hips and said, Hashwalth, you dare to betray me. Immediately, the bitterness on Hashwalth's face became more intense. Lod came to the outside of the spirit cleansing pavilion and found that the sky had darkened. New York City became brightly lit, and he took out the flashing substitute Shinigami badge. Let me see, where is the big hollow? Diddy. The west. Lod stepped on Ho-Ho and disappeared into the sky, leaving a black mark. Hulala. The wind howled in his ears, and after running for more than 10 minutes, he finally saw his target. That hollow was about 2 meters in size. His face was covered with a white bone mask, and his abdomen was Hollow's iconic black hole. Around this hollow, there was an ominous feeling. It felt as heavy as stagnant water, but also as deep as an abyss. This size, and this kind of spiritual power. Laud narrowed his eyes and put away his contempt. He said to himself, could it be a self-evolved Aegis? Big Hollow's level was divided into 3 categories. The first category was Jillian, which was formed by hundreds of ordinary Hollow devouring each other and had a huge body size and low IQ. The second category was Aegis, which was evolved from Jillian, who had an individual consciousness. His body size was similar to that of ordinary Hollow, but he already had advanced intelligence and power that far exceeded Jillian. The third type was Vastolord, the highest level Hollow. Only Aegis who had the qualification, could evolve after devouring his own kind. He had a body size close to that of a human, and an extremely high IQ. And the Hollow in front of him. He had a body shape similar to a human, but judging from the spiritual power that was emitted and the mask that had not yet been broken, it should not be the big Hollow of Vastolord level. But even if not for Vastolord, an Aegis that evolved on its own was enough to make him feel troubled. Let's give it a try. Laud thought in his heart, and then his figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of Hollow, and unsheathed his sword. Whoosh! Akoros, Shinso. In a split second, sword's blade extended at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind a dazzling cold light in the air as it stabbed towards Hollow's mask. However, that Hollow tilted his head and easily dodged Shinso. Seeing that the attack was easily dodged, come on, come on. Laud calmly raised his left hand, but the cross turned into a sinner, releasing a brilliant beam of spirit light. This time, Hollow didn't have the time to dodge and was directly hit by the divine sacred annihilation arrow. Boom! The divine sacred annihilation arrow seemed to have crashed into an indestructible steel wall. After leaving a shallow mark, it dissipated due to the problem of spiritual energy. What a hard skin! Laud's face changed slightly. Although the power of the sacred arrow was not strong, it was not so easy to defend against. Roar dash! The mask of Hollow cracked open and let out an ear-piercing roar, interrupting the shocked Laud. Then, Hollow raised his fist like a heavy cannon and smashed it at him with a violent wind. Blood artery! Laud's body was covered in blood-red lines. He held the sword hilt with both hands and took half a step forward. Then, he slashed down from above. Zanjutsu, break! Bang! In the instant the fist and sword collided, countless sparks shot out like stars in the night sky. The two completely different spiritual power fiercely collided with each other, and immediately, a surging airflow burst out and cracked the surrounding ground. Although the power is great, spiritual power is only at the level of ordinary Big Hollow. Feeling the power coming from the sword blade and the spiritual power that Hollow had burst out, Laud had already determined in his heart that this Hollow was not the real Aegis. However, what Laud felt a little strange was why this Hollow's skin was so hard. The skin that could block his Zanpakuto, and the divine sacred annihilation arrow, its defense should have reached the level of Yarrow, steel skin, of Arankar. Chapter 64. Roar dash! Hollow let out an ear-splitting roar, and then the white bone mask split from his mouth, condensing the scarlet energy into a single point. The familiar scene made Laud's expression change slightly. This is, Zero. This was a destructive light beam formed after spiritual power was highly concentrated. It could adjust the destructive power according to spiritual power's size. Normally, only Hollow could use this skill. Shua! Zero suddenly broke through the air. The crimson light approached and pierced through the entire long street, bringing with it a strong destructive aura. Just like the meaning of Hollow's existence, Zero would destroy all matter in a straight line. Lod did not intend to face the big move, so he immediately left with ho-ho. Rumble. Zero ran through the entire street. The destructive spiritual power crushed all the objects he came into contact with, causing a heaven-shaking sound, raising a ton of dust into the sky. Lod, who dodged this blow, adjusted his body in the air. He held Shinso in front of his chest with both hands, a cold light in his eyes, and his lips moved slightly. Shinso, dancing blade. Whoosh 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 whoosh. For a time, Shinso's sword blade turned into an afterimage, and at the same time, thousands of sword blades appeared in his vision. Sword's blade shot out at a speed that was completely invisible to the naked eye. It was like a torrential rain pouring down from the sky, and it was like mercury pouring down from the ground. Countless dazzling cold lights filled the entire world in an instant. From the principle of this move, it was actually very simple. In other words, it was easy to understand, extending, shortening, such a cycle repeated over and over again. Clang clang clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out in succession, and hollow skin burst into bright sparks under Shinso's continuous stabbing like a rainstorm. From a distance, it looked like a festival firework, dazzling and resplendent, and could be said to be the most beautiful child in the night. Dong. Hollow roared and stomped on the ground. His entire body shot up like a cannonball, forcefully breaking through Sword's blade that filled the sky and throwing a punch at Lod. Lod blocked Sword, but he was forced back dozens of meters by this punch. Chi. His feet and Reishi rubbed violently, and Lod left two white marks in the air, raising wisps of white smoke. Is it comparable to the arrow of Arankar level? In the smoke and dust, Lod brushed the dust off his body with his hand and said helplessly, "It is indeed very hard." Well, even the dance step blade is useless. It seems that I can only use that move. How troublesome. Lod sighed and said helplessly, "If possible, I don't really want to use this move." Crack. Streaks of white lightning that were almost invisible to the naked eye suddenly jumped up and down around Lod. The surrounding spiritual power also slowly climbed up, like boiling magma that was about to erupt, filled with a scorching and intense aura. Roar. That hollow lowered his body, his scarlet pupils slightly trembling. It was as if he had received a fatal threat from Lod, and he continuously let out waves of uneasy low roars. Be good, don't be nervous. The corners of Lod's lips curled up slightly, revealing a gentle smile. It will end very soon. It doesn't hurt at all. Shunko. Crackling. All of a sudden, the sound of thunder rang out. The terrifying white lightning was like a burning flame, wrapping around Lod's entire body. The clothes of the tyrant suit were directly shattered by the lightning, revealing his strong muscles. The nearby ground was also split apart inch by inch under this terrifying spiritual power, as if it had been shoveled by a bulldozer. Countless pieces of gravel were thrown into the air and then crushed by the jumping white lightning. There was a hint of helplessness in Lod's expression. I knew it. The style of clothing explosion is not very compatible with me. Shunko, a battle move that combines Kido and Hakuto. The user's back and shoulder would be wrapped up by the highly concentrated Kido, and they would fight through the combination of explosive Kido and his own limbs. In other words, this thing was the same concept as the explosive gas in the Fist Emperor, which could increase all attributes in a short period of time. But there was a serious flaw. The clothes on his back and shoulders would be blown up by Kido after he used the Shunko, which was similar to the effect of the explosive clothes. However, it was well known. Only the pretty girl broken clothes was worthy of everyone's admiration. Apart from the fencing maniac, no one would like to watch a man's performance. Therefore, Lod doesn't like Shunko. He rarely uses this move. If not for today's helplessness, he would never use this move. In fact, there is another way to not burst clothes. In the original work, Yoryuaki and Swafon's exclusive suit can effectively avoid the embarrassing situation of the clothes being blown up by Kido. Only. This special attire was a pair of shoulder straps with a deep V exposed back. He would rather die than wear that kind of attire. Moreover, he had reason to suspect that the long-term guarantor brought private goods with him, publicly selling benefits to fans. Back to the main topic. Apart from the small drawback of the clothing explosion, the power of the Shunko was quite sure. Fortunately, there is no one nearby. Lightning flashed in Lod's eyes. Spiritual power appeared a few feet away from the surface of his body and turned into a violent white lightning. This form doesn't match my image, so I can only ask you to die quickly. Boom. Lod, who was wrapped in white lightning, instantly disappeared from where he stood. The solid cement road suddenly collapsed, leaving a deep footprint. The surroundings were covered in dense cracks, spreading out like a spider web. The next second, Lod appeared in front of Hollow without warning. Lod took half a step forward. The terrifying force caused half of his calf to sink deeply into the ground. Then, his spine rose like a high-spirited dragon. He pushed all the strength in his body to his right arm. Then, he clenched his fist and punched directly. Roar! Hollow roared and also punched at Lod. Boom! The moment the two fists collided, the surrounding space violently shook. Numerous white electric arcs jumped in the space, emitting a violent and destructive aura. The highly compressed strength of Kido was condensed into a single point on his fist, and then it instantly exploded. The strength of this punch had completely exceeded the defense limit of the arrow, and it instantly exploded that hollow. His body was like a balloon that had been blown up, turning into broken limbs and flesh that splashed in the air. Acquired, medium soul *1. Phew. It's over. Lod opened his mouth and spat out a turbid air. The white lightning wrapped around his body was also slowly dissipating. Just like the name Shunko, the end of the battle was only an instant. It had to be said that instant coaxing was indeed a very powerful move. The combat technique that Kido combined with White Strike, the explosive power was almost comparable to a small bankai. But to perfectly control instant coaxing, he was currently unable to do it. Because after the high concentration compression, Kido was extremely difficult to control. It was like dancing on the tip of a needle. The slightest mistake could cause a backlash and be seriously injured by his own Kido, so he had to be extremely careful when using it. And besides that, in a high-speed battle in Shunko mode, it would inevitably cause damage to the body, such as muscle or ligament being torn apart and so on. I have to trouble Nemu again. Help me make a new set of clothes. Lod looked at his naked upper body and could not help but feel a headache. Every time he used Shunko, his clothes would be torn, which made him love and hate it. Chapter 65. Forget it. Let's go back. Lod rubbed his hair, looking a little tired. This was because after using Shunko, it would cause muscle tissue tearing, and the mental fatigue effect brought by spiritual power after a large consumption. Clang. However, just as he was about to leave, he discovered a long strip-shaped metal object falling from Hollow's exploded body, making a crisp sound as it fell to the ground. What is this thing? Lod immediately felt a surge of curiosity. Logically speaking, after Hollow was killed, he would not lose anything. However, this Hollow had actually explosive equipment. This was simply unheard of. Walking closer, Lod picked up the long strip item from the ground. This was a standard European-style spear point. The material was made of yellow copper, and the outside was wrapped in a tough leather armor set. There were also golden threads wrapped around the leather to prevent the spearhead from falling off. Spearhead. Lod frowned and could not help but be puzzled. Why would a spearhead explode out of Hollow's body? Although he did not understand the reason for the time being, his intuition told him that the origin of the spearhead was not simple, and it was very likely to have a lot to do with Hollow. After pulling out the cowhide holster wrapped outside, the full appearance of the spearhead was also presented in front of Lod. This was a brass spearhead. From the slight scratches on it and the simple texture, it should be a historical artifact that had been around for a long time. The spearhead was flat and slender, and the middle part was hollowed out. There were complicated patterns carved on the surface, and the shape was more inclined to the tip of the spear. If one looked closer, Lod could still vaguely see that there was still a trace of dark red blood that had dried up and solidified at the two sharp ends of the spear. Lod stared at the tip of the spear. His eyes suddenly became blurred, and he said in a low and hoarse voice as if he was hypnotized, "Los Angeles. I want to go to Los Angeles." Suddenly, Zanpakuto, who was born with Death God, sensed that something was wrong with Lod and immediately let out a soft groan. As Zanpakuto's spiritual power rushed into his mind, Lod's mind suddenly woke up. There is something wrong with this damn thing. Lod bit her lips and concentrated, forcing herself to stay awake. Los Angeles. Bring it to Los Angeles. I will grant you eternal life. A faint, seductive, evil growl of Hollow echoed in Lod's mind. The voice seemed to be telling him that his mission was to send the spearhead to Los Angeles. Over and over again, over and over again. This feeling was like listening to tens of thousands of monks chanting scriptures in a temple. It made Lod feel a splitting headache and threw the strange spearhead away. Clang! The spearhead rubbed against the ground and slid out more than 10 meters. At the same time, the sound also disappeared from Lod's mind. Whew! Lod immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The pain on his face also faded. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. What a dangerous thing! I almost fell for it. If not for Zanpakuto's reminder just now, it would have been very difficult for him to break free from that strange state. There is indeed something strange. Lod's gaze gradually turned serious as he stared at the spearhead that was lying on the ground. Where did this damn thing come from? It can actually affect Death God's soul. One had to know that he was now the fourth-seated officer-level Death God, but he was still unable to escape the situation of being controlled just now. One could imagine how terrifying this spear was. Lod frowned. He silently thought about how to deal with this spear. He couldn't let it go. The key question was, how could he take away the spearhead? He had already experienced the result of directly touching it. He didn't want to experience the feeling of the brain chanting again, so he decisively gave up. Then the only way left was to seal it. Kido, who used a high-level curse technique, sealed this gun, and then put it into the cowhide set before taking it away. The theory exists, and the practice begins. Meow. Before Lod could use Kido to seal the spear, he saw a stray cat crawl out from the side, and then with a swift speed, it pounced towards the spear. Lod's expression changed slightly. He thought of all the results, and even the failure of the seal, but he had never expected that such a scene would happen. After the stray cat picked up the spear, his eyes suddenly became as red as blood, and then his back arched, and he let out a miserable scream. Meow dash. Amidst the shrill cries of the cat, Lod watched with his own eyes as the soul of the stray cat was forcefully ejected from its body. Immediately after, something happened that opened Lod's eyes. The soul of the stray cat suddenly exploded, and then at a speed visible to the naked eye, it quickly reassembled under the effect of cage spirit, becoming a beast that resembled a lion-tiger. Moreover, there was a black hole in its chest. White viscous matter appeared out of thin air, forming a bone mask on its face. The entire process from falling to recombining was extremely fast, so fast that before he could even react, a complete hollow was already born in front of his eyes. What the F***ck? The corner of Lod's eyes twitched as he subconsciously cursed. What the hell is this? Hollow, who was created by a strange spearhead, had actually fallen so quickly. This speed was much more efficient than his abyss of despair. Roar. When Hollow, who had transformed from a cat, saw Lod, a trace of human-like fear flashed through his scarlet eyes. Obviously, it had inherited the memory of the previous host and knew that it was no match for Lod. Sue. Hollow turned around and ran without any intention of stopping. Interesting, really interesting. Lod revealed a playful smile. You actually chose to run away the moment you saw me. Is it because you have intelligence or because you are under the control of that spear? No matter what the conclusion was, he was not going to let go of the gun. A prop that could quickly make Hollow, no matter what, he had to get it. Shua. Lod stepped on Ho-Ho and chased after him. He aimed at Hollow with his left hand and pulled the trigger. Boom. The divine annihilating arrow formed from spiritual droplets broke through the air, but after hitting Hollow's right leg, it only left a shallow mark, unable to pierce through it. Is it the arrow again? Seeing this, Lod seemed to have gained some understanding. It seemed that the previous Hollow, who could defend against him, was not because of the steel skin of the arrow but because of the mysterious spearhead buried in its body. That spearhead seemed to be able to grant the wielder an indestructible skin, as well as pure and powerful physical strength. Sue. While Lod was still in a daze, that Hollow instantly fled several hundred meters away, instantly pulling apart the distance between them. That Hollow seemed to have undergone some sort of strengthening. With Lod's current LV.4 Ho-Ho, it seemed like it was impossible for him to catch up to it. Whoosh 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 whoosh. After several consecutive jumps, that one disappeared into the night. Seeing this, Lod could only stop and look at the place where Hollow disappeared. He chuckled and said, "It's getting more and more interesting. Los Angeles?" It seemed that it was necessary to make a trip there. Chapter 66. That's right. That holster. Lod's eyes lit up. He suddenly remembered something. Although the mysterious spearhead had been taken away by Hollow, the holster that had been used to wrap it was still there. Moreover, he carefully recalled it. Just now, when he took the spearhead, he did not seem to be affected by the unknown sound, but when he took the spearhead out of the holster, the evil growl appeared in his mind. In other words, the holster might have some kind of sealing effect. Lod turned around and used Ho-Ho. When he returned to the place just now, he saw the old cowhide holster quietly lying on the ground. Huh. After Lod picked up the holster, he saw that there seemed to be a shallow line of marks on it. That line of marks was very shallow, and because it was too old, this bullskin holster had already been severely worn down. So if one did not look carefully, it would be very difficult to be discovered. He wiped away the dust on the holster with his hand, and then used the moonlight to carefully observe it. These marks seemed to be words. Lod frowned slightly. He sensed that this matter might not be as simple as he had imagined. The marks carved on the holster were actually made up of strange patterns. The shape was a bit similar to cuneiform words, but it was not completely. Aren't you making things difficult for me? Lod was confused. He was not an expert in studying ancient words. How could he know the meaning of these words? Although he did not know the meaning of these words, he was sure of one thing. The holster did have the power to seal the spearhead. When he touched these ancient characters and patterns, he could still feel a trace of power on it. Things are getting more and more interesting. Lod put away the holster and said, "Let's go back and let Nemu check what these words are." Spirit Cleansing Pavilion. After returning and seeing Lod's naked upper body, Nemu and Hashwaltha's reactions were different. "Brother." Nemu pouted angrily and put his hands on his waist. He said fiercely, "Did you use Shunko again? I told you that with your current body, you can't use that move." Hashwalth, on the other hand, had a worried look on his face and asked, "Lord Lod, are you all right?" I'm fine, I'm fine." Lod waved his hand, indicating that he was fine so that they could rest assured. He smiled bitterly and said, "It's a little tricky, so I can only use Shunko." Humph. Nimue turned his head and said with great dissatisfaction, "Next time, I won't make it for you." In this regard, Lod could only apologize to Nimue with a wry smile. All the remade Death Tyrant equipment was completed by Nimue alone. Not only did it change the original style, but it also added some abilities such as Kide and Keto. It was already a special equipment. Hashwolf came out to smooth things over and said, "Miss Nimue, don't make it difficult for Lord Lod. Let's ask what happened." Sure enough, as soon as this matter was mentioned, Nimue's attention was instantly shifted. "Nice. Hashwolf." Lod secretly gave them a thumbs up, then told the two of them about what had just happened. He handed the gun holster to Nimue and said, "Nimue, help me find out what kind of text is written on it." Among the three people present, only Nimue had been with the famous big shot of black technology, so Lod could only place the hope of deciphering the text on her. "Leave it to me, brother." Nimue took the gun holster with confidence. Then, she slipped into his room. "Brother." Nimue rubbed his dark circles while holding a thick book. He said weakly, "I found the source of the text." When Lod heard this news, he was overjoyed and said, "Great, which text is it?" "Look, brother." Nimue spread out the book, then pointed to a paragraph of words on it and said, "These words should belong to the Semitic language family, which is very similar to ancient Hebrew, but they are different." "So ancient." After hearing this, Lod was slightly surprised and said with a click of his tongue, "Then can you translate it?" "No, brother." Nimue shook his head regretfully and said in distress, "If it's just Hebrew, I can translate it, but these words are different. In terms of structure, although they are very similar to Hebrew, and both of them are of the same element, the font has changed shape, and there is no way to decipher them." "Spearhead, the element of the word. What is the connection between the two?" Lod showed a thoughtful expression. "And such an ancient language system has been at least 2,000 years ago. Why is it on a holster?" Right at this moment, the bell outside the door suddenly rang, and a letter was suddenly stuffed in through the crack in the door. Lod frowned slightly, then walked over and pushed the door open. However, after looking around, he did not find anyone. There was only a black letter lying quietly at his feet. A letter. Lod picked up the black letter and saw that it was sealed with wax, but there was no sign of the sender or recipient. After opening the black letter, there was a yellowing letter with only 7 words written on it. "Come quickly, Los Angeles, help." Los Angeles again. Lod was a little surprised. The content of the letter actually pointed to Los Angeles. It was as if a goddess of fate had secretly plucked the strings in her hands, pushing the invisible power around her to lead all the clues there, forcing him to go to Los Angeles. This feeling was very bad. Humph. A cold glint flashed across Lod's eyes as he clenched the letter in his hand. He really did not like the feeling of being controlled by others. "Brother, are you going?" Nimue also saw the contents of the letter and asked in a low voice. "Go, why not go?" Lod narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Since someone has specially invited me, of course I have to go and take a look. As the saying goes, whether it is a blessing or not, it is a disaster that can't be avoided." Since fate wanted him to go to Los Angeles by all means, he might as well go there and see who was behind this. When Nimue, who had been staying in New York all this time, heard that he was going to another city, how could he hold back his excitement? "I want to go too." Nimue stared at him with his big, dark eyes, revealing a pitiful expression. "Brother, can you take me with you?" "Lord Lod." Hashwolf came out of the kitchen wearing an apron. When he heard that Lod was going to Los Angeles, he immediately asked, "Please allow me to go with you." Lod thought for a moment, then made a decision. He said, "Hashwolf stays here." Nemu will go to Los Angeles with me. Hearing this, Hashwalth was a little unwilling. He opened his mouth and said, "But." "No buts." Lod understood his intentions, but he still raised his hand to stop Hashwalth and said, "The Stern Ritter still need you, so this time, Nemu and I will go." Seeing that Lod had made up his mind, Hashwalth could only give up and sigh, "I understand, Lord Lod." Chapter 67. The next day. After changing Jigai, Lod and Nemu forged 2 fake certificates. They avoided SHIELD's all-pervasive surveillance and boarded the plane to Los Angeles. They did this not because they were afraid of SHIELD, but to avoid some unnecessary trouble. It would take about 6 hours to go from New York International Airport to Los Angeles International Airport. Fortunately, Lod and Nemu had booked the first-class cabin. They only needed to lie in the chair and sleep. After 6 hours of flight, they finally arrived in Los Angeles. It was close to night, and the sun had already set. But even so, the city was still brightly lit and filled with tall buildings. This was the second largest international city, second only to New York. It was located in the southwest area of California in the United States. People affectionately called it the City of Angels. It was one of the top entertainment centers in the world. Hollywood was located here. However, their purpose of this trip was not to travel, but to meet. "Brother." Nemu held Lod's hand and asked curiously, "We are already in Los Angeles. Where are we going next?" "Follow it." Lod took out the yellow and wrinkled letter and said lightly, "It will take us there." Since they came to Los Angeles, there was a vague feeling on the letter paper, as if it were for guiding them to a place in Los Angeles. Following the direction of the envelope, Lod and Nemu walked for a long time before finally arriving at the entrance of a bar. Midnight. When Lod looked up and saw the name of the bar, he suddenly felt as if he had heard it somewhere before, but he could not remember where. Brother Nemu tugged at Lod's sleeve and said in a low voice, "There is a spiritual energy fluctuation outside this bar. It can disrupt the vision of ordinary people and make them unconsciously ignore its existence." "Oh." Lod raised his eyebrows and gathered the spiritual energy in his eyes. He found that it was indeed as Nemu said. There was a layer of invisible power around the bar, which allowed the ordinary people passing by to unconsciously ignore the bar and achieve a secret effect. However, the degree of elimination was not high. As long as there was a little bit of spiritual power, they could see it. "It seems that we found the right place." Lod took out the letter. The feeling on it was very intense. Obviously, the destination was this bar. "Let's go in and see who is inviting us. I hope this bar does not abide by the laws of the United States. Otherwise, with Nemu's appearance of 6 or 7 years old, it was impossible to let them in. If it were for serious, they might even call the police." The two stepped into the bar and walked down the stairs. The lights in the bar were bright red, shining on the surrounding walls and stairs, like a blood road to hell. After Lod led Nemu down the stairs, he saw a 2-meter-tall tattooed man blocking the door. The man sized them up, but did not show any contempt. Instead, he took out a card, facing the back of the card, and then asked, "Tell me, what is drawn on the card?" It was a kind of psychic card, used to test if it had spiritual power. If it were for someone with spiritual power, they could see the back of the card at a glance and know the contents of the portrait on the front of the card, but if they didn't have spiritual power, they could only see the back of the card. Lod glanced at it and then said lightly, "Windcoat rabbit." "Correct answer." The big man turned sideways to make way for him, indicating that he could go in. Lod held Nemu's hand and continued to walk in. After passing through a long and narrow aisle, they arrived at the interior of the bar called Midnight. After entering, they found out. The walls and ceiling of the entire bar were filled with red light bulbs of all sizes. Under the illumination of this bright red light, the atmosphere seemed a little strange. When The envelope in his arms was trembling, as if he could not wait to guide them somewhere in the bar. Lod picked up Nemu and then shuttled through the crowd of people in the bar, heading towards the place the envelope pointed to. "Brother, they are looking at us." Nemu shrank into Lod's arms and said with some fear, "Their eyes are very strange." "Yes, I know." Lod hugged Nemu tightly in his arms and said lightly, "Don't be afraid. I am here." These people's eyes had been wandering around them since they entered the bar. There were even a few people who looked at them with malicious eyes. And there was one thing that was very strange. The color of their eyes was blood red and pure gold, which gave Lod a feeling that they were not human. Unfortunately, although he had the power to kill souls, he could not directly see through the essence of the souls. Therefore, before these creatures revealed their original forms, Lod could not judge what they were. "Brother." Nemu suddenly pointed in a direction and asked curiously with wide eyes, What are they doing?" Lod looked in the direction that Nemu pointed and his mouth twitched. Two muscular men were naked and fighting with swords in the corner. Cough. Cough. Lod coughed lightly and quickly covered Nemu's eyes with his hands. He reprimanded, "Children should not look at such things. They will grow chicken eyes in the future." "Oh." Nemu obediently closed his eyes. The underground space of the bar was very large. Lod walked for 5 or 6 minutes with Nemu in his arms. When he arrived at the front desk, he suddenly felt the vibration of the envelope in his arms become more intense. "It's here." Lod glanced at the front desk of the bar and found that there was only one person sitting there. The man was wearing a khaki long trench coat. He had a head of messy blonde hair. The stubble on his face had not been trimmed for a long time. He held a glass of wine in his left hand and a cigarette in his right hand. He looked like a decadent uncle. "It seems that he is the one who invited us," Lod thought in his heart. Then he sat next to the man and said to the waiter at the bar, "A glass of white water with ice and a glass of orange juice." "Thank you." The waiter looked at Lod with a speechless face. He thought to himself, "Drink some white water and orange juice. Are you here to tease me?" There was a saying that opened the door to do business, and the guest was God. No matter how unhappy he was, he still followed Lod's request and handed over a cup of white water with ice and a cup of orange juice. Lod took out the letter and handed it to the decadent uncle next to him. He said lightly, "You sent this letter to me, didn't you?" "What?" The dispirited uncle's expression changed slightly. He said in surprise, "This is impossible. It should have been sent to hell. Why is it in your hands?" Lod thought for a moment and then said, "Maybe I have something to do with hell, so can you explain what is going on?" "Who knew?" As soon as he finished the sentence, the decadent uncle's eyes lit up, as if he had seen some rare treasure. This feeling. It was as if someone was staring at him, making Lod feel uncomfortable all over. "Oh, thank God." The decadent uncle showed a warm smile and reached out to Lod. "My dear friend, I am very happy to see you. My name is John Constantine." Lod, degree. Who was the one who had run off to the wrong set? Why would this scum appear in Marvel? Chapter 68. Lod held his forehead with one hand. He only wanted to be quiet now. He finally remembered that the spearhead should be the famous lance of Longinus, the legendary god-killing spear that pierced Jesus' chest. No wonder. He had a familiar feeling. They were in cahoots again. John Constantine, the famous Sherlock of Hell. It is estimated that in the eyes of many people, Constantine's image is directly linked to Keanu Reeves. John Constantine, played by Keanu Reeves in the movie Constantine, is a handsome exorcist who is sentimental and righteous, whose appearance breaks through the sky and makes women unable to close their legs. However, the ideal was beautiful and the reality was cruel. The blonde uncle who sat next to Lod and squeezed out a full face full of wrinkles was not the kind of Constantine like Keanu. Laud can tell you with certainty that if you really act according to the original version, let alone if Keanu agrees or not, even if you shoot it, it will be difficult to pass the trial with the review system of the United States. It was a real R18 forbidden film. What was the real Constantine? John Constantine. People give him the nickname. An exorcist who smokes, drinks and sells his teammates, prostitutes and gambles, cheats, deceives and commits all kinds of crimes, and is a rummus exorcist on weekdays. It was worth mentioning that Constantine had a broad sexual orientation, including but not limited to humans. Other than that, Constantine was a powerful mage. His ancestor was of the lineage of the Magic Clan, and could be traced back to the time of King Arthur and Merlin. He had wandered around the world and searched for some lost magic books. But Constantine was not an upright person. He was the darkest anti-hero in the entire history of DC and even the entire history of American. He did not care and did not distinguish between good and evil. Whether it was angels, demons, or human friends, they were just resources that could be used, chess pieces that were carefully selected to complete the goal. On the entire chessboard, other than the king himself, everyone else could be easily abandoned. He could make an innocent little girl fall to hell in order to exorcise the devil. He could hurt his niece's feelings in order to exorcise the devil and let her be completely crushed in the end. He could betray, sacrifice, and sacrifice his teammates without hesitation in order to exorcise demons. This was John Constantine. A true god of hell wandering between hell and heaven alone, playing with angels and demons. Hey, friend, what's wrong with you? Seeing Laud's hopeless expression, Constance moved his butt over and asked with concern, have you just come to the human world and haven't adapted yet? Do you feel uncomfortable? He. Laud sneered and said, the word friend coming out of your mouth really makes people feel a bit ironic. Does Constantine have a friend? Definitely, and this guy's connections are quite wide. It can be said to be the modern version of Song Jiang. He was able to live to this day, crazily probing around the edge of hell and heaven, thanks to his friends who were forced to sacrifice by him. You want to be friends with Constantine? The premise is to first consider how many lives you have and how many lives you have. Even 47 angels are not enough to cheat you. Misunderstanding, it is definitely a misunderstanding. Constantine's expression did not change. He said righteously, these are all the stories made up by the damn demon to slander me. Everyone knows my character. Ha ha ha. The waiter at the bar could not help but laugh. Constantine's character was good. This was one of the funniest jokes he had ever heard in his life. However, Constantine did not care. All these years, his skin had been as thick as a city wall. How could he care about the ridicule of others? In order to please Laud, Constantine did his best to continue bragging about how good his character was and even told him about his glorious deeds of sacrificing his own life for his friend. However, given the reputation of scum, Laud believed that the deeds of him sticking his friends into sword might be true. Stop. I know your character. You don't have to explain. Laud was too lazy to argue with him about this. He waved his hand to stop Constance, who was still boasting, and asked, I just want to ask you, what is the matter with this letter? When it came to business, Constantine was relatively normal. He said, this is a soul contract sent to hell. Soul, contract. The corner of Laud's eyes twitched slightly. Looking at the letter, he suddenly had a bad feeling. That's right. To put it simply, I mortgaged my soul to the demon, but he helped me do things. Constantine calmly raised his glass and took a sip. His tone and expression were calm, as if he didn't care about pawning his soul to the demon at all. However, everyone who was familiar with him knew that this was not the first time Constance had done this. The matter of pawning the soul was like throwing away one's moral integrity. There was a second time when there was a first time, and after more times, one would get used to it. Because he had offended too many people, there were countless demons in hell, hoping that this bastard would quickly die and then torture his soul forever in hell. Although the demon had been deceived by him again and again, the reason why he was still willing to make a contract with him was that this bastard's soul was very popular in hell. It was fine to be cheated once or twice, but what if that time could kill him? It was precisely because of this thought that the demon was repeatedly toyed with by Constantine. Even the famous 3 devil kings of hell were once deceived by Constance, and then almost fought because of his soul belonging. It always made people love but cannot be, perhaps this was scum. Laud rubbed his aching eyebrows and asked, "Since you said that this is a contract, then what about the contents of the contract? He used magic to hide it?" At this time, the waiter at the bar suddenly interrupted, "This is Constantine's usual trick. There are often some careless demons who are deceived by his little trick. You are not the first one." Constantine laughed dryly, then snapped his fingers. "Pa!" A crisp sound rang out, and at the same time, the yellowing letter on the table suddenly began to burn, and words began to appear one after another. These words were concealed with black magic, and there was no spiritual energy fluctuation at all. Or it could be said that it was very difficult to detect. That was why Laud hadn't noticed it before, and he had taken Constantine's trick to heart. "So you mean, I was forced to sign this contract with you, right?" Laud's eyes gradually turned cold. He hated the feeling of being schemed against. A cold killing intent seemed to be material and enveloped Constantine. Hiss dash. Constantine suddenly felt a chill all over his body. Then, he saw that the bar and the surroundings were covered in frost. He was immediately shocked. "Wait, calm down. This is the neutral area. Constantine, you have 3 words to convince me." The killing intent in Laud's eyes boiled, and the cold air became thicker and thicker. There were even signs of it spreading to the entire bar. "Otherwise, you will die here." Constantine was really powerful. He could even deceive angels and demons, but he did not know one thing. That is, Laud does not belong to hell. The contract he signed with Laud is basically useless. How can a devil that does not belong to hell be suppressed by the rules of hell? This was a fact that not even Constantine knows. Chapter 69. Are you crazy? Constantine's eyes widened and he shouted in disbelief, "You signed a contract with me. If you kill me, you will die too." The first sentence. Laud picked up the ice water and drank it in one gulp. Then he said indifferently, "You have 2 more words, Constantine." Constantine's pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart unconsciously jumped. He was serious. If he could not be convinced in 3 sentences, Constantine had no doubt that this person would kill him. Gulp. Constance subconsciously swallowed his saliva. His mind was a mess. All demons were born in hell, and because of this, they would be restrained by the rules of hell, which was the so-called contract. Even existences as strong as the 3 demon kings of hell could not avoid the restriction of the contract on them, and this was the most important condition he had been relying on to test and play with demons and angels for a long time. But now, Constantine's face was pale, and cold sweat flowed down. He seemed to have played it off this time. The rules of hell were absolute. Even a devil king like Satan was unable to contend against it, unless this man was not a hell creature at all, so he was not restrained by the rules of hell. But if he was not a hell creature, then why was he subjected to the contract that was sent to hell? One mystery after another filled Constantine's mind. Friend. This is the neutral zone. Constantine thought quickly in his mind, and then tried to use this to make Laud stop. There are angels and demons everywhere here. Are you sure you want to fight here? Laud's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression was like a piece of ice that had not melted for thousands of years. He said indifferently, "It's just a group of mixed blood. Do you care about their identities before you step on a group of ants?" If they were real angels and demons, Laud would not be so arrogant. But mixed blood. To put it nicely, they were mixed blood angels and demons. To put it bluntly, they were just a group of bastards. There was only one reason for this kind of mixed blood to be born, and that was to replace the angels and demons who could not enter the human world. This time, Constantine did not dare to speak at all. Even if it were mixed blood species, it was still a mixed blood species with the power of an angel and a devil. It was definitely not an existence that ordinary people could match, but this man did not put it in his eyes at all. You still have one last sentence left, Constantine. Laud's fingertips gently tapped the table, like the sound of death god's bell, ringing in Constantine's heart. After thinking for a moment, Constance revealed a bitter smile. I am sorry for lying to you, but I have a reason to do so, because the son of Satan, Mammon, is about to descend on the world. You may not know what this means. This means that the balance between the two worlds will be broken, and countless demons will descend on the world. Are you done? With Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One on earth, even Dormammu Anthan could not break in, let alone a son of Satan? Seeing that Laud did not seem to care much, Constantine sighed and said faintly, I guess you are thinking that as long as Sorcerer Supreme are here, Earth cannot be invaded. What else? It was a big mistake. What do you mean by this? Constantine felt a little relieved and asked, even I know Sorcerer Supreme's prestige in the magic world. Do you think Mammon doesn't know? Laud frowned and remained silent. Constance continued, Sorcerer Supreme is indeed guarding the world. But that doesn't mean she can block all the invasions. There was an agreement between heaven and hell with Sorcerer Supreme to set a rule that forbade pure-blooded angels and demons from entering the human world. However, the premise of all this was that it was only limited to this rule. They could not enter the human world. And the son of Satan, Mammon, was born in the human world through sacred blood and human beings. From the perspective of rules, he was human, so it was impossible for Sorcerer Supreme to make a move. Once Sorcerer Supreme acted regardless of the rules and drove the son of Mammon out of the earth, heaven and hell would no longer abide by the rules. At that time, a large number of demons and angels would invade the human world and wantonly plunder the faith of humans. Now, do you still think that Sorcerer Supreme will make a move? Constantine said meaningfully, and if you think about it carefully, can Sorcerer Supreme really set the rules with heaven and hell on her own, preventing them from invading the human world? Laud narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, you mean to say that it was set by someone else, and that Sorcerer Supreme is just a supervisor? You are very smart. Constantine smiled and said, so now, do you still want to kill me? Laud looked at him deeply and said, how would I know that you are not lying to me? Laud did not believe that Constantine would be so honest, and the content of these words seemed more real and difficult to distinguish. It doesn't matter whether it is true or not. Constantine shrugged and said calmly, I have been wandering in the magic world for many years. I have seen many of them, including Ancient One. It is up to you whether you believe me or not. This sentence might be true. The original Constantine had indeed traveled all over the world to collect the lost magic books, so it was possible that he had seen Ancient One. Tap 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 tap. Laud subconsciously tapped the table with his fingers. He was thinking whether what Constantine said was true or not. If what you said is true, then who made hell and heaven sign a contract? Could it be the Mountain Emperor? How could it be? The Mountain Emperor would not offend heaven and hell for the sake of humans. Constantine shook his head, then lit a cigarette and put it into his mouth. He took a drag and raised his finger to the ceiling. He smiled mysteriously. I can't say, I can't think, because he is everywhere, omnipotent. Can you understand what I mean? Is it the sky? Laud looked up at the ceiling and a trace of enlightenment rose in his heart. The he that Constantine mentioned was very likely to be God. Was there a God in the marvel? The answer was yes. The origin of the evil knight was heaven and God. But Laud was a little uncertain now. That was this God. Was he the God in Marvel World or the God in the next DC universe? The last thing. Laud condensed frost on his fingertips and wrote a line of words on the table. He asked, "What does this sentence mean?" Constantine looked over and frowned. "These words are very ancient characters of Akkad." Characters of Akkad. Laud silently memorized the name and asked, "Can you decipher the contents of the text?" "Of course, my friend." Constance touched his face that was covered in stubble and smiled. "There are probably not many people in the world who can understand this kind of ancient text. You are lucky to find me." Laud remained unmoved and said lightly, "Tell me, what is written on it?" Constance read, "Those with the spear of fate will control the fate of the entire world." The moment the last word fell, an invisible force swept across the entire bar. When everything that came into view seemed to have been pressed down on a magical pause button. The noise disappeared, the flow of the air stopped, and the flow of wine suspended in the air. The expressions of those people who were partying were fixed at the last moment. Time and space stopped. Chapter 70. Time stopped flowing at this moment. Everyone in the bar was suspended for a second. Although this Jigai could not move under the influence of this power, Laud could clearly feel that his thoughts and soul were not affected. As long as he wanted to, he could become Death God at any time. However, Laud did not do so. He planned to wait and see what would happen first and find the source of this power. And the first person he suspected was Constantine. That sentence came from this guy's mouth, so he seriously suspected that it was this bastard's trick. However, when Laud was observing Constantine, he saw that the guy's eyes were wide open, full of horror. Obviously, he did not know that this would happen in advance. Did he really not do it? Laud could not help but be puzzled. Looking at Constantine's innocent appearance, it did not seem like a situation he knew beforehand. Noticing Laud's examining gaze, Constantine immediately revealed a wronged expression and squeezed out 3 words from his teeth with difficulty. "No, it's You're actually fine." Laud was speechless. The image of Constantine was refreshed again. The entire bar was affected by the time and space pause. Those mixed blood angels and demons could not escape, but Constantine, a mortal, could stay awake in this situation and even spoke to him. No wonder he was able to probe the boundaries of heaven and hell like crazy. There was no one who could save his life. Hua! White and holy feathers fell from the ceiling. Accompanied by a soft milky white light, a tall and clean figure slowly descended. As the pure white and holy wings slowly unfolded, revealing the woman wrapped inside, Laud's eyelids suddenly twitched violently. A mouthful of blood stuck in his throat, almost choking him to death. Was this F***ing sure that it wasn't Ancient One who came to visit? This is too much. Laud cursed in his heart. At least change your face and then come back. If you do this, it will be easy for me to collude with you. The appearance of this angel who had suddenly descended in front of him was exactly the same as Ancient One. The only difference between the two was that Ancient One was bald, and this person had golden curly hair. Incidentally, the person who plays the villain's Archangel Gabriel in Hell Angels is the same person as the person who plays the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. Gabriel. Constantine opened his mouth wide in disbelief. You actually came to this kind of place. The degree of shock he was feeling right now was definitely not any smaller than Laud. It had to be known that the Archangel Gabriel was tasked with guarding the world, responsible for supervising the angels and demons. Normally, she would not take the initiative to look for him, not to mention personally coming to this mixed blood mud. John Constantine. Gabriel's golden eyes showed no emotion. She said indifferently, "Was it you who chanted God's proverbs?" God's proverbs? Laud's gaze met Constantine's, and both saw a trace of shock in the other's eyes. To be able to make this Archangel Gabriel personally descend and even not hesitate to set foot in the filthy land where the mixed blood was, it was obvious that the God's proverb she spoke of was very important. Although he temporarily did not understand the meaning behind it, his intuition as a traitor told Constantine that it was best for him not to tell the truth, otherwise he would die an ugly death. Constance believed in his intuition, so he denied it. "Sorry, I don't know what the God's proverb are, nor have I ever recited it." "Is that so?" Gabriel's expression was indifferent. Staring at him, he said, "John, you should know that I have the eyes of Omniscient, right?" I know." Hearing this, Constantine's face suddenly froze. Then, he unconsciously looked at Laud, as if asking him what to do. The eye of Omniscient. It was also known as the eye of God and the eye of full sight. It represented God to monitor the eyes of humans. Gabriel could see everything that was happening in any corner of the world. There was no secret that could hide from her eyes. But there was a prerequisite, or rather, a weakness. The eye of Omniscient could only see what was happening to now, not past or future. According to this logic, unless Gabriel was an idiot who monitored Constantine 24 hours a day, there was a high chance that she herself did not know what had just happened. And when Gabriel descended and asked Constantine if he had recited the proverbs of God, this could be proved from the side. Therefore, based on this point, it was not difficult to deduce. Gabriel actually did not know if Constantine had read it, but he had chosen the person she thought was most likely among all the people present who had been suspended by time. Secondly, Laud also noticed one point. Gabriel's eyes were always on Constantine, and he did not look at the cowhide gun holster on the table. The God's proverb she was looking for was right in front of him, but Gabriel hadn't discovered it. She couldn't rule out the possibility that this mysterious gun could avoid the omniscient eye. To sum it up, Laud had reason to guess that Gabriel was deliberately bluffing Constantine. And it didn't matter even if he guessed wrong. In any case, Constance was the unlucky one. What did it have to do with him, an ordinary person who had been suspended by time? Laud secretly gave Constantine a look, indicating that he should not panic and boldly lie to her. Constantine expressed his doubts. But in the next second, he saw that Laud's cold eyes seemed to say to him, "If you dare to speak the truth, I will kill you." Under Laud's gaze, Constantine decisively chose to obey after a few seconds of hesitation. Even if Gabriel found out, he would not die from deceiving her, but if he dared to speak the truth, he had no doubt that this man would do what he said. Everyone understood this simple logic. "I am very sorry, Gabriel," Constance said with a face of regret. "I really haven't seen the proverbs of God, and it's even more impossible for me to recite them." Gabriel didn't say a word, her golden eyes staring at Constantine. That kind of naked feeling was very bad, as if he was stripped naked, examining his heart from inside out. But who was Constantine? His ability to deceive and fool ghosts was at the peak of perfection. Under Gabriel's scrutiny, he had a clear conscience. 1 second. 10 seconds. 1 minute. Finally, Gabriel retracted his gaze with a hint of unwillingness. He could only say, "I hope you didn't lie to me, John." "Of course, Gabriel." Constantine revealed a smile. "Whether it is heaven or hell, Constantine will never lie to you, know my character." Seeing this, Laud couldn't help but feel a trace of admiration for this scum. "You can even deceive Gabriel. As expected of you. Your ability to deceive people is top tier." "Humph." Gabriel snorted coldly. She clearly knew the character of this scum. "There seems to be some activity in hell recently. Remember to pay attention to it." After saying this, Gabriel turned and flapped her wings. She turned into a milky white ray of light that pierced through the ceiling and disappeared into the night. Chapter 71. When, after Gabriel left, The time-space that had paused instantly resumed its flow. The bright red lights began to shine, and the noisy sounds rang out again. The flowing wine entered the cup. Everything returned to normal. Everything that happened just now seemed to be a dream. However, a hole was pierced through the ceiling of the bar by Gabriel. This was great. Everyone in the bar instantly focused on them. Constantine thought to himself. Just as he was about to escape from the scene of the crime, a hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. Feeling the strength of the hand on his shoulder, Constantine turned his neck stiffly and saw a black man with shiny black skin glaring at him with anger. He was the boss of the bar, Midnight. A mage part-time businessman, with his position and principle of only pursuing profit, was jointly supported by the hybrid angel and demon. Just like the meaning in his name Midnight, if he maintained an impartial and neutral stance between good and evil and maintained the balance of the world, he would not participate in the competition between hell and heaven. Anyone who tried to break the two principles of balance and neutrality would suffer his crazy revenge. But in Laud's opinion, Midnight's so-called neutral principle could only be said to be a little ridiculous. A merchant who sold information from various channels and gathered a large number of mixed-blood bastards from angels and demons. This kind of behavior could not be called neutral. Unless he chose to give up all his strength like Sweden, the moment he stepped into heaven and hell, it was absolutely impossible to maintain neutrality. In the movie, did Midnight really not know about the descending plan of the son of Satan? Laud felt that it was not necessarily the case. Perhaps he was just waiting for an opportunity to get Constantine to solve this matter. After all, offending the son of Satan was more appropriate for a hateful person to do it. Then he could continue to hide in the back safely, maintaining his neutral principle and not offending anyone on both sides. This is a misunderstanding. Constantine felt that he was in the wrong and revealed an awkward but not polite smile. If I told you that this hole has nothing to do with me, would you believe me? What do you think? Midnight had an obvious anger on his face. He said in a deep voice, I should have told you that this is my territory. No one is allowed to behave atrociously. Anyone who dares to make a move will be punished. This is the rule set by Midnight. Until now, no one has dared to break it. Wait. I didn't do this. Constantine wanted to cry but had no tears. He felt wronged. It was obviously not him, but no one believed him. Perhaps, this was because he's scum. No one believed Constantine, because there would never be a word of truth in this guy's mouth. The mixed blood angels and demons present, even if they had never been deceived by him, had heard of his infamy from others. Believe Constantine, die without a burial. This famous saying of truth had long been passed down in heaven and hell. Constantine, you broke the Midnight rule. A white man walked out. His pale golden eyes were as cold as swords as he mocked, prepare to receive your punishment. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place. Constantine sighed. He knew that he had to take the blame. He said, so how do you plan to solve it? Midnight said, it's very simple. 10 times the compensation. No money. Constantine simply dug out his empty pockets. He spread out his hands and said, can I owe you the maintenance fee first? Midnight's eyes were fierce, and his voice gradually became cold. If you have no money, then use valuable things as collateral. Constantine was helpless. He could only look at Laud, who was watching the show, and asked for help. Why don't you pay for me first? I'll pay you back when I have the money. Wait for you to pay back the money? Even if he had to wait until the next life. Laud simply refused, no money. Then, Laud crossed his arms and picked up Nemu, took the leather gun holster, and turned to leave the bar. He had already gotten the news that he should get. As for whether Constantine was dead or alive, what did it matter to him? Wait. The white angel suddenly reached out and blocked Laud's path. He sneered, "You are Constantine's friend, right? Return the money for him first before leaving." "No, you misunderstood." Lod glanced at him and revealed a gentle smile. He said, "I don't know Constantine, nor am I his friend." "No, no, no." Upon hearing this, Constantine shouted, "Friend, you can't leave me behind. I just helped you a lot. Did you hear that?" The white angel grabbed Lod by the collar and grinned. "I'll give you two choices now. Either help him pay the debt, or stay here." When they heard that they were going to punish Constantine, and even without Midnight personally taking action, there were already more than a dozen mixed angels and demons surrounding them. Obviously, there were many people who disliked Constantine, and there were even more people who wanted him to suffer. "Let me go." Lod smiled and said gently. "Listen, you lowly human." The white angel pretended not to hear and said proudly, "As long as you leave the little girl next to you, I will let you go." Ha 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 ha. At this time, a charming female demon interrupted, "Sauls, you have good taste. This girl's soul is so high. If she is sacrificed to heaven, she should be able to get a drop of pure blood from an angel, right?" Ser's face froze and he said with some anger, "Colleton, if you dare to talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I will tear your mouth." "Oh, I am so scared." Colleton pretended to be afraid and turned to Lod with a charming smile. "That man, if you give me that little girl, not only can I help you pay, but I can also let you enjoy it for free for a night. So that's how it is." Lod nodded in understanding. "No wonder you've been looking at Nemu. So you're coveting her soul. Give her to me." Seeing that his plan had been exposed, Sauls completely tore off his disguise and reached out to grab Nemu. However, just as Saul's hand was about to touch Nemu, it was suddenly cut off by the flash of sword's light. Blood spurted out and splattered all over the ground. "Ah!" Sauls, who was behind the broken hand, let out a miserable howl, which immediately alarmed everyone in the bar. "Bastard, how dare you fight in my territory?" Midnight was shocked and angry, and his voice suddenly rose by more than 10 degrees. Everyone who saw the scene was shocked. Including Constantine, they did not expect that there was actually someone who dared to attack Midnight's father. "I'm sorry." Lod still had a gentle and humble smile on his face, as if the person who had just attacked was not him at all. "I used a little bit of strength, but I didn't expect your hand to break." "Bastard, bastard." Sauls roared and rushed forward, wanting to tear this man to pieces. Clang. The crisp sound of sword rang out, like a clear spring flowing in the mountains, suffused with a cold and cold light, like a crescent moon rising and falling. Then, under everyone's gaze, Sauls was split into two halves. "Now." Lod's eyes calmly swept past everyone, and then he said indifferently, "Is there anyone else who wants to stop me? If not, I will prepare to leave." How arrogant! How savage! How presumptuous! Chapter 72. Kill him. How dare he attack in Midnight's territory? Is this guy crazy? Humph, he's dead for sure. Daddy Midnight, teach him a lesson. At this moment, the emotions of everyone in the bar were ignited. Like boiling water, they focused their greedy and murderous gazes on Lod and Nemu. "Is there anyone else?" Lod remained unmoved. The corners of his lips held a gentle smile as he said indifferently, "If there isn't, then I will take my leave first." How arrogant! How savage! This whole scene left Constantine dumbfounded. He had never seen anyone who dared to be so rampant in Midnight's territory. But it was a good thing for him because no one was paying attention to him now. Today's matter was too big. He was not going to stay any longer. Since Lod was kind-hearted to attract attention for him, if he did not run now, when would he stay? It was good to get used to selling teammates. "Sorry, friend." Constantine bent over and crawled under the table of the bar. He did not forget to think, the next time we meet, I will definitely return this favor to you. The initiator, Constantine, ran away, but no one noticed. Because their current target was Lod. Midnight's expression was as gloomy as water, his face as black as charcoal. He said in a deep voice, "If any of you can kill him, I will reward him with a drop of pure blood." The pure blood can only be condensed by real angels and demons. It contains pure high-level energy and can further purify the blood in the body. It can be said to be the favorite thing of these mixed blood bastards. Under the heavy reward, there must be brave men. Get out of the way, let me do it. A 2-meter-tall black man walked out and stood in front of Lod. The few people who were originally restless saw this black man come out, and a hint of helplessness flashed across their faces. "I should have been faster just now," a white devil said with a vexed expression. "This guy, Sark, personally made a move. This kid is dead for sure." Sark was the most famous angel here. His strength was almost equal to that of a low-level pure-blooded angel. It was said that he was only one step away from ascending to heaven. Don't ask why the angel was black, asking was political right, and there was a state of affairs here. The evil witch, Colleton, walked out, revealing a tempting expression. She bit her sexy red lips and said, "Sark, if you kill this kid, why don't you give that little girl to me? I can accompany you for a month." What a slut. Looking at Colleton's appearance, Sark felt that his lower body had slightly expanded. He laughed and said, "I can give that girl to you, but I have to enjoy her first." Sark. Midnight's face was gloomy. He interrupted him impatiently and said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and get rid of him. Don't waste any more time." "Got it, Daddy Midnight." Sark walked over confidently. His right hand was wrapped in dense holy light, gradually condensing into a solid golden sword of light. A cruel smile flashed across the corner of his mouth as he roared, "Go to hell, human." The sword of holy light condensed into a sword that tore through the air, fierce and fierce, slashing towards Lod's head. Everyone present, including Sark himself, revealed cruel smiles on their faces. Blood splashed out of their imagination, and the scene of Lod's head moving seemed to have appeared before their eyes. However, things went contrary to their wishes. Ding! With a crisp sound, the sword of holy light slashed down sharply, but it stopped abruptly in front of Lod. And what blocked Sark's full-powered strike was only a slender finger. "This is impossible." Sark's expression changed. His pale golden pupils were filled with shock. This was a strike that he had used all his strength, yet it was actually blocked by this human with just a single finger. What sort of absurd thing was this? "Stop joking around." Sark growled, the veins on his face bulging out as he used all of his strength to press down on the sword of holy light. But no matter how hard he tried, the sword of holy light did not move at all. That slender finger was like a heavenly chasm that blocked between them. Duh! His slender fingers bent slightly and buckled on the sword of holy light. The next second, blood splashed out, and the black angel Sark was cut in half by sword from his left shoulder to his right. Ah! Lod was expressionless. He narrowed his eyes and said, "I originally wanted to cut you into 8 pieces. It seems that the speed is not fast enough. Kill another person." Moreover, it was an instant kill. It was so fast that no one could see clearly how that guy had killed Sark. Everyone who was originally full of confidence in Sark instantly felt a chill run down their spines after witnessing the scene with their own eyes. A chill surged up their hearts. At this moment, Midnight suddenly had an ominous premonition. He seemed to have provoked someone he should not have provoked. A bunch of bastards. Lod's eyes flashed with coldness. He said indifferently, "It's useless to keep it. It's better to die." Whether it was the mixed blood angel or the mixed blood demon, they were all coveting Nemu's pure soul quality. And this. It made Lot understand that these people were dregs. Since they were dregs, there was no need for them to continue existing. Boom. An indescribably enormous spiritual power rose up. The ground of the entire bar suddenly shattered, and then waves of air that were visible to the naked eye spread out like ripples. For a time, the hurricane raged and roared, forcibly blowing all the people near Lot to stagger. As spiritual power continued to rise, everyone's breathing became more and more difficult. It was as if a heavy invisible mountain was pressing down on everyone, causing them to kneel on the ground, unable to bear the burden. Even moving their fingers seemed to have become an unattainable hope at this moment. How terrifying! There was no power to resist at all. In front of this man, they could not even raise their heads. This was such a simple thing. Midnight was no longer as high and mighty as before. He was like a wild dog, kneeling on the ground and breathing hard, trying to absorb more air. You! What are you doing? Midnight was completely panicked. This level of pressure, he used to only be on the high-ranking angel and demon. It was as deep as the sea, as mighty as the waters. That was a supreme realm that only gods could attain. What are you doing? Lot's lips curled into a gentle smile as he said, "Of course, kill everyone here. Evil. Devil." Midnight's nerves were beating wildly and his face was pale. He felt that all the pores on his body were showing fear. This man was serious. His killing intent was not strong, but it was incomparably pure. In his eyes, the lives of everyone present were like a speck of dust that was casually wiped away. Would wiping away dust make people feel guilty? No. There was no disgust, no guilt, and no hatred. It was only because it was dirty. Lot's eyes swept past the crowd indifferently. He held sword with one hand, and then his thin lips parted slightly. He said, "Scatter, Senbonzakura." Hua! The silvery white sword blade scattered into pink petals in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Under the red light of the bar, the dancing petals reflected a beautiful color. For a time, everyone could not help but be intoxicated by this fatal beauty. Goodbye. Lot held the remaining handle of sword in his right hand and waved it down. Whoosh! Thousands of petals formed by swords' blades turned into a violent tsunami in a flash. One after another, swords' blades cut into their bodies. It was as if thousands of swords had cut them into pieces, causing everyone to let out shrill cries. They interweaved with each other, and the blood that sprayed out continuously drew out a scene that was like hell. Acquired, medium soul *1. Acquired, medium soul *1. Acquired, medium soul *1. Chapter 73. Acquired, medium soul *19. Acquired, lower soul *480. The system's notification signified the extinction of Midnight Bar. 19 mixed blood angels, demons, and 48 supernatural beings, a total of 67 had died. Thick blood filled the entire floor of the bar. At a glance, it was filled with broken flesh and broken limbs. It was as if they were in hell. However, Lot seemed to be independent of this place. His clothes were clean and tidy now, without a single drop of blood. In fact, he was a kind person. Lot did not like to slaughter innocent lives, but these bastards were not among them. From the moment these people treated Nimue as a sacrifice, he had no intention of letting these people leave alive. The reason was simple. Nimue was his possession. Since these people dared to covet her, they had to be prepared to pay the price of their lives. You, this, demon. Midnight, who was on his last breath, struggled to look up from the pool of blood. You killed so many angels and demons. Heaven and hell will not let you go. Only Midnight survived, or it should be said that Lot let him go. This neutral and evil character might still be useful in the future, so he spared his life. I am not a demon, but death god. Lot sheathed sword and said indifferently, Secondly, heaven and hell will not fight for these bastards. War. It was a big joke. Midnight really thought of himself as a spring onion. Did he really need to wait until now if heaven and hell could invade the human world? A group of mixed blood bastards, just using the loopholes in the rules of heaven and hell to achieve the purpose of invading the human world. Even if heaven and hell knew, would they dare to come to the human world? If anyone dared to violate the rules and descend, Sorcerer Supreme would dare to spread the ashes to him. Rules were the necessary conditions for the three sides to maintain balance. No one wanted to see the rules broken, even heaven and hell were unwilling to see this scene. This was the rule jointly set by the three big shots. Therefore, no matter how the heaven and hell fought, they would not cross this line. Those who cross the line, die. Laud held Nemu in his arms and walked out of the bar step by step, stepping on thick blood. Brother, where are we going now? To find Constantine. Ah, then do you know where he is? I know. After sneaking out, Constantine did not stop but went straight home. Back at the apartment, after entering the door, Constantine did not take off his clothes and laid on the sofa. Too many things had happened tonight, so much so that he now felt dizzy and heavy. First, it was the mysterious man, and then it was Gabriel that descended. These things made Constantine feel that something was wrong. And when Gabriel left, he specifically reminded him to pay attention to the movements in hell. Constance took out his favorite silk-card cigarette from his bosom, took out a cigarette from it, and lit it in his mouth. Zi. After lighting up the cigarette, Constantine took a deep breath and slowly exhaled a puff of white smoke, relaxing his tense nerves. What does Gabriel mean? Constance's eyes were deep as he pondered. Could it be that other than the arrival of the door of hell, something else is happening in hell? Dong. A knock on the door interrupted Constantine's train of thought. F***ck. Constantine cursed and got up from the sofa. He walked to the door. Creak. As the door opened, a beauty with brown hair and big wavy hair entered Constantine's sight. Angela. Constantine frowned and looked disgusted. What are you doing here? But the current Constantine did not know that this woman in front of him was the mother chosen by the son of the infernal king, Mammon. John, I'm counting on you. Angela sobbed with tears in her eyes. I want to see with my own eyes the murderers who killed my sister. No. Without any hesitation, Constantine rejected her and slammed the door shut. Bang. The door was closed. I beg you. Angela slapped the door with her hands and begged, Isabella, is my only sister. I have to find out what she saw. Inside the door. Constantine, who was supposed to turn around and leave, turned around and looked through the peephole. The pleading and despair on Angela's face, as well as the regret deep in her heart, including the tragic death of her sister, the true fragrance of pursuing the truth, all kinds of hearts were very similar to herself who begged the priest for redemption. At this moment, he and Angela were very similar to him and the priest at that time. And the door between them was like a confession room for a confession. At that time, he was not redeemed. But this woman, still had a chance. Finally, the iron door opened. Angela's tear-stained face revealed a hint of surprise. John, are you willing to help me? You better think it through, Angela. Constantine looked helpless and sighed. Once you start, there is no turning back. When you can see them, they can see you too, understand? Looking at Constantine's serious eyes, Angela was silent for a few seconds and then nodded firmly. Understood. Very good, come with me. Constantine leaned to the side and opened a path for Angela to come in. After the two of them came to the bathroom, Constantine turned on the tap and filled the bathtub with water. Take off your clothes, Winston said. Angela hesitated for a moment, then took off her coat decisively, revealing her sexy figure. She walked to the bathtub full of water, took a deep breath, and turned to ask, do you want to take off the rest of your clothes? Constantine glanced at it and was deeply attracted to it. What a deep ditch. John. Angela's face turned slightly red. I mean, can you leave one for me? It's okay. That's good. Constantine coughed and shifted his gaze to Angela. Okay. Angela took a deep breath and asked, wait, why do we need water? Is there water in hell? Constantine explained impatiently, water is in mysticism, and it has a double meaning of connection and isolation. So it is a common channel that can help you travel through different worlds. Oh, I understand. Angela stepped into the bathtub and slowly sank her body into the water. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked, how long do I need to soak in it? Depends on the situation. Constantine suddenly revealed a strange smile on his face. It looked quite horrifying, and Angela felt a chill run down her spine. Wait a minute, you. Before she could finish her words, Angela's head was pressed into the water by Constantine. Ugh. Ah. Being pressed into the water violently, Angela choked several mouthfuls of water. Her face was full of horror and panic. Her hands were frantically pulling at the water, trying to push Constantine away. A beautiful woman wearing a white sleeveless shirt was violently pressed into a bathtub filled with water by a blonde, decadent uncle. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like a scene of murder. I forgot to tell you, Angela. Constantine said with a smirk, if you want to see hell, you first have to experience the feeling of dying. Chapter 74. What kind of experience was dying? Angela was very lucky to experience the feeling of being drowned in the bathtub by Constantine. According to the normal process, going to hell was not so dangerous. She only needed to soak a part of her body in the water and go to hell through the medium. However, Angela wanted the rapid completion version. Since she had chosen the rapid completion version, how could there be no risk? Therefore, Constantine could only choose this method, placing her at the moment of her death, and then using the medium of water to send her soul to hell. Crash. Water kept splashing in the bathtub. Angela stretched out her slender arm and waved it around, tightly grasping Constantine's shirt. It was like the last straw of the person who fell into the water, trying to pull her body out of the water. The splashing water soaked Constantine's white shirt, and after Angela's clothes were soaked, they clung tightly to her body, revealing her exquisite and sexy figure. It had to be said that when people faced death, the power that erupted was quite terrifying. With no other choice, Constantine used his other hand to hold her tightly in the bathtub. Just like that, Constantine stared expressionlessly at Angela, who was struggling in the water. 1 second, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. Angela's struggling became weaker and weaker, and her pupils began to show signs of dissipating. Angela suddenly felt that the world was becoming slower and slower. Time seemed to have been stretched infinitely. She could clearly see that in the tap above her, there was a full drop of water that was slowly dripping down. Duh! The water droplets fell on the surface of the bathtub and rippled. Everything in the world stopped moving, and absolute silence enveloped her. In the next second, the world that appeared in Angela's eyes had changed into another appearance. What was hell like? Before this, Angela had never thought of this problem, but now she saw it with her own eyes. The sky was shrouded in black clouds, and dusk and decay were the eternal main colors of this world. Here, there was no day, no night, only eternal dusk. The earth-shattering yellow sand filled the entire world, and the raging wind was mixed with shrill cries. As far as her eyes could see, there were only broken walls, burning flames, and decaying bones. This scene was vividly portrayed to her, like the cruel scene after the destruction of the world. This was hell. All the souls that fell here would suffer pain for eternity. Every minute and second here was a kind of suffering. Constantine had once said that 2 minutes in hell was as long as a year for him. Phew. Yellow sand whistled through the air, and an aura rushed into Angela's brain through her nostrils. Because of her identity as a police officer, Angela quickly recognized that it was the smell of rotting human flesh and thick blood. Blurg. Angela felt her stomach churn, and she couldn't help but bend down and vomit. Unfortunately, she didn't eat anything at night and could only vomit some acid. After a while, Angela suppressed the acid in her stomach and wiped the tears from her eyes. Then, she mustered up the courage to look up again and began to size up hell. Apart from the collapsed ruins and the corpses everywhere, there really seemed to be nothing here. So, this was the world Isabella had seen. Angela thought of her sister, who had been suffering from such pain all this time. The guilt in her heart became stronger and stronger. Wait for me, Isabella. Angela took a few deep breaths and cheered herself up in her heart. Then, she carefully explored the path in front of her. But she did not notice that under the collapsed ruins, there were pairs of evil and greedy eyes silently watching this outsider. The scent of a living person suddenly appeared in hell. To these evil creatures, Angela's existence was like a bright lamp in the darkness. In the shadows under the ruins, ferocious monsters appeared. Their noses twitched, greedily sniffing the scent of a living person, and transparent mucus flowed out of their mouths. Then, they used their limbs and quietly followed Angela like a beast. As time went by, Angela felt that she had walked a long way. She also came to a wide road from the first path. There were countless abandoned cars on both sides of the road, and in the distance was a collapsed bridge. At this moment, Angela suddenly heard a call in front of her. Angela. This familiar call caused Angela's body to stiffen. Although the sandstorm in front of her was very strong, Angela could still barely see it clearly. What called her was a white figure. Although the two were very far apart, Angela recognized the white figure at the first moment. It was her twin sister, Isabella. Isabella stood at the edge of the cliff, wearing a pure white hospital gown, which was very similar to the scene when she jumped off the building to commit suicide. Isabella. Angela's eyes were wet and her lips trembled slightly. She could not control the pain in her heart and ran to her sister. It's too late. A tear streaked across Isabella's face. She looked at her sister who was running towards her and shook her head sadly. Sister, leave here quickly. His target is you. The next moment, Isabella closed her eyes, opened her arms, and slowly fell backwards. Isabella, who had committed suicide, could only fall into hell in the Catholic Church, and then kept repeating the actions of jumping off a building to commit suicide. This was the punishment of hell to her. No. Isabella. No. Angela watched her sister commit suicide in front of her eyes, and her mind was on the verge of collapse, and she burst into tears. Plek, plek. But then, a creepy sound of licking came from all directions, along with a low growl that did not sound human. Angela did not have the time to continue wallowing grief. The monster had appeared. It was a group of people who crawled out from the shadows of the ruins, surrounding her in the center. The monsters were all skinny, and half of their heads had been cut off out of thin air. One could even see the structure of their brains in the remaining half of their heads. The images of these monsters were very similar to the evil ghosts that Dante had described in the Divine Comedy. These evil ghosts were like Isabella, who had committed all kinds of sins before their death, so they fell into hell after death, suffered torture and devastation, and finally became like this. Hiss dash. Sticky saliva dripped from the mouths of these evil spirits as they stared at Angela greedily, as if they were going to tear her to pieces. Ah! Angela was so scared that her face turned pale. She unconsciously took 2 steps back, but behind her suddenly became a cliff. Behind them was a steep cliff, surrounded by greedy evil spirits. Constantine, save me! Angela cried for help with a pale face. At this point, she could only place all her hopes on that man, hoping that Constantine could be more reliable. Chapter 75. Bang. The bathtub shattered and the water inside exploded, splashing on the ground and ceiling. Constantine clapped his hands as usual and asked, "How is it? Have you seen hell?" But what answered him was silence. Angela's eyes were closed, her skin was cold, and her chest was flat. She looked like a quiet sleeping beauty. "Angela." Constantine frowned and realized something was wrong. Under normal circumstances, after leaving hell, one would feel a pain similar to burning fire due to the difficulty of adapting to the soul. However, Angela did not say a word. It was obviously impossible for her endurance to be extraordinary. "Wake up, Angela." Constantine crouched down and shook Angela as he shouted, but the latter was as heavy as a corpse, causing him to suddenly have a bad feeling. "Shit, something happened." Constantine cursed. He opened Angela's eyes and saw a pair of white eyes. Breathing, no. No heartbeat. Her soul was gone. After Constantine examined it carefully, his face revealed a look of disbelief. Whether it was from a physiological point of view or from a mysterious point of view, it undoubtedly meant that Angela was already dead. The near-death experience had become a true death experience. "No, no, no, no." Constantine immediately panicked. He drew a cross on Angela's chest with both hands and shouted, "Please, come back quickly, Angela." The next second, Angela suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were covered with shocking blue veins, and her white pupils were staring straight at Constantine. Angela didn't bend her knees. She stood up from the ground like a tumbler. She looked at Constantine almost at zero distance. The veins around her eyes bulged, and her ferocious eyes were staring straight at him. Swish. Constantine felt his scalp go numb, and all the hair on his body stood up. Angela, with a strange smile, he pushed his hands out. Constantine immediately felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by a tremendous force. It was as if he was hit by a car, and he was sent flying out of control, crashing into the wall. Bang! The skin on the wall was shaken off, and the crystal lamp on the ceiling shook violently. S-H-I-T. This was not a light blow. Constantine felt that his internal organs were almost displaced by this impact. Constantine. Angela, just like a spider, ignored gravity and hung on the ceiling, and its head strangely twisted 180 degrees, doing a completely inhuman action. Newton's law was about to be broken down again. As an experienced old exorcist, Constantine could tell at a glance that Angela's body had been taken over by a demon. It was called Angela, and in the end, it was called a possessed demon. Constantine was now panicking in his heart. He glared at Angela and asked in a questioning tone, "Listen to the possessed demon inside. Who are you? Tell me your name." "Hi hi. Hi hi." Angela, the veins on his face squirmed as if they were alive, and the corners of his mouth curved into a strange smile. "Okay." Seeing this scene, Constantine understood decisively. "It seems that you don't intend to say it, but it doesn't matter. I am too lazy to know anyway." Roar dash. The possessed stepped on the ceiling with both feet. He let out a shrill scream and then rushed towards Constantine. Just in time. Constantine's lips curled into a cold smile. He first moved sideways to avoid the pounce, and before the possessed demon could get up, he sat down on her. Relying on his own weight to barely suppress the possessed demon, Constance placed his right thumb between Angela's eyebrows, and then muttered, "In the name of great creation, I order you with the Holy Cross. I order you with the six-pointed star. I order you with the truth of the world. I order you to leave this place immediately." Boom! The invisible power suddenly surged, turning into a raging wind that howled. In the darkness, there seemed to be an invisible force pulling out the demon in Angela's body, causing her to scream in pain. Her body struggled uncontrollably, and she arched a huge arc. Two white pupils stared at him with resentment. Ah, Constantine. Constantine was expressionless. He pressed on Angela's forehead, bit his left index finger, and pressed it. He continued to say, "With the blood of humans, quickly retreat. Break the devil's binding. Lord, save us." Bang. The glass in the room was shattered, and the ground seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Angela stopped abruptly, and then the body stopped moving, and the white pupils disappeared. Constantine sat on the ground, reached out to wipe the sweat on his face, and said with a bit of joy, "Fortunately, I haven't been possessed for a long time, and my strength hasn't become stronger yet. Otherwise, I would be out of luck tonight." The power of the possessed demon increased with the passage of time. This possessed demon had only been possessed for a short period of time, so it was easily expelled. But this did not mean that the matter was resolved. Constantine's brows still furrowed because Angela's soul had not returned and was still trapped in hell. Being trapped in hell was not a small matter. Once Angela stayed in hell for too long, there would only be two results. Either her soul was affected by hell and completely degenerated into a ghost, or she would be eaten by the demons in hell. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. "Do you need help?" Constantine was slightly stunned, because this voice sounded a little familiar to him. Looking towards the direction of the voice, Constantine saw the man he had just met in the bar, holding the cute little loli and looking at him with ridicule. "It's you guys." Constantine said in shock, "How did you guys get out? Did midnight release you?" "Of course I came out." Laud smiled and said, "As for midnight, it no longer exists. You didn't come here just to take revenge on me, did you?" Constantine hesitated for a moment and asked carefully. After all, he had sold them out without hesitation in the bar just now. No. Laud shook his head and said with a smile, "I'm here to help you." "Help? What can you help me with?" Constantine frowned and asked. "I can help you save her." Laud raised his finger and pointed at Angela, who was lying on the ground. "Are you kidding me? Her soul is trapped in hell. How are you going to save her?" Constance's face was full of disbelief. "Could it be that you could still go to hell and bring Angela's soul back?" Laud pursed her lips and smiled indifferently. "That's what I meant. Go to hell and bring her soul back." Chapter 76. Are you crazy? Constantine's first reaction was that Laud was joking with him. What kind of place was hell? It was the end of all things, a place that only God hated. Those who do good, go to heaven. Those who do evil, go to hell. This is the rule set by the God. No angel or demon can go against his will. Any soul that falls into hell cannot be saved in any form. Even if it were for the archangel. I'm not crazy. The smile on Laud's face did not diminish as he said, "You sent me to hell and I brought Angela back. What do you think?" "I don't think so." Constantine's mouth twitched, but he swallowed his words in the end because he was afraid of being beaten. "What are you trying to do? Don't talk about Angela. You don't have to tell me this kind of lie to a child." Constantine stared straight at Laud and asked in a deep voice. "I just want to go to hell, that's all." The corner of Laud's lips rose slightly, and he said with a calm smile. Anyway, whether Constantine agreed or not, he would definitely go to hell this time. At worst, he would just convince people with reason, right? He insisted on going to hell, not purely because of curiosity, but because he planned to expand his business and see if he could artificially create a. But before he expanded his business scope, he still needed to personally understand hell. After all, this was Marvel World. If he didn't investigate clearly before acting rashly, who knew which big shot he would provoke? As the saying goes, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy, winning 100 battles. Speaking of the person who understood hell the most, besides the ghost rider, there was probably only this detective of hell in front of him. Since you insist on going, I won't stop you. Seeing that Lod was determined to go, Constantine no longer stopped him. Instead, he lit a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and took a puff. Then he slowly spat out a white smoke. But at least, you have to let me know your name, right? Lord Karl. Well, I remember your name. Constantine took a puff of his cigarette and said seriously, I will send you to hell, but I have to tell you a few things in advance. I hope you can remember them. Please speak. Lod made a gesture of invitation. He was indeed not very clear about the hell after the combination of Marvel and DC Universe. Constantine was here just in time to replenish his knowledge. Constantine raised a finger and said, First, the hell you are familiar with is actually not a complete dimension. What do you mean? The hell is not a complete dimension. Lod frowned slightly, not quite understanding the meaning of the sentence. Constantine's eyes flashed. He smiled meaningfully and said, the previous hell was a complete and independent dimension. But because of some unknown reasons, it shattered into countless little hell, which was ruled by the devil monarchs who symbolized the 7 sins of hell. Lod narrowed his eyes and asked, which devil monarchs are they? The sin of pride, Lucifer Morningstar. The sin of jealousy, Leviathan. The sin of rage, Samael. The sin of sloth, Belphegor. The sin of greed, Mammon. The sin of gluttony, Beelzebub. The sin of lust, Asmodeus. Constantine read them one by one, and then added, in addition to the devil monarchs who symbolizes the 7 sins, there are also demons born in the land of hell. They also have the power of the devil monarchs and can contend with the 7 devil monarchs. For example, the devil king of hell Mephisto. It is a powerful devil born from hell itself. It is said that he controls the soul that falls to hell. He is the devil with the closest power to Lucifer among all the devil monarchs and has the potential to become Satan. Wait. Didn't the Bible say that fallen angel Lucifer is Satan? Lod asked in surprise. Who told you? Constantine was extremely speechless. Which Bible says that Lucifer is Satan? Isn't it? Lod was a little embarrassed. In fact, he was not very familiar with the Western style. The origin of Satan and Lucifer was just an inherent image. Of course not. Constantine was speechless. Satan is closer to a title, not a specific existence. Whoever is the strongest in hell can call himself Satan. Then, Constantine continued to talk about the problem of hell. In the beginning, hell and heaven were independent and complete dimensional spaces. However, for some unknown reason, the complete hell suddenly shattered, turning into the present countless small fragments that formed an incomplete dimensional space. And these spaces were called Little Hell. At present, all the demons came from Little Hell, and the reason why the demons and monarchs who ruled these fragments of dimensions fought each other was to seize the authority of the other Little Hell. Why did these devil monarchs and devils want to seize the authority of each other? In this regard, Lod had a guess of his own. Perhaps, it was those devil monarchs and kings of hell who wanted to obtain the complete dimensional power of hell. Since heaven had given birth to the god. Then, as someone of the same level as hell, why hadn't there been a character similar to that of God? The fundamental reason was that the real hell had been broken. The authority in the remaining small hells was too weak, and it was not enough to support the birth of beings on the same level as God. Now that I think about it, Lucifer Morningstar led half of the angels to hell, and the deeper meaning was probably terrifying. Is the so-called God really omniscient and omnipotent? I'm afraid, not necessarily. Moreover, hell is still unable to be unified until now. The authority is scattered in the hands of more than a dozen sovereigns, and there is no reason for God to obstruct it. Of course, this is only based on baseless speculation. Lot is not clear about the specific situation now, because he has not seen the god yet. Interesting indeed. The corners of Lot's mouth lifted into a smile, and his expectations for hell increased a lot. It seemed that this trip had not been in vain. He had obtained a lot of information about hell from Constantine. However, this was just hearsay. If he wanted to truly understand the situation, he had to personally go to hell. Since we have decided, let's not delay any further. Let's hurry up and act. Otherwise, Angela's soul will be hard to find. Constantine was someone who would do whatever he wanted, so he immediately arranged the preparations before transmigration. Due to the fact that Lot already possessed quite a powerful spirit energy, Constantine did not choose to use the previous method, mainly because he felt that he would not be able to hold Lot down, and there was a high possibility that he would be killed instead. Put your feet inside. Constantine brought over a basin of water and placed it at Lot's feet. Without waiting for him to ask, he explained, "You need a medium to go to hell, and water is a common medium. You can understand it as ticket." Chapter 77. A basin of water and a black cat. There was no need to elaborate on the function of water. The main point was this black cat. This black cat had appeared in the original version of Jimmy. Constantine had carried this black cat into hell and found the suicide Isabella. Because this cat was raised by Isabella, it had a special connection with Angela. It could help Lot find the missing Angela's soul in hell. Without the guidance of the black cat, it was impossible for Lot to find a person's soul in the vast and endless hell. "Are you ready, Lot?" Constantine took a deep breath and said, "First of all, according to what I said, soak your feet in the water basin, hold this black cat, and look straight into its eyes. Then, try to empty your mind, don't have any distracting thoughts, and imagine that you are in a dark. Clear your mind and imagine hollow." It doesn't sound difficult. Lot thought about it and felt that it was not difficult. It is not as simple as you think. Because the structure of the human brain is very complicated. The more you want to avoid something, the more the brain will remind you repeatedly. Constantine pursed his lips, looking as though he was saying, "Don't brag and force everyone to be good friends. When I first tried, it took me 4 to 5 hours to clear my mind. Clear my brain." This condition seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult to achieve. Unless it was someone who had undergone professional training, it was actually very difficult for ordinary people to empty their minds in a short period of time and clear out those miscellaneous thoughts. But in fact, the state that Constantine mentioned was extremely similar to the state of sword meditation that Death God usually talked to Zanpakuto about. Both of them needed to clear their own distracting thoughts, and their brains were in a state of emptiness. Lot smiled without saying a word, then patted Nemu on the head and instructed, "Nemu, go to the side first and wait for brother." "Okay, brother." Nemu nodded obediently, then walked to the side and waited quietly. "This little girl, is she wary of me?" Constantine frowned slightly. He noticed that Nemu was standing right behind him, and the distance was no more than 2 meters. 2 meters was a very dangerous distance. If the other party launched an attack at this distance, it would be very difficult for him to react. When Nemu saw Constantine looking at her, her eyes curved into a crescent moon and 2 shallow dimples appeared on her face. She said cutely, "Uncle better not have any crooked thoughts, otherwise, Nemu will definitely make your death very ugly." It was not that Nemu was lying, but that she had sufficient self-confidence. Although Nemu was usually only responsible for acting cute and playing tricks, occasionally studying some things, but don't forget that her real identity was Death God. If it were at a different time and place without any restrictions, it would be almost impossible for Nemu to defeat Constantine. But now that Constantine was close at hand and without any tricks, Nemu was confident that he could kill Constantine in an instant. "No, no, no, you misunderstood me." Constantine's eyes twitched, and he waved his hand repeatedly, indicating that he absolutely had no malice towards Lod. Although Nimue had been acting very ordinary until now, his instinct for many years of living told him that it was best not to provoke this cute but actually black-bellied scary loli. Otherwise, he would really die. Lod saw all of this, but he did not say anything to stop it, because letting Nimue monitor Constantine was his idea. As the saying goes, one must be wary of others. Especially when it came to Constantine, a hero who was famous for his deception skills. Therefore, Lod had to set up a plan in advance to prevent himself from being cheated by Constantine. Constantine was so smart that he saw through their thoughts at a glance. Besides, although Lod and Nimue were on guard against him, wasn't he on guard against Lod and Nimue as well? Everyone was well aware of this point, but they just didn't want to break this membrane. "Get ready, let's begin," Constantine urged. "If we delay for a minute, Angela's danger level in hell will increase a little." Following Constantine's instructions, Lod first soaked his feet in the water basin, then picked up the black cat and looked straight into its eyes. Clear all distracting thoughts, imagine Hollow's absence of darkness, and immerse his mind in it, putting his soul in a state of Hollow. It didn't take long for him to enter the state. "You entered the state so quickly?" Constantine raised an eyebrow. He was a little surprised. He thought it would take a long time, but he didn't expect it to succeed in one go. Constantine walked up to Lod and took a deep breath. "I'm going to start. Don't disturb me during the ceremony. Otherwise, I won't be responsible for any accidents." "Don't worry." Nimue's eyes were slightly cold. With a temperament that completely did not match his age, he said, "With me here, no one can disturb you." "That's good. I hope it is as you say." Constantine shrugged and cut his right thumb. He wiped a drop of blood between Lod's eyebrows and chanted the Latin incantation. In an ethereal state, Lod could clearly sense that the blood that dripped between his eyebrows and another distant strange dimension had established some kind of indescribable special connection. Then, Lod felt a certain power being pulled out of his soul in an instant. Then, it followed Constantine's blood and turned into a stream of light, rushing to that distant and unfamiliar dimension. Hell. The eternal dusk, as well as the smell of decay, filled any corner of the world. As expected, I've become Death God. Lod found that he was wearing a custom-made Death Tyrant outfit, and there was a short sword at his waist. Meow. A cat's meow suddenly sounded. Lod looked down and saw that the black cat was rubbing its head against his trousers. Lod squatted down and stroked the black cat. Then, he said, "Be good, take me to Angela, understand?" Meow woo. This black cat was very intelligent, as if it really understood his words. It gently licked Lod's palm and then ran in a direction. After running for a distance, seeing that Lod did not follow, the black cat turned around and looked at him. Its two golden pupils revealed a very human-like color. The corner of Lod's eyes twitched, and he thought to himself, "This cat couldn't have been Shihao or Nyoryuki, right?" Chapter 78. After running with the black cat for an hour, Lod finally understood one thing. Hell was really f-king big. This was not an exaggeration at all, but the little hell he was currently in was really big. But it was very normal. From Constantine's words, he learned that there were large and small dimensions outside the earth. For example, the dimension occupied by the Dark Monarch, Dormammu, the dimension occupied by Thun, and the dimension occupied by Mountain King. The overall area of the dimension was almost comparable to a single universe. The original heaven and hell dimensions occupied an area that even surpassed a single universe, and the dimensions affected by the radiation of the two could reach the level of the multiverse. The specific form of performance was that no matter in any dimension, there was the name of heaven and hell. However, after the initial hell dimension collapsed, the smallest of the small fragments with the authority of the hell was the size of a planet. To find a lost human soul in a place as big as a planet was no different from ascending to the heavens. No wonder Constantine said that this was impossible. However, it was not completely impossible. This black cat and Angela had a spiritual connection and could communicate with each other, so there was still a chance. Meow. The black cat came to the edge of a cliff and suddenly stopped. Then he raised his paw and pointed below and called Lot a few times, as if asking him to come over and see. To be reasonable, are you really not Yoryuaki? Lot asked again and was surprised by the intelligence of this black cat. This was no longer the level of intelligence that an ordinary creature could possess, right? Meow meow. The black cat seemed to be very eager. It shouted a few more times at Lot, and then its paws pointed at the bottom of the cliff. Understood, I will go over now. Lot could not help but laugh. He felt that he might be thinking too much. How could the black cat be Yoryuaki? After arriving at the edge of the cliff, Lot looked down where the black cat pointed. A hint of joy appeared between his eyebrows. I found her. Angela. Below the cliff where the black cat pointed, there was a girl wearing a thin shoulder belt and a sleeveless t-shirt. She was lying on a huge circular stone and her limbs were tied up by an arm-thick chain. Although he had already found Angela, Lot was not in a hurry. Instead, he focused his spiritual energy into his eyes. This allowed his vision to improve rapidly in a short period of time. Through the obstruction of the yellow sand and thick smoke, he could clearly see the grass and trees below. With the help of the eye of spiritual energy, Lot was able to see everything below. Angela was lying on a huge stone disc. Judging from the weathering of the stone disc, it should have been a very ancient time, and there were unknown words carved on it. After carefully observing these words, Lot was surprised to find that the appearance and structure of these words were very similar to the words on the gun cover. There were only some subtle differences. Another Akkad language. Lot frowned and couldn't help but wonder why these characters appeared in hell. As far as he knew, the characters originated from the Flash language department and were the wedge-shaped characters of one of the oldest languages in the world. In the era of more than 2000 BC, it was created and used by the Akkad civilization. Later, it evolved into most existing Mideast language. Some historians and linguists of the modern era speculated that the ancient Hebrew text of the Jewish past was born from the words of Akkad. When Constantine read the sentence on the holster, it actually attracted the arrival of Archangel Gabriel. The ancient Hebrew language. The Jewish language. Akkad. The Bible. Gabriel. All kinds of thoughts flashed in Lot's mind. As the pieces of clues gradually took shape, a bold guess appeared in his mind. It was known that the most ancient Bible in the world at present was written by the ancient characters written by Google. Secondly, the ancient characters originated from Akkad, and the Archangel Gabriel named them the Proverbs of God. Then may I ask, who was the one who could be called God by the Archangel Gabriel? God. Only God would be called God by the Archangel Gabriel. In other words, long before the birth of the ancient text, someone had used Akkad to record the words and deeds of God, and it was precisely because of this that Gabriel called it God's proverb. No. I still need a key piece of information. Lot frowned. Although he speculated that these characters were most likely the prototype of the oldest Holy Bible that recorded the words and deeds of God. However, he still could not understand why these characters appeared in hell. What was the special purpose of these characters? Moreover, from the incident of Gabriel's descent, it could be seen that he was very concerned about the motto of the god. His intuition told him that there was a huge secret hidden in these words. Meow. The black cat's cry suddenly interrupted Lot. Huh. Feeling the touch on his calf, Lot lowered his head and saw the black cat gently rubbing against him. Meow. The black cat rubbed against his calf while looking at Angela. It called out in a low voice, as if reminding Lot not to forget that he came to save her. That's true. I almost forgot. Laud laughed at himself. He was attracted by those words and almost forgot that there was someone else he wanted to save. But there was one thing that worried Laud. There were no signs of demons around the stone disk. This was not good news. It had to be known that the souls of living people were extremely attractive to demons. On the way here, he had already seen enough. Even under the threat of spiritual power, those greedy evil spirits still rushed forward at all costs, wanting to devour his soul. But Angela was lying there. However, no demon dared to approach this disk stone. From this point, it was enough to prove that it was not so simple. What a headache! Laud sighed. He had only wanted to experience hell ahead of time and see if there was a chance to earn a sum of money. After all, in this world, where the soul was, it must be in hell. But who knew that things would go contrary to his wishes? After killing those evil spirits along the way, Laud found that the system did not even give him a soul. After some questioning, Laud finally found out. The fallen souls are bound by the restriction of the authority of hell. They will be punished here for all eternity. No matter what form of death, even death gods Zanpakuto, cannot completely destroy them in hell. Unless he seized the authority of this hell, and then he could control the souls that fell into hell. What a terrible heart! Didn't the system think that if he had the ability to seize the authority of hell, would he still need to worry about this soul? Laud, I want a lot of souls. System, go to hell. Laud, but I can't get the souls in hell. System, become stronger. Laud, to become stronger requires a soul. System, then go to hell. Laud, if King. Chapter 79. After thinking about it, Laud felt that it was useless to stay here. He should go down and take a look. Since he promised to take this woman's soul back, he would definitely not go back on his word. And the reason for this was not for this woman, but for Constantine. In other words, he had taken a fancy to Constantine. Be good. Wait for me up there. Laud squatted down and stroked the black cat. He then instructed, don't run around everywhere. Just wait for me here. Meow. The black cat seemed to understand human nature. It turned around and licked Laud's palm. Then, Laud came to the edge of the cliff and looked down. From where he stood to the stone plate, the distance between them was about 150 meters. The wind was very fast. The humidity was almost zero. Laud closed his eyes, straightened his chest, spread his arms freely, and jumped forward with the tip of his foot. The leap of faith. The vertical distance of several hundred meters was covered by the whistling wind and sand. Laud's figure was like a black meteor, falling on the stone plate. As soon as he landed and came into contact with the stone plate, Laud suddenly had a special feeling in his heart, as if someone was calling him. But this special feeling disappeared in a flash, so fast that Laud thought that it was just an illusion. After Laud got up, he observed the ancient stone plate. The stone plate had a radius of about 100 meters, and in the center of the stone plate, there were 6 protruding stone pillars that surrounded Angela. Considering that this was hell, for the sake of safety, Laud did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. First, he laid down several layers of barriers that spiritual power had formed around him, and then injected spiritual droplets into his blood vessels, keeping them in blood-vein state at all times. Let me see what the reason is that those evil spirits do not dare to enter here. After making complete preparations, Laud strode inside. As he gradually approached the central stone platform, an invisible sense of threat attacked him. It was as if he was being watched by some evil gaze, making Laud feel uncomfortable all over. I knew it wasn't that simple. Laud looked around vigilantly. The range of spiritual power's perception spread to the maximum, not even sparing a brick or a stone in the surroundings. Don't say it. Under the carpet-like perception of spiritual power, he really found a shadow. The shadow was hidden behind Angela. It was invisible and intangible, like a ghost, and could not be seen with the naked eye. If not for the weak spiritual power it emitted, and the slight fluctuation of Lod's spiritual power, he would not have noticed it even if he stood in front of him. Akoros, Shinso. Following the principle of attacking first and then suffering later, Lod did not say anything and directly began to aggravate Shinso. Shua. Shinso's sword suddenly extended his body, and in the blink of an eye, he pierced through 100 meters of hollow, shooting at the other party with a sharp edge. When Shinso was about to shoot the shadow, sword was blocked by an invisible force and stopped in front of the shadow. Come out, don't hide. A trace of seriousness flashed in the depths of Lod's eyes. To be able to block Shinso so easily, this person's strength was definitely not inferior to his. When space was like a stone falling into the water. It suddenly rippled, and after ripples spread out, the true body of the shadow gradually appeared in front of Lod. So ugly. With just a glance, Lod couldn't help but frown. Although demons looked very casual, except for Lucifer, but this guy's appearance was the only one. It was really a bit ugly to break the limit of human aesthetic. A child might not even be able to sleep at night. He looked like a human whose skin had been skinned alive. His entire body was smooth without a single strand of hair. His limbs were long and slender, and his skin was a strange gray color. His muscles were shriveled, making him look like a malnourished person. Moreover, this guy had casual facial features, which made Lod feel powerless to retort. The two eye sockets were deeply sunken. It looked like a hammer had been hammered. The cheekbones on both sides of his cheeks were protruding, his nostrils were flipped, and his mouth was sharp. He looked ferocious and terrifying. It was as if each of his facial features had their own thoughts. In any case, there was no one in hell to look at him, so I just casually had a long thought. What a strange power. The ugly monster stretched out a finger and pointed at the tip of Sword's finger. His face immediately revealed a puzzled expression. This feeling is similar to Mephisto, but it is not completely the same. Human. Tell me your name. Lod took Shinso back, a trace of seriousness hidden in his eyes, and then he said lightly, before asking for other people's names, do you have to tell me your name first? Hearing this, the monster's eyes revealed a mocking light, and he sneered, you actually don't know me. Lod tilted his head and thought for a moment before asking, is there a need for me to know you? Ha ha. The monster seemed to have heard a big joke. It laughed and said, you came to my hell, and you still ask who I am. His hell? Hearing this, Lod was slightly shocked and said, you are one of the 7 demon monarchs. I am the demon monarch who symbolizes the sin of greed, mammon. The monster grinned and then walked towards him. As he walked, he said, human, your strength is very interesting. Give me your body. Emergency mission, Battle of Hell, 1/3. Mission details, Devil King Mammon is very interested in your death god's power. If you don't want to be possessed by him, I suggest you defeat his clone here. Mission condition, kill Mammon's clone, 0/1. Mission reward, unified settlement after completion. Lod took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. He did not want to speak now, he just wanted to be alone. Bald again. As everyone knew, in the multiverse, bald was the symbol of the strong. Yamamoto Genryosai is bald, and his sword can evaporate Soul Society. Kyo is bald, and a punch can give the earth a middle score. Turtle Immortal from Dragon Ball is bald, and the Kagong waves crush the moon. Frisia is bald, the evil emperor of the universe. Thanos was bald and killed half of the people in the universe with a snap of his fingers. Wizard Ancient One was also bald and easily defeated the dimensional devil. The sin of greed, Mammon, was also bald. Lod couldn't help but have a trace of doubt. Could it be that the hair of these powerhouses was used to seal their combat power? This involved a very serious problem. Was attractiveness more important, or was strength more important? Appearance value, what I desire, strength, and what I desire, the two cannot be combined, the one who is willing to sacrifice his appearance to take strength. I will shave my head later. Lod cursed in his heart, his Zanpakuto changed to Hyaran Meru. With his current 5-seated officer's spiritual force, forcibly using Bankai is estimated to only last 10 minutes. But the other party is one of the 7 great demon kings of hell. Is 10 minutes really enough? But now, there is no room for him to think more. The surging spiritual power rose up like a substance, and the heavy dark clouds covered the originally dim yellow sky. Bankai, Daiguren Hyaran Meru. Chapter 80. Bankai, Daiguren Hyaran Meru. Lod's eyes were extremely cold. He was wearing an armor made of ice, and the ice on his back was condensed into a dragon wing. His right arm was covered by a ferocious dragon head, holding the pale blue that was emitting extreme cold spiritual power. Hoo-hoo! The extremely cold spiritual power formed a huge storm, like a high-spirited dragon rushing to the sky, causing the sky to descend. The dusk of hell had never changed. For a time, it was covered with dark clouds, and thick black clouds rolled over. Like waves, they shot in the sky, covering a range of thousands of meters. Under the terrifying explosion of the Daiguren Hyaran Meru, the range of thousands of meters with Lod as the center of the circle turned into an ice-blue frost domain, and even the yellow sandstorm that never stopped in hell was magically frozen. This stone carving is not simple. Lod's eyes narrowed, and he was a little surprised. Spiritual power, who had withstood the Daiguren Hyaran Meru, was still unscathed and even protected Angela's soul from the extreme cold. This was enough to prove how extraordinary it was. This is so interesting, human. Mammon licked his lips, and his eyes revealed a strong greed. I can feel that hell is actually longing for your power. Although he still did not know the reason, Mammon could clearly sense that the moment Lod released his power, his hell authority had actually produced a slight change, as if it was eager to obtain this power. I have decided, human. Mammon's eyes were fierce, and he smiled sinisterly. Compared to this woman's advent ceremony, I want your body more. Since this power was something that even hell yearned for, then he could not miss it. Even if he had to pay any price, he had to obtain this power. If you want my body, then it will depend on whether you have the ability. A cold light surged in Lod's eyes as he pointed sword at the infernal king. Then, he slowly said in a cold voice, fortunately, this is hell. I don't need to restrain my power like last time. In the Battle of New York, considering the huge destructive power of Bankai, he deliberately weakened the power of Bankai and controlled the range of damage to the smallest range. But now, there is no need. There is no innocent soul in hell, so he does not need to worry about his own strength, just release it to his heart's content. The Hyaran Meru seemed to have sensed Lod's heart. Sword's blade let out a slight tremble, as if it was telling Lod that it couldn't wait to let the enemy feel the extreme cold. Countdown. Begin. Lod's eyes were dense, and ho-ho flashed in front of the Mammon. Swish. On the sharp thin blade of the Hyaran Meru, a wisp of extreme coldness condensed, and then it slashed down at lightning speed. This sword didn't erupt with shocking spirit energy, nor was there any fierce and vast sword energy. There was only extreme cold energy that violently swallowed the moment it touched Mammon. Ice Dragon Spinning Tail. The sharp blade of sword was compressed to the extreme. It suddenly erupted and spread, freezing everything in its path, turning everything within a radius of hundreds of meters into a world of ice. Although Mammon was frozen in a thick layer of ice, Lod was not the least bit careless. Instead, his face was full of seriousness. The dignified devil king of hell, Mammon, could not be defeated so easily by him. The most important thing was, he did not receive the system's mission completion prompt. As if confirming Lod's conjecture, he saw the thick layer of ice that was freezing the door. It was suddenly ignited by a wisp of black flame. Crack! 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 The ice continued to crack, and the originally smooth surface of the ice was already covered in terrifying cracks. In the next moment, the ice suddenly exploded. Arrogant mortal! Mammon stepped on the still burning black flames and walked out with a grim smile. I am the Devil King of 7 original sins. How dare a bastard like you fight me in hell? Lod also felt that he was crazy. They actually dared to fight in the territory of the infernal Devil King. One had to know that the strength of these dimensional devil gods was closely related to the space and region they were in. It was not that they did not want to seize the Earth's dimension, but that once they descended on Earth, their physical strength would be greatly suppressed. Moreover, the longer they left their dimension, the more they would be weakened. That was why Sorcerer Supreme could easily expel them. If both sides were in a similar situation, Ancient One would not be able to stop dimensional devil gods like Than and Dormammu. But this did not mean that he had no chance of winning. Because Mammon in front of him was just a projection of power, not a real infernal Devil King. Your words are too much. Lod's eyes burst out with a cold killing intent. You, the Infernal King, do you really rely on talking? The other 6 Infernal Kings really don't have any objections to you. It was originally just an unintentional remark, but who would have thought that it seemed to have poked at a sore spot of Mammon, and his eyes erupted with a terrifying and tyrannical aura. Courting death. Mammon let out a low roar full of anger from his throat. The surging sound waves rolled over like countless sharp steel sword. Shunko. Lod exhaled, and then his eyes became cold. Zap. The dazzling white lightning wrapped around Lod and instantly exploded with an indescribable horror. The surging white lightning tore through the air around Hollow. Just the spiritual power that was overflowing from his body, the countless explosive winds that swept up were like sharp sword blades, tearing apart the whistling sound waves. But it was not over. Lod was well aware that if he really wanted to end the battle, he needed more, stronger spiritual power. Hell was not just the home ground of Mammon. The concentration of spiritual droplets here was 100 times that of the human world. For Lod, who had the lineage of Quincy, it was a natural and excellent battlefield. Spiritual droplets, plunder. Lod let out a low roar. His face suddenly flushed red, and his entire body was like a fried shrimp, emitting steaming hot air. Hulala. All the spirit particles within a radius of nearly 1,000 meters were forcibly taken away in an instant, and then they whistled over like a tide, crazily pouring into Lod's body. With this kind of near self-mutilation method, Lod finally managed to raise his own spiritual power to captain level. The conditions have been met. Watch carefully, damn it. A hint of coldness flashed through Lod's eyes, and then he slowly raised sword's blade. Next move will be my full strength. Chapter 81. Mammon felt a little strange. Lod's sword's blade was not aimed at him, but the sky. What exactly was he trying to do? Just as this thought rose from Mammon's heart, a huge blue pillar of light burst out from Lod's body in the next second, as if it had penetrated the entire hell, rushing into the thick clouds that covered the sky. Clang! A wisp of extreme coldness erupted from sword's blade and poured into the sky that was densely covered with dark clouds. Ice sky. 100 flowers burial. A dazzling white light suddenly blossomed from the thick black clouds that covered the sky. Then, the white light gradually expanded and formed a huge white spiritual chi cover. This is impossible. Mammon's pupils suddenly contracted, revealing a rare trace of shock. Hell! It was snowing. Endless snowflakes drifted down from the top of the spiritual chi cover. It had to be said. To be able to see snowflakes falling from the human world in the hell that was always corrupt and burning was a rather romantic thing. Even Mammon could not help but admire them a few more times. But under this beautiful snow scene, there was a terrifying chill that made people fall into the abyss. When a snowflake landed on Mammon, it suddenly bloomed into a gorgeous flower of ice, and only then did he realize that something was wrong. After these ice flowers bloom, they will plunder the vitality and power of the host body at an unbelievable speed. There is a problem with these ice flowers. Mammon realized that something was wrong and wanted to escape, but it was too late. Snowflakes fell from the sky, and ice flowers bloomed. In the blink of an eye, dozens of beautiful ice flowers grew on Mammon's body, and his power and vitality were crazily devoured by the ice flowers. Impossible. Mammon's expression finally changed. He was the demon king in charge of hell. Even if he only had the power of a clone, how could he be defeated by a mere human? Just a mere ice, do you think I have no way to deal with it? Mammon roared crazily, releasing wisps of black flames that burned fiercely, trying to melt all the ice flowers attached to his body. But in the next second, kaka! With a crisp sound of freezing, Mammon's pupils suddenly shrank, and his eyes were filled with deep horror. The black flames that were constantly burning were actually directly frozen by the falling snowflakes, blossoming into ice-blue flowers that were cold to the bone. This black flame symbolized the original sin of human beings, the greed that would never disappear, enough to swallow everything in the world. How could it be frozen? No, no. Mammon seemed to suddenly think of something, turned to look at the sky of hell, and said angrily, This is not your power, this is hell. Crack! 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 Before he finished speaking, the ice flowers that bloomed in succession had already frozen Mammon. Whether it was Rishi, or the wind, or even the burning black flames, they were all frozen in an instant. Countless ice flowers spread and linked together. Everything inside was ice flowers, freezing everything and finally turning into a huge ice pillar that was completely gathered by ice flowers. Ice, sky, and 100 flowers burial. The extreme cold energy condensed on Sword's blade poured into the sky, and then with the help of the strongest ability of the Hyaran Meru, meteorological phenomenon activated, spiritual power, which contained the power of the Hyaran Meripil, scattered into snowflakes and fell down. It was the strongest skill that Lod could use up to now. When 100 ice flowers bloomed on his body, the enemy's life would also come to an end. Goodbye, Mammon. Lod lowered his eyes. Then, the blade in his hand lightly swung down. Boom! The ice flower that covered the entire hell shattered. Ding, mission completed. Emergency mission, Hell Battle, 1/3. Mission details: Demon King Mammon is very interested in your death god's power. If you don't want to be possessed by him, recommend defeating his clone here. Mission details: Kill Mammon's clone, 1/1. Mission reward: after completing the series of missions, the total will be calculated. Immediately after, the 12 ice flowers withered, symbolizing the disappearance of Lod's Bankai. The ice wings and armor on Lod's body gradually peeled off. The originally terrifying momentum and spiritual power also fell to the lowest point in an instant. Instead, it was replaced by Hollow's weakness and powerlessness, as well as Lod's entire right arm, which had been severely frozen by the cold air of Hyaran Meru. Huck-it! 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 Lod's face was pale, and he gasped violently, and then forcibly pulled off his frozen right arm. This arm had been completely frozen, so even if it were pulled off, there would not be the slightest pain, and even a drop of blood would not flow out from the place where the arm was severed. This had nothing to do with Zanpakuto's own will, it was the price he had to pay for forcing his Bankai. The power of Daiguren Hyaran Meru was not so easy to control. Even with the help of the system, it can be forced to use Bankai. In the previous Battle of New York, Lod deliberately suppressed the power and range of Bankai, so the backlash was not so serious. But this time, in the face of Hell Devil King Mammon, he did not dare to be careless and could only exert his full strength. And the price was this arm. This reminded Laud that he had to reach captain-level spiritual power in a short time. Otherwise, even if he drew other people's bankai, would he dare to forcibly solve it? This time it was sure. Hitsugaya's Hyarin Meru, which froze an arm in just 10 minutes. Next time, what if it is Aizen, Kyoraku Shunsui, Zaraki Kenpeiku, Anohanaretsu, Old Man Yamamoto? At that time, I am afraid it is not as simple as paying an arm. Laud looked down at the broken right hand, his face showed a little relief, sighed, fortunately, I still have a limb repairing serum, otherwise I will really be a carving hero. Item, limb repairing serum. Grade, blue. Type, consumable. This potion was a prop he had drawn a long time ago, but he had never had the chance to use it. He put it in his backpack to eat dust. Unexpectedly, today it came in handy. Laud held the needle filled with green liquid in his left hand, and then fiercely inserted it into the broken arm of his right hand, pushing all the potions into the damaged muscle tissue. Guji, ku. As the green light surged, the muscle tissue on the broken arm squirmed and regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 seconds, the right hand was restored to its original state, and the skin after rebirth was more tender and white, which could be broken with a blow. If this whitening effect was spread out, it would be enough to make any beauty salon on the market close down. Ha! Laud tried to clench his fist and found that it was no different from his previous arm. The last worry in his heart also disappeared. Take advantage of the fact that the mammon is not back yet, and quickly leave this place. Laud was well aware that he had only killed a clone and was not the real Infernal King, so it was better to escape as soon as possible. After a few ho-ho, Laud arrived at the center of the stone disc. His arm passed through and picked up the unconscious Angela. Just as he was about to leave, he caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. It turned out that there was a palm-sized disc-shaped stone underneath where Angela was lying. The stone carving was embedded in a depression, and the color was almost the same as the surrounding. If one did not look carefully, it would be very difficult to find it. But the most surprising thing was that the stone carving was almost the same as the huge stone carving under their feet. Even the words of Akkad on it were not wrong, as if someone could copy it. It was just that he did not know if this large stone carving was a replica or if this miniature stone carving was a textile product. But no matter if it were for a replica, Laud did not intend to let it go. Since he already knew that the words of Akkad were called the god's proverb, how could he let go of a stone that was full of words? After putting the stone tablet into his bag, Laud was satisfied and dragged Angela. He used Ho-Ho to come to the edge of the cliff and brought the black cat with him. Then, Laud took out the holy water ball that Constantine gave him, crushed it, and sprinkled it on his body. Chapter 82. Hell. The pillar that was formed from countless ice flowers suddenly dissolved under the burning black flames. Along with the pungent smell of sulfur, a huge and terrifying figure slowly appeared. The curved horns of a demon grew on his head, and behind him was a pair of black bat wings. The joints of his legs below his knees were reversed, and his feet were a pair of flaming hooves. The hooves, the horns, and the wings of a sheep. Without a doubt, this was the standard image of a demon. The moment this demon appeared, the time and space of the entire hell seemed to freeze. Although the true name of the demon was unknown, the world called it Mammon. The moment the clone was destroyed, all the memories poured into the mind of Mammon's true body. After learning of all the circumstances, he rushed back from other hells as fast as he could to stop Laud and the other two who were trying to escape. But it's a pity. Laud seemed to have expected it and slipped away early with Angela and the black cat. You can run fast, human. Mammon's mood was terrible to the extreme. Not only did he not get Laud, but he also lost the parent body used for the Advent ceremony. How embarrassing. The dignified Infernal King actually let a human save the important parent body right under his nose, and even the power projection avatar was killed. If the other 6 infernal kings knew about this, how would they have the face to continue living in hell? That human. Where did he come from? Mammon stared at the sky of hell shrouded in dark clouds, and his scarlet vertical pupils revealed a trace of imperceptible fear. If it were for said that the thing he cared about the most now was not the progenitor used for the Advent ceremony being taken away, but the power that Lot displayed had a considerable effect on him to a certain extent. If it were for just the wavering of the authority of hell, perhaps it could be understood that the power of that human was special. But at the last moment, Mammon, who had been frozen by the blooming ice flower, could clearly feel that the will of hell was helping that human. This ridiculous action was like you had a fairly sturdy vault and stored a large sum of money in it. You were the owner of this vault, and only you could open this vault. But now, a stranger suddenly appeared, effortlessly opening the vault and taking away a portion of the money in front of you. What are your thoughts now? Similarly, understanding hell as this vault, and the power was the key and password to take charge of and open this vault. One could understand why Mammon felt extremely angry. It was he who had been coveting the power of others, but now the situation was reversed. That human could actually seize the power of hell that he controlled, and even wanted to turn the tables on him and strip away his demon king status. How could Mammon endure this? In comparison, the matter of descending to the human world could be delayed. But that human had to die. It didn't matter if he failed to descend. In any case, the demon king profession was an iron rice bowl. At worst, he would just find another opportunity next time. But if he really let that human take away his power, then he would become the most shameful demon king in history. I can't wait any longer. The Mammon's eyes revealed a trace of deep fear, and then said hatefully, we can't let that human live, and the Advent ceremony must be accelerated. Human world. Ah dash. Angela suddenly screamed, and then opened her eyes in horror, the magnificent thing in front of her chest rising and falling violently. It's very big. I think it has a D cup. Combined with the clothes attached to his body after soaking in the water. It could be said to be the European version of the wet body temptation. You woke up. Constantine retracted his gaze and mocked, welcome back. How is the scenery in hell? Angela had a look of fear on her face. She took a few breaths and said with lingering fear, it's terrible. I swear this is the most wrong decision I have made. It's too late to regret now. Constantine narrowed his eyes and spat out a white smoke ring. He said coldly, I have already reminded you that hell is not a good place. You have already stepped into our world. This kind of thing will continue to happen in the future. Angela could only smile bitterly. She had imagined the horror of 10,000 kinds of hell, and even thought that she was mentally prepared and could bear the consequences of these. But the moment she stepped into hell, she realized how childish her thoughts were. Just like how humans could not imagine the real God, which was why they used the divine crown as a human. The horror she imagined was not even 1 in 10,000 of the real hell. Get up when you're done resting. Constantine flicked his thumb, shook off the smoke, and said, come with me to see your savior. Savior. Angela looked at him strangely, as if she was asking, didn't you save me? No, I don't have the ability to save your soul from hell. The corner of Constantine's mouth twitched. He really wanted to say that he was thinking too much. If he had the ability, would he need to worry about lung cancer? The two of them walked out of the bathroom one after another. Angela walked into the living room and was immediately attracted by the man who was smoking and holding the cat in his arms, because she had never seen such a handsome man. The man's delicate facial features, deep blue eyes, and the gentle smile on his lips made Angela feel that her heart was beating wildly. God, so handsome. Angela subconsciously said this, but the next second she realized something was wrong, and her cheeks suddenly turned red. That's too much. Constantine felt a deep sense of malice. Angela was not like this when she saw him. He was obviously very handsome. Okay. Hello. Although Angela's ears were red and she did not dare to look into Laud's eyes, she still pretended to be calm and said, "Thank you for saving me. My name is Angela. If you don't mind, can I treat you to a cup of coffee?" Was this a declaration of an ex? Judging from Angela's flushed cheeks and her hurried breathing and slightly misty eyes, this woman wanted to marry Laud. Constantine? Laud was also speechless. Although he admitted that he was indeed very handsome, it was not enough to make a woman fall in love with him right after he met her, right? Meow. The black cat called out lazily, a trace of ridicule flashing through its golden pupils. Then, it took elegant steps and jumped from Laud's arms to the ground, lying down at its feet. I'm sorry." Angela's thoughts disappeared, and the redness on her face quickly faded. She quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand, I just want to drink coffee. Thank you for saving me." "No need to thank me, it was just a small effort." Laud replied indifferently, but there was a hint of suspicion in his eyes. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what exactly was wrong. Angela smiled awkwardly, not daring to look straight into Laud's eyes. She also felt very strange. Just now, it was as if some magical charm was attracting her. She couldn't help but want to get close to Laud, and even wanted to have a fight with him. Looking at the two dogs flirting with each other, Constantine was so angry that his liver was hurting, and he wanted to shout, "So what if you are handsome? It was obviously me who came first." Chapter 83. 4 People and 1 Cat. Nemu was looking at Laud, Laud was looking at Angela, Angela was stealing glances at Laud, and Constantine was looking at them. This scene could be described as a lyric, clearly a movie for 3 people, but I still couldn't have a name. "Hey, can you two look at me?" Constantine felt sour in his heart and could not help but say, "Hell, demon King Mammon is about to descend into the mortal world, yet you two still have the heart to flirt here. A pair of dog and woman. The world is about to be destroyed, yet you two are still flirting here." Constantine couldn't wait to take out the divine hunter and shoot this pretty boy, but considering the difference in combat strength between the two sides, he could only suppress this tempting idea. Laud was a little speechless. He turned to look at Constantine and said, "Which eye of yours saw me flirting?" Constantine was expressionless. He pointed at himself and said, "Both of my eyes saw it?" No. Angela blushed and lowered her head shyly. She explained to herself in a low voice, "I don't know what happened to me just now, but I suddenly became like that." Unfortunately, the way she said this, in Constantine's eyes, was more like a lie that came out of shyness. Only Laud knew. Angela was telling the truth. She had just been affected by some kind of mysterious influence, which was why she showed that kind of love and longing expression to a man she met for the first time. Besides, he was not a walking lotus machine. How could he let a woman who he had never met fall in love with him the moment they met? Laud was speechless, but he could not explain it to Constantine. He could only say helplessly, "Forget it. As long as you are happy, let's continue with the business." Constantine leaned on the sofa, lit up a cigarette, took a deep drag, and said, "That's right. It's not like we're in a Hollywood movie. Love alone cannot save this rotten world. It could really save the world." Laud resisted the desire to ridicule and could not bear to expose Constantine's fantasy. Wasn't the American team, Thunder God and Black Widow next door a typical example? Considering that this exorcist possessed the attribute of the heavenly cursed lone star, Laud felt that it was better not to say it out, lest he suffer a blow. Constantine took a puff of his cigarette and asked, "Angela, do you still remember what happened in hell?" Angela carefully recalled and replied, "I only remember meeting Isabella, and then she told me to leave hell quickly. She also said that someone's target was me. Is there anything else?" Constantine frowned. With this clue alone, he could not figure out who it was, and why it wanted to imprison Angela's soul. No more. Angela looked apologetic and shook her head. I'm sorry, I really can't remember. What about you? Constantine turned to look at Laud, his eyes locked on him, and asked, when you went to hell to save her, did you find anything? Laud said in detail, Mammon imprisoned Angela's soul. I met his avatar in hell. You met Mammon? Hearing this, Constantine was so scared that he almost threw the cigarette on the ground. He looked at Laud with surprise and asked, then how did you save Angela? Laud smiled slightly. I killed his avatar. Hiss dash. Constantine sucked in a breath of cold air and said in disbelief, you actually killed Mammon's clone in hell. Although the process was very difficult. But in terms of the result, I killed him. Laud said calmly. You. What exactly are you? Constantine still found it hard to accept. That was the Devil King in charge of hell. Even if it were for a clone, it was not an existence that could be easily killed. Laud looked deeply at him and said, you will know in the future, but not now. Okay, Mr. Mystery. Constantine shrugged. He had seen this kind of guy who pretended to be mysterious many times. He had long been accustomed to it. He continued, now is the second question. Why did Mammon imprison Angela's soul? Laud said lightly, I heard from Mammon that she has something to do with the Advent ceremony. Angela, W. Constantine frowned and asked, then why must it have to be Angela? What does she have to do with the Advent ceremony? Are you serious? Laud shook his head and said, aren't you the best at dealing with those guys from hell? How come you don't even know about the Advent ceremony? The whole family would be buried in a fire. If he dared to tell Constantine that the Advent ceremony was orchestrated by Mammon and Gabriel, who knew if there would be a big shot who would jump out and kill him, so he obediently closed his mouth and tried to persuade Constantine to find out the truth. Do you think I am the prophet? Constantine resisted the idea of wanting to kill this outer door man and explained, there are at least tens of thousands of rituals related to the descent. How do I know which one Mammon uses? Laud said in surprise, aren't you quite familiar with hell? Just ask a few demons. You think too much, really unfamiliar. The corner of Constantine's mouth twitched. They can't wait to kill me. How can they tell me? This is difficult. Laud thought for a while and then said, don't you call yourself a socialite? Why don't you ask a few friends? This road is not good either. Constantine looked a little embarrassed and said, I have tried to contact them, but they immediately hung up when they heard that it was me. You are so unpopular. I used to have good relations with people. I just had an accident. For example, I dragged my two friends to hell. They volunteered. I didn't have time to ask. Then I understand. Well, it's good that you understand. Angela sat aside and listened to the conversation between the two. She looked at Constantine with disdain and scolded, scum. Thank you for the compliment. Constantine said indifferently, but there was a trace of imperceptible sadness in his eyes. And this sadness was coincidentally caught by Laud. Everyone knew that Constantine had cheated his teammates, but no one knew that 5 minutes after he woke up every morning, he would imagine the scene of his friends dying because of him. And the reason for this was only so that when that day came, he would not be immersed in sorrow and could continue to work hard to save this rotten world. Everyone only remembered that the person who was killed by Constantine had unconsciously forgotten how many lives this scum had saved. Seeing that the atmosphere had become a little dull, Laud had no choice but to stand up and guide Constantine. Actually, you have a friend. Who? Daddy Midnight. Didn't you kill him? Not yet. He's still breathing. You really aren't human. You're too cruel. Same to you. Chapter 84. Midnight Bar. After 2 hours, Lod and Constantine once again returned to their old place. As soon as they walked in from the entrance, Constantine felt as if he had walked into a slaughterhouse. The air was filled with the nauseating smell of blood. Pitter-patter. Pitter-patter. Coming to the bottom of the bar, Constantine was stunned. Although he had vaguely guessed what had happened, he did not expect it to be so miserable. All the mixed blood of all the angels and demons in the bar had died under his hands. Broken limbs and minced meat covered the entire bar. Thick blood spread through the cracks between the floor and spread to all corners. God, how many people have you killed? Constantine frowned, pinched his nose and asked. The smell of blood here was too strong, even he could not accept it. No wonder Lod asked Angela to stay at home before they set off, and asked Nemu to accompany her. It seemed that he had expected it. If the police saw it, they would probably pull out their handcuffs and arrest this guy on the spot. Everyone except Midnight. Lod said in a very calm tone, as if he was eating and drinking water. He did not care about this at all. You are very similar to Gabriel. Constantine was silent for a moment, then leaned against the wall and lit a cigarette. He sneered, you always look high and mighty. Your eyes are full of indifference and disregard. In your eyes, are human lives as worthless as weeds? You are wrong, Constantine. Lod narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, no one has been high and mighty from the beginning. I am like this, and so is Gabriel. This view is very strange. This is the first time I have heard of it. Constantine suddenly took a drag on the cigarette and eased the disgusting smell of blood. He asked, although my relationship with these bastards is not good, I really want to know why you killed them. Is the reason important? Lod asked back. It's very important. Constantine took a puff of his cigarette and smiled. At least I have to confirm that the person accompanying me is not a psycho killer, or a demon. Lod smiled and said, didn't you already use a contract to prove that I am not a demon? Anything can go wrong, including something unreliable like a contract. Constantine said as he placed a hand behind his back. He had experienced the darkest betrayal and the ugliness of human nature. Because of this, he would not easily trust anyone, even if the other party looked like a human. A mysterious man brought by the Hell contract was not under the jurisdiction of Hell. He had the ability to easily kill mixed blood angels and demons, and he could even rescue the lost soul from Hell, or even kill the avatar of the Demon King. No matter from which angle he looked at it, it was full of doubts. The little tricks behind Constantine naturally could not be hidden from Lod's eyes, but he did not care. Not to mention that Constantine did not have the ability to kill him, even if there was, just the long incantation and action before releasing the magic was enough for Lod to kill him more than 10 times. Friend, I have to know why they died. Otherwise, what if you go crazy and kill me? Constantine said with a smile. Lord said indifferently, there is only one reason for killing them, and that is my precious treasure. Your glory? Constantine was slightly stunned, but then he immediately reacted and asked tentatively, are you referring to that little girl? Yes. Although Lod was smiling, his eyes were extremely cold. Since they intend to attack Nemu, there should be nothing to complain about dying under my hands, right? Well done, friend. Constantine was silent for a second for the scum in his heart, then said, I have wanted to kill those bastards for a long time. Such scum is not worthy to stay in the world. The so-called changing face was faster than flipping through a book. It could be someone like Constantine. Lod was too lazy to argue with him. He said, Midnight is in his secret room. You better know how to get in. Don't worry. Constantine patted his chest and promised, I've been thinking about this guy's secret room for a long time. I know how to get in. The two of them crossed the bar and walked down the office at midnight. After a few minutes, they arrived at a secret room that was decorated like a church. Midnight was still dressed in the same outfit, a suit hat, a scarf, a big gold chain and a small watch, looking like a social person. However, the moment he saw Lod, Midnight's dark face was scared white. "Dear Midnight, my old friend is here to see you." Constantine opened his arms enthusiastically, intending to go over and hug this old friend, but unfortunately, he had only taken 2 steps when a double-barreled shotgun was aimed at his head. "It's you, Constantine." The anger in Midnight's eyes almost turned into substance. He wanted to burn this damned man to ashes. It was all because of this Jenks. His reputation and territory that he had run for many years were destroyed overnight. As for the real murderer, sorry, Midnight did not have the courage to seek revenge on Lod, so he could only vent his anger on Constantine. "No, no, no." Constantine quickly waved his hand and said, "I know you are very angry now, but I am with him. Before you make a move, do you have to think about the result? Relying on the big tree to take advantage of the cold." Constantine was too familiar with the set of fox borrowing the tiger's might. Just a few words made Midnight timid. The hand holding the gun trembled slightly. Midnight's face was green and white. In the end, when he saw Lod, he could only put down the gun with hatred. "The bar is gone and the person is killed. Why are you still looking for me?" Constantine was too lazy to talk nonsense and got straight to the point. "I want to borrow something from you." The situation was better than that. Midnight could only suppress his anger and say sullenly, "What is it?" "That electric chair of yours." The electric chair that appeared in the original film came from the New York State Star Prison. It was one of the 3 prisons in America that first used the electric chair to execute the death penalty. Since 1890, 200 prisoners had died in this electric chair. And when this electric chair devoured nearly 200 lives, perhaps it was the desire of many prisoners to beg for time to turn back before death, thus giving this electric chair the magical effect of reversing time according to the wishes of the user. Incidentally, this electric chair was one of Midnight's favorite collectibles. At that time, it cost a lot to get it. "Why do you use that chair?" Midnight asked warily. "You know the ability of that chair." "Without a suitable reason, I would not dare to lend it to you." The power of the electric chair in Star Prison was too terrible. If it were forced by someone, it could reverse the time of the past and cause chaos in the world. And the neutral principle that he had been holding onto would be destroyed. "The problem is, in the current situation, do you still have the capital to refuse me?" Constantine laughed coldly. Behind him stood a big shot who was firm in his words. He did not have to care about Midnight's stinky face at all. Midnight's face became even uglier. If not for because he was afraid of Lod, he even wanted to twist Constantine's head off and stuff it into the toilet to wash it off. "Midnight, we are old friends. Don't you know what kind of person I am?" It was unknown where Constantine got his confidence from to be able to say this. Obviously, Midnight understood his character better. He sneered and said, "It is because I know you are Constantine that I am more worried about you." His character was questioned, which made Constantine feel very hurt. He sighed and said, "Okay, I will be honest. I actually want to find Balthazar." Midnight was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "You have to promise me that you will leave this place immediately after you use it. Don't come to me again." "What a pity. I thought we were best friends." Constantine could not help but feel a little emotional. There was one less friend beside him. If something happened in the future, no one would be able to cheat him. Midnight sneered, "We have never been friends. We were never friends before, and we were even less in the future." Chapter 85. Midnight pulled out a chair in the style of the last century from his collection and placed it in the direction of the east, indicating that Constantine could sit down. "Who?" Constantine moved his body, then sat on the electric chair and took off his shoes. He stepped on the ground barefoot. Midnight poured a bottle of clean water and let the water soak Constantine's feet. Then he said coldly, "Are you ready? Bastard." To be honest, not yet." Constantine took a deep breath and tried hard to calm his pounding heart so that he would not be too nervous. After all, not everyone had the chance to experience a prison elevator from the last century, especially the exciting over-electricity project. "Come on." Constantine let out a sigh of relief, then resolutely said with an expression of equanimity, "I'm ready, we can begin." Cha! Midnight raised a long electric baton and inserted it with a ferocious face. Looking at his expression and eyes, Laud estimated that if he was not at the scene, Midnight would most likely take revenge for his own personal grudge and put this electric baton on Constantine's face. Zap! The electric baton made contact with the water on the ground and instantly attracted a strong current to Constantine sitting on the electric chair. The feeling of electricity coursing through his entire body instantly made Constantine want to die. The current ran wildly in his body, causing Constantine's eyes to turn white and his entire body to emit white smoke. Watching Constantine suffer, Midnight's mouth could not help but rise, so much so that his mood became a little happy. It was too cool. This feeling was even better than the hot summer, drinking iced cola. If he could electrocute Constantine to death, he would probably feel even better. Constantine, who was electrocuted, suddenly felt that his vision had been widened, and time began to quickly go back in front of his eyes. Countless scenes flashed in his mind like a movie. Knowing that time was precious, Constantine did not dare to delay in the slightest. He immediately focused his attention and drew out Balthazar's appearance in his mind. "Balthazar. Tell me. Where is Balthazar?" In the fragments of time, a huge force suddenly emerged and dragged Constantine's consciousness into one of the fragments. Then, he witnessed his friend. Then he saw an office building somewhere in Los Angeles. He came to an office on the top floor of the office building and saw Balthazar. Balthazar was wearing a pen-style suit with a shiny back and a standard gentlemanly style. He was holding a goblet in his hand, which was filled with a viscous blood-red liquid. The wriggling lips of Balthazar indicated that he seemed to be talking to someone, but Constantine was in the office and did not see the figure of a second person. Balthazar was still talking, and the expression on his face seemed to be fearful. This made Constantine even more curious who he was talking to. Constantine controlled his consciousness to get closer. He vaguely heard a few important words: hospital, descended, twins. Just as he was about to get closer, he suddenly saw Balthazar scream. Half of his skin was corroded and festering, as if he had been drenched by high-purity holy water. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Balthazar humbly knelt on the ground and apologized. Then, he turned his head around with a ferocious expression and glared at him with a pair of red eyes. "It's you, Constantine." Balthazar gritted his teeth and said. Combined with his appearance of having half his skin corroded, he looked extremely horrifying. "Not good." Constantine was shocked. Although the electric chair could help his consciousness reverse time, in this state, the user had no ability to resist. Moreover, once the user's consciousness died, his body would become a vegetable. "Go to hell, Constantine." There was a look of horror in Balthazar's eyes. If the plan had been leaked, he would have definitely been sent to heaven by that lord. As a demon with a lot of blood debts, there was no need to say what would happen if he was sent to heaven, right? Midnight. Laud. Constantine immediately shouted for help. In this situation, he could only rely on outsiders to forcefully pull him down from the electric chair to escape the current state of consciousness. After hearing Constantine's cry for help, Laud came to the electric chair. Ignoring the violent electric current, they pulled Constantine out with their bare hands and threw him directly onto a pillar. Bang! Constantine flew sideways, just right at the waist, and slammed into the pillar, immediately letting out a scream. This was a mistake. Lod could swear that he didn't do it on purpose, nor did he have any objections to Constance's waist. After rescuing Constantine, Lod once again placed his gaze on the electric chair. This prop that could reverse time by using the user was too dangerous for him. In the future, if someone used this electric chair to reverse time and traced it back to him from something, wouldn't his identity that he had painstakingly built be exposed? This kind of hidden danger must not be left behind. It's comfortable. After Sword chopped the electric chair in half, Lod suddenly felt that his mind had become clear. My electric chair. Midnight's eyelids were twitching violently. His heart ached so much that it almost bled. This was his favorite collection. How could it be hacked by Sword? Calm down. He had to calm down. Midnight comforted himself again and again. Collections were all external objects. Losing a chair was better than losing his life, right? Ah! Constantine groaned in pain and struggled to get up from the ground. He covered his back and said, "Can you be gentler next time? My waist feels like it is about to break." "Next time, definitely," Lod replied with a smile. Midnight looked at the damaged electric chair with heartache, but he did not dare to say anything. He could only say sullenly, "Constantine, have you found what you want?" "Found it? Balthazar." Constantine held his waist and said, "This guy is really related to Mammon. I saw him talking to someone. He also mentioned the Advent ceremony and the hospital. Twins. Congratulations, then where are we going next?" Lod said in a flat tone, but he sighed in his heart. He had finally guided Constantine to find the correct clue. Constantine's eyes were filled with anger, and he said hatefully, "I will go back and prepare first, and then I will go and settle accounts with that bastard, Balthazar." Midnight was expressionless. "Remember your promise. Don't look for me in the future, Constantine." "Yes, next time." Constantine waved goodbye. Chapter 86. The two of them said goodbye to Midnight and walked out of the bar to the street. In order to send Constantine away, Midnight even gave them his newly bought car and key. He only asked the two god of plagues to leave quickly and never come back. "Sit tight, friend." Constantine sat in the car with a cigarette in his mouth. He put one hand on the steering wheel and said, "Remember to put on your seat belt. My speed is beyond your imagination. Don't expect me to brake. Hurry up and drive." Lod sighed helplessly. Right now, he only wanted to complete the task and go back. It was too torturous to be with Constantine. He knew the direction of the plot ahead of time, but who could understand the pain that could not be experienced? He could clearly tell Constantine directly that the mastermind behind the scenes was Gabriel, but because the storyline might attract the attention of the big shots in heaven and hell, he could only watch Constantine slowly deduce the case. This feeling was simply terrible. In Los Angeles at 3 in the morning. A car sped through the empty road. Just as Constantine had said, he would not step on the accelerator when driving. "Wait. Do you smell anything?" Constantine held the steering wheel with one hand and the cigarette in the other. Suddenly, he frowned slightly and smelled a special smell. Lod sniffed and said, "It seems to be the smell of sulfur, right?" "The smell of sulfur." Constantine's expression suddenly changed. This was not good news, because the smell of sulfur and the demons of hell were generally inextricably linked. The next second, just as Constantine wanted to remind Lod to be careful, he suddenly felt the car shake violently, and then it was overturned by a sudden huge force. The car was thrown high into the air and then fell at an extremely fast speed. Lod reacted very quickly. He grabbed Constantine by the collar and kicked away the windshield before throwing him out first. For some reason, Constantine suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. In the next moment, Constantine finally knew why he felt that it was familiar. Bang! This time, he was sent flying horizontally, and coincidentally, there was an electric pole by the side of the road. The collision between the body and the iron weapon produced the most disgusting sound, as well as Constantine's scream again. My waist! Constantine's anger was mixed with pain. He clutched his waist and fell to the ground, wailing, glaring at the culprit. Did you do it on purpose? This is already the second time. Laud looked embarrassed. This time, he really did not do it on purpose. It was completely accidental and coincidental. He could only blame himself for being unlucky. Who asked him to have an electric pole by the roadside when he flew out? F***ck. You definitely did it on purpose. Constantine wanted to cry but no tears came out. He rubbed his aching old waist and wondered if he couldn't make it. In this regard, Laud could only show an awkward and polite smile, but his eyes unconsciously drifted to the crashed car. He suddenly muttered in his heart. If he remembered correctly, this seemed to be the third car that had been destroyed, right? It would be fine if it happened once or twice, but this was already the third time. Every time it happened, it would be a surprise attack. Could it be that these villains were specially designed to destroy vehicles? Laud suddenly felt a deep sense of malice. He might have been cursed to be a car killer. Buzz. Zap. On both sides of the empty street, bright lights suddenly began to flicker, one bright and one dark quickly alternating, and along with the wires on the short road, a strange scene like the prelude of a ghost film was interwoven. Constantine understood the set of event. For some reason, before ordinary demons appeared, they seemed to break the light bulbs or wires to show their identity, thus creating a strange and terrible atmosphere. Constantine shouted into the darkness, "Get out here, demon!" Bang! Bang! The lights on both sides of the road suddenly broke, and the wires seemed to be forcibly torn off by some kind of force. When they fell to the ground, they emitted electric sparks and twisted like crazy snakes. A pungent smell of sulfur suddenly filled the air, and then from the dark shadows, there was a sound of hard leather shoes colliding with the ground. A figure gradually walked out from the darkness. Under the moonlight, Laud and Constantine could clearly see the person's appearance. "It's you, Balthazar." Constantine was shocked in his heart. Obviously, he did not expect the other party to come here so soon. Balthazar, who was dressed like a spirited young man in a suit and leather shoes, had a trace of coldness on his face and said with a murderous look, "Constantine, you are dead tonight. No one can save you." "I don't think so." Constantine shrugged and said indifferently, "I wanted to kill you with my own hands, but unfortunately, you're too puny to die by my hands." Ha ha ha. The killing intent in Balthazar's eyes was boiling. He laughed sinisterly and said, "You want to kill me? You don't even have a tool to exorcise demons on you. Are you going to drive me away with your mouth?" "Of course not. Just rely on friends." Constantine calmly lit up a cigarette and put it in his mouth. After taking a deep breath, he provocatively spat it out at Balthazar. What a joke. Did he, Constantine, rely on props and magic to exorcise demons? Of course not. He relied on his friends and teammates to exorcise demons. Friends. Balthazar was slightly stunned. Only then did he realize that there was a man standing next to Constantine. This person looked too weak. He did not feel any threat at all. "Constantine, is your brain burned by the cigarette?" Balthazar felt that he had been underestimated. The murderous intent in his eyes overflowed, and the smell of sulfur from hell became even more serious. "You didn't go to the midnight bar today?" Constantine took a drag on his cigarette and asked a strange question. "No, why are you asking this? Are you trying to buy time and wait for midnight to save you?" Balthazar was confused and thought that Constantine had placed his hopes on midnight. "No, it's nothing. I know." Constantine grinned and his eyes were very kind. He said, "Dear Lord, remember to leave him a breath. We still have many questions to ask him." Chapter 87. Looking at Balthazar, who was full of confidence, Constantine was about to go crazy laughing in his heart. The devil that they had gone through so much trouble to find actually came to their door like a hothead. Moreover, the most important thing was that this guy still didn't know about the tragedy that happened in Midnight Bar. How tragic! When he thought about how Balthazar would face Laud next, the corners of Constantine's mouth couldn't help but rise crazily. The corners of Laud's mouth also rose slightly, because he finally didn't have to follow Constantine everywhere. "I'd like to see if you can still laugh later." A hint of scarlet flashed through Balthazar's eyes, and then he opened his arms and let out a sharp roar towards the sky. Ah! The sharp whistle tore through the silent night sky, and almost tangible sound waves spread out, causing the nearby asphalt road to crack. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A strong wind suddenly blew on the quiet street, accompanied by a nauseating rancid smell and a strange buzzing sound similar to that of a swarm of bees. "Tear them apart." Following Balthazar's command, the moonlight in the night sky was obscured. A huge, irregular shape shadow suddenly enveloped Laud and Constantine. "He is summoning the low-level demonic spirits of hell." Constantine looked up and saw that the gigantic and irregular shadow was actually made up of countless hideous demonic creatures. Roar dash! The demonic clouds that blotted out the sky and covered the earth surged towards them like a dense tide. "Laud, quickly think of a way." Constantine suddenly panicked a little. If he was caught by these hungry monsters, he would tear the two of them into pieces and swallow them. If he had known earlier, he would have taken the pieces of clothing from Moses when he went out. At least that thing was used to deal with these low-level monsters, and the effect was surprisingly good. "Don't worry, it will be over soon." Laud smiled confidently and calmly. Then, he walked towards Balthazar alone. "Wait." Constantine wanted to stop him, but the next second, his voice stopped abruptly as if someone had forcefully choked his throat. His face was filled with shock and horror. One monster after another strangely exploded in the air and died, falling down like rain. It was as if within a range of 10 meters above their heads, it was a domain of death where absolute demonic creatures invaded. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. No matter how many monsters rushed down without fear of death, they all suddenly exploded and died 10 meters away from their heads. This is impossible." Balthazar's expression suddenly froze, gradually replaced by horror. He shouted hysterically, "What exactly happened? What exactly did you do? Why did you become like this?" Humans would fear the unknown, and so would demons and angels. When faced with things that they could not understand, whether it was humans, angels, or demons, they would all feel fear. Laud smiled gently, confidently, and calmly, walking over. Behind him were demons that kept falling and exploding, as if a demon king from hell had descended into the world. Don't come over." Balthazar took a few steps back in fear. His mouth moved slightly, intending to use a curse to attack Laud. Bang! With a loud bang, Constantine's eyes blurred, and then Balthazar seemed to have been shot, flying backwards at a speed several times faster than a cannonball. His body rubbed against the cement road, creating a bloody gully. The powerful kinetic energy caused him to finally stop after he smashed through 3 houses' heavy walls. Wah! Even though his physique as a mixed-blood demon was relatively durable, Balthazar still felt intense pain all over his body. It was as if every inch of his bones and muscles were crying out hysterically. Oof! Before the next word could come out of his mouth, Laud had already stepped on Balthazar's chest. Boom! Balthazar let out another wail. A terrifying force came crashing down like a mountain. The ground nearby could not withstand the pressure and continued to collapse. Cracks spread out in all directions. What a quick guy! If Constantine had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that a high-level mixed blood demon was killed in an instant. Seeing that his teammates were so fierce, Constantine felt relieved. After all, if he did not have a strong teammate, he was afraid that no one would sacrifice him if something happened. Sorry. Laud stepped on Balthazar and said with a smile, I am not used to listening to other people's nonsense, so next I will ask you to answer the question. If you answer the wrong question, I will send you to the holy water to take a bath. Holy water to take a bath? Constantine's smile gradually faded and he interrupted, that's a good idea. I can pray for him and pray that he can go to heaven after he dies. What a bunch of bamboo shoots. Laud glanced at Constantine. He was a demon, and you wish him to go to heaven? I said. I will tell you everything. As soon as he heard that Constantine wanted to bless him to heaven, Balthazar was immediately flustered. He did not care much and immediately poured out all the information like bamboo beans being poured out. The general meaning was, if Mammon wanted to break through the dimensional boundaries between hell and the human world, they first needed to find two powerful spiritual mediums of the twins. Moreover, among these two people, one had to be a believer of God, and the target he chose was naturally Isabella and Angela. Then he tempted his sister Isabella to commit suicide. According to the teachings of the heavenly bishop, any suicide would fall into hell, placing the two sisters in the two dimensions of hell and the human world. In this way, Mammon could use the spiritual connection between the two sisters to possess the sister Angela, who was in the human world, so that she could complete the first step of the Advent ceremony. And the second step of the Advent ceremony was also a crucial step, and also needed a prop, the blood of God. The weapon that killed the Son of God, Longinus, the God-killing spear stained with the blood of Jesus, could help Mammon break the barrier between the two worlds and truly descend to the human world. By then, Mammon will be born as a new life, an existence with the power of hell and the flesh of human beings, so that we can bypass the agreement between Mountain Emperor and Heaven Hell, and then walk in the world openly. Wait. Constantine suddenly raised his hand and interrupted Balthazar. He asked, you just said, Mammon needs Angela as the carrier to descend to the world. Ha ha ha. The expression on Balthazar's face changed, and he laughed loudly. My mission has been completed. Constantine, do you think I'm here to kill you? I'm only here to stall you. Not good. Their target is Angela. We've been tricked. Constantine's expression suddenly changed. Whoosh. A sharp sword pierced through Balthazar's head. It's useless. How could an ordinary sword kill me? Balthazar smiled sinisterly. But soon, Balthazar could no longer laugh because he felt his soul gradually disappearing. What kind of power is this? Why is my soul disappearing? This is impossible. I should return to hell. Balthazar completely panicked and shouted in horror. The disappearance of the soul meant complete death. Balthazar looked at Laud in horror and screamed, You! Who are you? Me. Laud thought for a moment and then smiled. Just a passing death god. Chapter 88. Acquired, Medium Soul *1. The corner of Laud's mouth twitched as he thought to himself, stingy. In the movie, Balthazar was considered a high-level mixed blood demon, but in the eyes of the system, he was worth a medium soul. Combined with the situation in the bar before, it was estimated that the mixed blood demons and angels did not have a high evaluation of the system, and the rewards were constant regardless of whether they were strong or weak. Oh no, we've been fooled. Their target is Angela. Balthazar is deliberately delaying our return. Constantine looked gloomy. He did not expect that they were completely fooled by this damn bastard. When he thought of Angela's current situation, Constantine was anxious and wanted to grow two wings to fly back. Calm down, Constantine. Lod said calmly, I expected this to happen, so I asked Nemu to stay behind to protect Angela. Nemu? That little girl? Constantine asked in surprise, are you sure she can stop those demons? If it's just demons, Nemu will be fine. Lod said with a confident smile. Although her spiritual power was sealed, Nemu was still a chief officer in essence. He was more than enough to deal with some mixed blood demons. Of course. In fact, he only said half of the sentence, but he did not tell Constantine the other half. If it were just a demon, Nemu alone could destroy it all, but what if not for a demon? The big boss of this movie was not only Mammon. Don't forget that among the blazing angels under God, there is also Don't forget that among the seraphs under the seat of God, Gabriel who has the title of God's left hand. If Gabriel really did it herself, then not to mention Nemu, even he himself would not be able to stop it. Therefore, before Lod left, he gave an order to Nemu. When he met Gabriel, he immediately gave up on Angela and decisively retreated to save his life. Can you promise me that Nemu can really protect Angela? When it came to the advent ceremony of the demon king Mammon, Constantine asked again worriedly. I'm not sure. I just have a certain amount of confidence. Lod took a deep look at Constantine and said slowly. I still feel that something is wrong. A touch of worry rose in Constantine's eyes. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. His heart kept beating violently, as if it were foretelling something big was about to happen. Lod put away Zanpakuto and turned to Constantine. Let's go. Won't we know the result when we go back and take a look? But the car has been destroyed. Constantine looked at the flattened car and said with an ugly expression, going back from here is at least a dozen miles away. Do we have to run back with our 2 legs? No, I'll take you back. Lod showed a kind smile. However, in Constantine's eyes, this smile was as terrible as a demon's grin. Wait, what are you going to do? Constantine subconsciously took 2 steps back and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Are you ready? The smile on Lod's face became even wider, and there was even a hint of mischievousness. Ah! Swish! The next moment, the 2 of them instantly disappeared from where they were. Ah dash! A man's scream tore through the silent night sky and did not disperse for a long time. A dozen miles was not too far. Lod and Constantine only took about 2 minutes. When they came to the outside of the apartment, they saw that on the floor of Constantine, the entire wall of the apartment was penetrated by some mysterious force, leaving huge holes in it. When the 2 entered the room, they found that the ground and ceiling were covered with dense sword marks of sword. There were also many similar burn and collapse marks. It could be seen that the battle was quite fierce. But, they did not find Nemu and Angela. Constantine's heart gradually sank. This bastard Balthazar was right. Mammon sent people to take Angela away while they were away. Just like Maria who gave birth to Jesus as a virgin, Angela was the key to the Advent ceremony. She would become the virgin goddess who gave birth to the devil king of hell, Mammon. No. We have to stop Mammon. Constantine gritted his teeth and turned around, wanting to pull Lod along to stop Mammon. However, when Constantine looked into Lod's eyes, he subconsciously shivered. It was a pair of extremely cold eyes. In just a moment of staring at each other, Constantine felt as if his soul was about to be frozen into ice. Lod. Constantine swallowed his saliva and asked tentatively, Are you okay? Lod did not answer him. Instead, he walked step by step into the depths of the broken wall. Constantine could only follow him. The 2 of them passed through the broken walls and arrived at the other side of the building. The walls on the east and west sides of the entire apartment had been penetrated, and they were walking towards the east. After passing through the broken walls, They arrived in front of the last broken wall. Lod suddenly stopped. A pair of cold eyes that contained monstrous anger looked down, and then an invisible pressure appeared around his body, as violent as a volcano that was about to erupt. Constantine followed Lod's gaze, and his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. It's that little girl. The little girl named Nemu was lying in a deep pit. Shua. Lod did not say a word and grabbed Constantine and Ho-Ho into the pit. After seeing Nemu's injury, Lod's eyes became even colder, and a killing intent roared in his chest. On Nemu's chest, there was a sacred white feather. The pressure and blazing holy light emitted from it made her soul continuously weaken. Brother. I'm sorry. Nemu's eyelashes trembled slightly as she opened her eyes. Her pale face tried to squeeze out a smile. Nemu. Why didn't you listen to your brother? Lod slowly squatted down and carefully helped Nemu up with the inner part of his arm. Because, you said that Angela is very important. Nemu said weakly, Nemu. I don't want to disappoint you. But unfortunately, I'm too useless. I can't stop her at all. Brother. Don't blame Nemu, okay? For a moment, Lod felt his heart was bleeding, and his eyes were red. Forcing down the anger that was about to burst out, Lod comforted her softly, Brother doesn't blame you. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you stay here. I'm sorry. Brother. Nemu's little head weakly arched in Lod's arms, and her voice became as soft as a mosquito's whisper. I think I can't accompany you anymore. Chapter 89. Brother. I'm so sleepy. Nemu nestled in Lod's arms. Her little face was pale and her breath became weaker and weaker. Nemu, don't sleep. Lod's expression suddenly changed. He gently shook Nemu in his arms and kept calling her name. But all he got in return was silence. This pure feather was like a poisonous arrow that Heracles had shot at Chiron. The high-level divine power contained within it caused Nemu to constantly endure unimaginable pain until her soul finally collapsed and died. Hold on, Nemu. Big Brother will help you pull it out now. A cold light flashed in Lod's eyes. He grabbed the pure white feather with his bare hands, wanting to pull it out. Zi, zi, zi. At the moment of contact, it was as if he was holding a hot iron, as if his soul was burning in a raging fire. Intense pain poured into his brain like a tide. Accompanying it was every nerve in his brain, every cell in his body, and every inch of his skin. He was screaming hysterically. Ah! Lod was in so much pain that his face was twisted, his eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his entire body bulged. He looked extremely terrifying. But even though his soul was suffering from such intense burning pain, he still refused to let go of his palm. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. Even though he had used all his strength, that pure white feather still did not move. Seeing that Nemu's soul was getting weaker and weaker, in a moment of desperation, Lod came up with an idea, thinking that Constantine might have a way. Constantine had been dealing with heaven for the longest time, and he was a magician himself, maybe he could pull out this feather? At the thought of this, Lod hugged Nemu, and returned to Constantine's side. Save her. Lod's eyes were blood red, and his voice was extremely hoarse. Now, he could only place all his hopes on Constantine. Constantine was shocked by Lod's appearance, but then he looked down and saw the seriously injured Nemu and the sacred white feather. This feather, is it an angel feather? Although he had seen many angel feathers, and there were several hidden cards in his family, the difference between these feathers and the one in front of him was like clouds and mud. This feather was spotlessly white and flawless, and it emitted a dense divine aura. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, it was as if the sound of heaven was ringing in his ears. Thus, this feather was absolutely impossible. It had fallen from an ordinary angel. An almost impossible possibility suddenly flashed through Constantine's mind. Could it be that this feather came from the Seraph's divine wings? That's right. Only the legendary highest rank Seraph could possess such a dense holy aura, as well as the blazing and pure holy light that was like the sun. Seraph. Constantine's expression was extremely ugly. A person instantly appeared in his mind. He gnashed his teeth and said, "This feather is from Gabriel." Now that things had come to this, the evidence was already on his face. If he still didn't understand, then he would really be an idiot. Even in the heavens, where there were countless heavenly envoys, there were only 8 highest-ranked seraph. And out of the 8 seraph, only Gabriel was tasked to guard the human world, and happened to be in Los Angeles. All the clues pointed to Gabriel, and a huge conspiracy gradually appeared in front of Constantine. But there was one thing he could not figure out, and that was, as one of the ranks of seraph, why did Gabriel cooperate with the infernal king? Looking at the injured Nimue and the red-eyed Lod, Constantine's heart was in turmoil. It felt like there was no way to start. Give up. She is already hopeless. Constantine's eyes dimmed slightly as he whispered, "The Seraph's feather represents the source of the angel's power. It is formed from pure and sacred power of the angel. Mortals cannot pull it out at all, unless..." At this point, Constantine wanted to say something but stopped. "Unless what?" Lod's eyes were red as he asked word by word. "There are 2 ways." Constantine took a deep look at him, then took a deep breath of smoke and said, "First, the power of the Seraph's feathers comes from the Seraph itself, so only by killing Gabriel can you pull out this feather. Second, although the Seraph has different positions with each other, the power comes from God. If the other Seraph take action, they can also pull out this feather. Both choices are very difficult. Whether it was killing the Seraph or finding the second Seraph, to the current Lod, it was more difficult than ascending to the heavens." With his last bit of hope, Lod asked, "Can you summon the Seraph to descend?" "I'm sorry." An apologetic expression appeared on Constantine's face as he bitterly said, "There is nothing I can do. The miracle of summoning the Seraph is something that can only be done by a person with a strong enough faith or a pope." Putting aside whether he was firm or not, just faith alone had nothing to do with Constantine. The second path was instantly blocked. The only choice left now was to kill Gabriel. Lod closed his eyes. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Let me ask you, if Gabriel loses her wings, is this feather still useful?" "How is that possible?" Constantine was stunned for a moment. He felt that Lod might be dreaming. The blazing angel was a high-ranked angel. Who could peel off their wings? "You only need to tell me if it is or not," Lod said in a deep voice. "Theoretically, it is feasible." Constantine could only answer truthfully, "Once Seraph loses its wings, it means that it has been stripped of its position as an angel. The falling feathers will naturally be impossible, and it will have the divinity of the Seraph." "I understand." Lod's eyes were cold. He had already thought of a solution, but this solution might not be something Constantine liked. Lod manipulated Rishi to build a piece hollow space, picked up Nimue with the most gentle movement, put her in this space, and then hid the whole space in the shadows. In this way, there was no need to worry about Nimue's safety for the time being. "Let's go." Lod's eyes were indifferent, and said lightly, "Let's stop Mammon and Gabriel. It's time to stop them." Constantine lit up a cigarette, took a deep breath, and grinned. "I hope that the 2 of us can come back alive this time." After the 2 of them left, a graceful black cat walked out with graceful steps. The black cat walked to the place where Nimue was hiding. It raised its claws and used its sharp fingertips to easily cut through the hidden shadow space. Then, it slowly walked in. Meow. The black cat stretched out its tongue and licked Nimue's cheek. Its golden vertical pupils revealed a trace of human compassion. Then, a drop of pure gold tears rolled down from the black cat's eyes and slowly dripped on Nimue's chest. Chapter 90. At the church hospital. Do you mind waiting for me for a while? Constantine pushed open the car door and said to Laud, I guess there won't be much time after we enter, so I want to smoke another cigarette. I don't mind. Laud looked at the white walls of the hospital and said calmly. Thank you. Constantine leaned against the car door and took out a cigarette from the cigarette box and handed it to Laud. He smiled and said, Do you want one? My favorite silk card tastes pretty good. I don't smoke. Laud shook his head and rejected him. Not a bad habit. At least you don't have to worry about lung cancer. Constantine gave a self-deprecating smile. He picked up a cigarette and took out his Zippo from the pocket of his trench coat. Then he threw it hard and lit the cigarette. Zi. Constantine used his slender fingers to hold the cigarette, put it in his mouth, and took a big drag. 1/3 of the cigarette disappeared. He slowly spat out the remaining smoke and turned it into white smoke. Do you think we can come out alive? Constantine's eyes were deep and seemed to care about something. Laud shook his head, I don't know. Tisk. Constantine clicked his tongue and said unhappily, This is really disappointing. Shouldn't we say something to raise morale? For example, we will definitely win and so on. Laud glanced at him and said seriously, Reality is not a fairy tale. Warriors can't always defeat the evil dragon. That's right. Constantine grinned and threw the cigarette butt he had finished smoking on the ground. He crushed it with his leather shoes. If we can survive this time, I will carve this sentence on the wall when we go back. As he said that, he took out a suitcase and an exaggerated golden hunting rifle from the car. Holy hunting rifle. The gun barrel was welded with the Holy Bible and the cross blessed by the bishop. The magazine below was a huge roulette, and even the inside of the loaded bullet was filled with high-purity holy water, and there was a cross symbol on the bomb. This strange-looking weapon was made by an Italian artisan from the 15th century. It was made from gold produced by the Catholic Hall. It was a weapon used by the Roman Catholic Church at that time to eliminate demons. Although the range of the holy shotgun was only a few meters, it could cause huge damage to those demons. Firearms plus faith equals physical exorcist. My lord, the times have changed. Constantine believed that no mixed blood demon could block a bullet from the sacred rifle. If there was one, he would reward it with another shot. Other than that, Constantine brought his suitcase with him, and there were many props inside. For example, the screaming beetle, the sacred water bomb, Moses' cloth, Lilith's amniotic water, the scraps of the devil's horn, the god statue of Lamponi, and so on. The former was used to deal with the demon bastards gathered in the church hospital, waiting for the arrival of Mammon, and the latter were the small surprise he had specially prepared to deal with Gabriel. Let's go. Constantine took the lead. Holding a sacred shotgun in his right hand and Moses' cloth in his left hand. There were 7 or 8 holy water bombs in his pocket. The image was basically only a white turban from those members of Al-Qaeda. The two of them walked into the church hospital one after the other. They found that the entire hospital was empty, as if it were for dead silent. It seems that these bastards should be on the top floor. Constantine said after thinking for a while. Because water was an essential medium, it was likely that Mammon had chosen the landing spot on the top floor. Don't ask why it was a pool. Asking was the Demon King's card. He was a dignified Demon King of Hell, so he couldn't just crawl out of the toilet, right? Let's go up the stairs. Constantine turned to Laud and said. After all, it was a bit risky to take the elevator now. Wait. Laud frowned slightly and then turned his eyes to the depths of the corridor. It seems that they have been prepared. It is not so simple to leave. Whoosh. 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 The lights on the ceiling of the hospital flickered, and a terrifying grinding sound came from the depths of the corridor. Then, a human-shaped monster that looked like it had been skinned crawled over from the ceiling in the depths of the corridor, and its mouth constantly emitted a terrifying cry that was similar to the cries of a baby. "This is an infant demon." Constantine widened his eyes and said with a look of disbelief, "This is a pure demon from hell. How can it appear in the human world?" The infant demon was born in the period of Noah. It was a terrifying demon made by a legendary evil wizard who broke and twisted the limbs of a 6-year-old baby and sacrificed them. Unlike these mixed blood demons, the demon was a pure demon of hell. Laud calmly said, "It seems like Sorcerer Supreme isn't able to see everything." A few drops of sweat appeared on Constantine's forehead. Then, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly chanted an incantation. Ab insidious diaboli, libera nos, domini. Ut tuum secura tibi facius. Libertate servir, te rogamus, audi nos. Ut sancti humilior dignaris. Te rogamus, audi nos. This was a heavenly bishop's exorcism spell that was chanted in Latin. It could make all the traps in the world appear in his eyes. It really is like this. Constantine's eyes glowed with a golden light. His expression immediately became extremely serious as he said, "All the walls of the hospital are engraved with runes personally drawn by Gabriel. They form a huge magic array that can completely isolate the spying from the outside." He. Laud sneered. The corner of Constantine's mouth twitched. Thinking of the boast he had made before, he could not help but say awkwardly, "It's actually very normal. After all, Sorcerer Supreme is not omnipotent. There will always be times when she can't see." "So much nonsense." Laud took a step forward and said without turning his head, "You go to the top floor first. I'll stall this demon. I'll leave it to you, Laud." Constantine knew what Laud was capable of, so he turned around and left without hesitation. Now was not the time to be conflicted. Everything had to be done to destroy the Door of Dusk. Even if he had to sacrifice his teammates and himself, he could not let them be reduced to purgatory. "Now, we can have fun." Laud's eyes flashed with a cold light as he walked step by step towards the monstrous demon. Bang! Rushing all the way to the top floor, Constantine rested for a moment, then raised his leg and kicked open the door in front of him, and then saw a dense crowd of people. And these people, regardless of whether they were male or female, old or young, all looked like a saint, watching the door at the end. There was no doubt. The dozens of humans in the church hospital were all taken over by this group of damn mixed blood demons. The sound of the door being kicked open woke the group of demons up. They all turned their heads, and their blood-red eyes revealed a murderous and bloodthirsty aura. Constantine. The eyes of these demons flashed with a cruel light, as if they wanted to swallow him alive. But who was Constantine? What kind of big scene had he not seen before? It was just a few dozen mixed blood demons, and he did not put them in his eyes at all. The carnival has begun. Constantine grinned, took out all the holy water bombs, and threw them over. "This is the blessing of the Lord. Enjoy it, bastards." Chapter 91. Boom. After the bomb exploded, high-purity holy water spilled out and splashed on the faces of the demons. The high-purity holy water blessed by the bishop was like strong acid to these demons, violently corroding their skin, making them look even more ferocious and terrifying. Ah dash! The demons screamed shrilly, their scarlet eyes flashing with a fierce light as they pounced towards him one after another. "Taste my great treasure." Constantine showed no fear. He raised the divine hunting rifle in his hand, aimed at the nearest demon, and then pulled the trigger. Bang! Flames spewed out from the barrel of the golden cross, and a golden bullet roared out. The divine power contained in the bullet exploded with shocking destructive power the moment it came into contact with the hybrid demon, instantly blasting it into pieces. "Kill him!" Countless demons rushed over from all directions like a tide. However, he saw that Constantine was not in a hurry. He changed his target and fired again and again, killing those who approached him first. Bang! 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 The holy shotgun roared continuously. Golden bullets cut through the air and penetrated into the devil body with rich divine power, blowing them into pieces. Ka! Soon, all the cartridges of the sacred shotguns were used up, and the faces of the demons also showed a ferocious smile. Ha ha ha, he has no bullets, let's go. It was unknown who brought the head, but all the demons rushed over like crazy. Constantine sneered and took out another cartridge clip from under the trench coat. Then he aimed the sacred shotgun at the first demon who rushed over, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Be careful in your next life. Don't believe a man's lies. Bang! A new round of slaughter had begun. One shot and one mixed blood demon. Constantine had forced dozens of demons back by himself. There were a total of 24 bullets in the two magazines, taking away 24 mixed blood demons. However, there were at least 40 mixed blood demons left. Constantine, you don't have any more bullets this time, do you? A female mixed blood demon grinned. Dear, it's not good to peep into other people's privacy. This habit has to be changed. Constantine had no intention of denying it at all. He openly admitted that there were no bullets, and then threw the holy shotgun aside. Kill him. This time, the mixed blood demons were really sure that Constantine had no weapons and bullets. Didn't I tell you? Constantine looked at the demon charging at him and a bright smile appeared on his face. Don't believe the words of a man so easily. Whoosh! A crisp metallic sound rang out, and Constantine flung his pose away with one hand. Then, under the gaze of the numerous demons, he placed the dancing flame under his left hand that was wrapped in cloth. Have a good taste. Constantine raised the burning cloth strip and shouted, This is the power of the holy light. Buzz! In an instant, Constantine's left hand, which was wrapped in a burning strip of cloth, burst out with a dazzling light. This light was strong and dazzling, as if it had cut through the dawn and darkness, illuminating the first light of the world. The divine power contained in it was simply astonishingly rich, comparable to the power of an angel. Light covered every corner of the room, leaving the demons nowhere to hide. It was said that Moses was the chosen one of God, and he released 10 disasters in Egypt, saving the suffering Israel. Finally, with several others, he was invited by God to go to Mount Sinai. After staying for 40 days and nights, the famous Moses' 10 Commandments was engraved on the slate. The piece of cloth in Constantine's hand was the clothing that Moses wore when he climbed Mount Sinai. By the way, this was just a piece of cloth covered with sulfur. Constantine also did not know why Moses had to wear this kind of clothing covered with dangerous substances to ascend into prophet. But at least, the effect was quite pleasant. Ah-dash! Dazzling rays of light fell. Under the despair of countless demons, screams and wails rang out in unison. The surface of the body began to crack, and then it showed signs of weathering and drying up, revealing dark brown flesh that had long since rotted inside and was emitting a foul smell. Immediately after, even the last bit of flesh and blood of the demons was turned into dust and vanished without a trace under this dazzling light, along with the bones of their bodies. A wave of powerful moves instantly took away more than 30 mixed blood demons. The last 2 demons were more quick-witted. The moment they saw Constantine raise his hand, they hid under the shadow of the table or other obstacles. It could be said that they had barely escaped a disaster. Kill him. He no longer has any weapons. The remaining mixed blood demons took a few breaths, then let out a roar and attacked Constantine together. Naive! Who told you that exorcists only know how to chant spells? Constantine expressionlessly put on a golden fingerprint with a cross engraved on it, and then suddenly punched the demon in the face. Bang! The demon's head collided with the golden fingerprint, and it instantly shattered like a watermelon. Its body turned into ashes and drifted away. But at this moment, another demon had already rushed in front of him. Ka! A powerful hand grabbed Constantine's neck and threw him out fiercely, slamming him into the wall behind him. The chandelier in the hospital was shaking, and the picture frame on the wall was shaken off. Constantine let out a miserable scream. He felt pain all over his body, and his internal organs seemed to be displaced. Go to hell, Constantine! The last demon's eyes were blood red, and a sharp blade shot out from the outside of his arm bones, cutting horizontally towards Constantine's head. Hoo! The sharp blade cut through the air and made a humming sound. Constantine was immediately alarmed, thinking that if he was cut by this sword, his head would probably be separated from his neck. In the nick of time, Constantine suddenly took out a matchbox and shook it vigorously. This matchbox contained the screaming beetles. They would emit a sound similar to rubbing the floor. This sound was harmless to people, but it was unbearable for demons. Cha-cha! Cha-cha! The strange cry of the screaming beetle made the demon feel a splitting headache, and there seemed to be a swarm of bees in his brain. Constantine seized this opportunity, lit up his Zippo, and threw it at the demon. As an exorcist, it was reasonable for him to carry a Bible and a cross with him, right? The divine flames will purify all evil in the world. Let the glory of the Lord shine upon the earth. Amen. The flames of the Zippo instantly lit up the demon. Under the purification of the divine flames, the demon immediately let out a painful scream. His flesh and bones were burnt and melted by the flames, leaving behind a pile of black ashes in the end. Chapter 92. The hospital hall was a mess. The last mixed blood demon was burned to ashes by the holy fire. Huck-it! Huck-it! Constantine's limbs were weak. He leaned against the wall and slowly sat on the ground. His messy blonde hair and white shirt were soaked with sweat. Although the battle just now had only been a few minutes, the amount of physical strength he had accumulated had almost reached his limit. But now, there was no time for him to rest. He felt that in the last door leading to the hospital pool, there was a huge magical energy being activated. It was the Advent ceremony of Mammon. Sure enough, in the end, I was the only one who saved the world. There was determination in Constantine's eyes. He supported himself with his hands on his knees and leaned against the wall, rubbing against it bit by bit. Finally, Constantine stood up with great difficulty. He took out the last bottle of holy water from the pocket of his windbreaker with his trembling hands. This was his personal habit. He would always prepare some small tools in the pockets of his windbreaker. He would never use them unless he was at the end of his rope. It could be considered his last resort. The holy water in the bottle was specially made by his old friend, Beeman. In addition to being used to weaken the power of the demon, drinking it directly could restore a small part of the injury and physical strength, which was one of his favorite exorcism tools. However, this was the last bottle. Goodbye, Beeman, my old friend. Constantine looked a little sad. Then, he unscrewed the external cover with his hand and drank the holy water in one gulp. A ton of water. As the cold holy water flowed down his throat, he felt a warm feeling in his body. It spread all over his limbs and bones, and he couldn't help but moan comfortably. The holy water fell in time like sweet rain, nourishing the dry land in his body. His exhausted physical strength, as well as his internal organs that were faintly hurting from the impact, were now bursting with vitality under the effect of the holy water. Bang! The last door to the pool was kicked open. After Constantine strode in, his eyes were immediately attracted by the woman floating in the middle of the pool. Angela. Constantine's expression changed slightly. Without hesitation, he jumped into the pool and swam towards Angela. When he got closer, Constantine found that Angela was in a terrible state. Her skin was pale white like ashes. Her eyes were closed, and there was no breathing or heartbeat. She was like a dead person. Her clothes were soaked in water and clung to her body, showing off Angela's graceful curves. If it were in normal times, Constantine would definitely take a few more glances, but in this situation, he did not have the heart to pay attention to these. Oh no, the Advent ceremony has begun. Constantine's expression was frantic. He knew that he could not delay any longer. He had to exorcise the demon as soon as possible. He immediately dragged Angela to the edge of the pool. After dragging Angela to the shore with great difficulty, Constantine had no time to catch his breath when he saw Angela's stomach swell at a speed that violated common sense. After Angela's stomach swelled to its limit, her skin was stretched to the limit, showing a transparent appearance. Under her belly, one could clearly see a hideous and terrifying face and the shape of two palms. It was as if the monster in the next second would tear this thin barrier and descend to the world. Obviously, the ceremony had been prepared. Mammon had already possessed Angela's body. It was only because of the restrictions of the rules of the two worlds that he was temporarily unable to be born from the progenitor. The ceremony was still one last step away. That was the lance of Longinus that was stained with the blood of God. Only by using Longinus to cut open Angela's belly could this devil king of hell truly descend into the world. Constantine had already guessed that the lance of Longinus was in Gabriel's hands. Although he didn't know why Gabriel hadn't come yet, he knew that this was his last chance. Damn bastard! Constantine sat on Angela's body with his legs apart, one hand on her protruding belly and the other on her neck. The unconscious Angela suddenly opened her eyes. She had no pupils at all, only a pair of pale white eyes. She was staring at him with a horrifying gaze. She laughed strangely. Constantine, you can't stop me. Won't you know if you try? Constantine snorted coldly, and then began to chant hurriedly. Lord, please save us from the trap of the demons. In the name of the Lord, dissipate. Let go of those living dead. The Lord who created everything will send you to hell. To prevent his country from being tainted by you forever. Angela screamed in pain, struggling desperately to escape from Constantine's control. In the name of the Holy Father, the Holy Son, and the Holy Spirit, I order you to go back to hell. Seeing that the exorcism spell was effective, Constantine's face was filled with joy as he continued to chant faster. Ah! 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 Strange cries rose and fell, echoing in the empty pool. With the two of them up and down, their actions were slightly ambiguous. If outsiders saw them, they might think that they were playing some kind of fun activity. Are you playing with me? Constantine's face was ugly. Even the dullest person should be able to react now. The exorcism curse was useless against Mammon. How is it, Constantine? Is my voice very similar? Are you having fun? Angela stared at him with her pale pupils. The corner of her mouth pulled up to her ear in an exaggerated manner, revealing an extremely evil smile. Boom! A powerful shockwave exploded from Angela's body, sweeping through the entire room. However, Constantine was so close to him that he could not dodge in time. He was hit heavily on the ceiling by the shockwave and then fell to the ground with a bang. Puff! Constantine spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt that all the bones in his body were about to break. Angela slowly stood up and sneered, "How does it feel to be in despair, Constantine?" Constantine coughed up blood from the corner of his mouth, and the anger in his eyes seemed to spurt out. He roared in a low voice that was close to gnashing his teeth. He had roughly guessed why his exorcism curse had no effect on her, because this body had been blessed by the high-level holy angel, so Mammon in Angela's body could ignore the exorcism curse. Ha ha ha. Angela's smile became more and more arrogant. I already said that you can't expel me, Constantine. Then, what about me? A cold voice suddenly came, and Mammon and Constantine's expressions changed. One was pleasantly surprised, and the other was unpleasantly surprised. Two different eyes looked at the source of the voice at the same time. Under the dark night and bright moonlight, Laud, who was dressed in a black tyrant outfit, slowly fell from the broken skylight above his head and threw something in his hand to the door. Oh! It was a ferocious monster head, rolling on the smooth floor of the pool like a ball. Chapter 93. The monstrous infant demon was dead. It must have been very peaceful before it died, at least that was what Constantine thought. From the smooth cut on the neck and the broken surface, it could basically be inferred that the monstrous infant demon had died from the death of sword, and it was the kind that was completely painless. Until the moment before death, the monstrous infant demon seemed to have not reacted at all. In its angry eyes, a trace of brutality and killing could be seen. So it's you. Mammon, who possessed Angela, was a little surprised to see Laud, and then his face became as cold as frost. You actually delivered yourself to me. It saves me the trouble of looking for you. Laud sneered and did not bother to talk nonsense with Mammon. His fingertips gathered spirit energy and released 4 types of Bakuto in one breath. Bakuto number 1, restrain. Bakuto number 4, slithering rope. Bakuto number 9, strike. Bakuto number 30, beak-piercing triple beam. Angela's 2 hands were suddenly tied behind her back by an invisible force, and then 2 ropes made of spiritual energy were tied. In the end, Angela was hit by 3 giant, pointed beams of light, dragging her body to the wall behind her. Angela, who was nailed to the wall, stared at Laud with her pale eyes. There was no nervousness on her face at all, but a playful gesture. If it's just this level of restraint, it can't trap me for too long. I know, so it's not over yet. Laud's eyes moved slightly, and then he slowly said, Thunder's carriage, the gap of the spinning carriage. This thing has light, and it is divided into 6. Bakuto number 61, 6 rods prison of light. Swish. Pure white light shot out from Laud's fingertips, and then turned into 6 thin pieces of light, which fixed Angela again in a hexagonal shape. So cool. Constantine was stunned by the series of operations, and even forgot the pain for a short time. Look at the other party's exorcism skills, and look at his own. It was a cool light and a light rope. The special effects and handsomeness were simply perfect. It was much better than his exorcism spell. For a moment, his heart ached. Constantine said with a face full of envy, Laud, what is this move of yours? Can you teach it to me? This is Keto. Laud glanced at him and said, if you want to learn, I will teach you in the future. Then it's a deal. If we can get out of here alive, you must teach me. Unconsciously, Constantine seemed to have put another flag in his hand. Mammon, who had possessed Angela, sneered, are you going to stop me with just the 2 of you? That's enough. Laud raised his arm and pointed Shinso's tip at Mammon, who was nailed to the wall. It's very simple to stop you. As long as you kill this human, you won't be able to descend, right? Ha 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 ha. Angela, he laughed and said nonchalantly, that's true. As long as I kill this human, I won't be able to descend. But the premise is that, you can kill this body. But unfortunately, as long as you are in this hospital, it is impossible for you to kill this human. This hospital was filled with spells set up by Gabriel. In addition to isolating external prying, it could also protect Mammon, who possessed Angela's body and was not affected by any anti-magic spell. So as long as Gabriel was here, in order to ensure the success of the plan, she could never sit by and watch this happen. For the first time in her life, Mammon tasted the taste of cooperating with an angel. It could be said to be quite good. Especially when he looked at Constantine's face and revealed an expression of disbelief and collapse, he felt extremely comfortable in his heart. Do you want to give it a try? Laud's eyes were slightly closed. A cold killing intent pervaded the air. He said, let's see if I can kill her. A majestic and mighty spiritual power suddenly rose up. His imposing manner was as thick as a mountain and filled the entire room. The water in the pool seemed to be boiling as it continuously splashed and exploded. The floor that was covered in tiles even cracked. "Are you really going to kill Angela?" Constantine asked in a panic when he saw that Laud's tone did not seem to be joking. "What else?" Laud sneered and asked, "In order to save innocent lives, sacrifice is inevitable. Isn't this belief you have always carried out?" A hint of bitterness appeared on Constantine's face, and he was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer Laud's question. As an experienced exorcist, did he not know that as long as he killed Angela, he could stop the demon from descending? No, he was very clear. It was just that he was unwilling, and he did not want to do that. Just as Laud had said, he, Constantine, was definitely not a soft-hearted person. His conviction was that as long as he could save the innocent, he would not hesitate even if it meant sacrificing himself. But that was the him of the past. Ever since the Newcastle incident, the guilt and regret in his heart had been haunting him like a nightmare. Every time night fell, he would dream of the innocent little girl falling into hell in his dreams. That incident had completely changed him. He was no longer unscrupulous, and his magic was restricted. In the end, he could not escape the condemnation in his heart. He could only settle down in Los Angeles in America from Liverpool in England. She is different. We can think of other ways. Constance sighed and then closed his eyes. The matter of Newcastle seemed to have happened yesterday, and it was very clear in his mind. To him, Angela was really like Astra, the innocent little girl who was pulled into hell by the demon because of his magic. There were many similarities in their bodies, such as powerful psychic powers, such as absolute trust in him, or, they had all been possessed by demons. It was just that he had been too arrogant back then, and also too trusting of his own magic. He believed that he could summon even stronger demons to deal with the demons that possessed Astra. The final outcome had caused him to be unable to escape from that incident until now. The name Astra had already become his greatest heart demon. Therefore, when he saw Angela being possessed, the first thing Constantine did was to use a spell to expel Mammon, instead of sword to kill Angela. At that time, he couldn't save Astra, but today he had to save Angela at least. "Do you know what you are talking about?" Laud looked at him calmly and asked again. "Please, this is a heart demon that has troubled me for the rest of my life. I must get rid of it here." There was an indescribable bitterness and regret in Constantine's eyes, which made this decadent blonde uncle even more lonely. "It's useless to beg me." Laud pursed his lips and sneered, "It's better to ask Gabriel. See if she is willing to give you a chance." Constantine was stunned for a moment. "Gabriel? Impossible. When did she come?" Laud sneered. He looked up at the sky and said, "You've been watching for so long. Are you still not going to come out?" Gabriel. Chapter 94. White feathers fell from the sky, and the whole room seemed to be echoing with a long and melodious voice. The real boss had appeared. A tall, beautiful blonde woman descended from the sky with a dazzling radiance. The woman had two pure white wings on her back, and her feet were bare. She exuded a noble and pure temperament, as if everything in the world would be eclipsed in front of her. The most impressive thing was the woman's pair of pale gold eyes. There was no extra emotion in her cold and indifferent eyes. "Gabriel, you really have fallen." Constantine had a complicated expression. Even now, when he saw Gabriel with his own eyes, he still found it hard to believe. That was Gabriel. To serve on the left side of the God's throne, the great angel who was crowned with many titles, the supreme leader of nearly half of the angels in heaven, had actually fallen to such a point, not hesitating to join hands with the devil king in hell. Was there a more absurd joke than this? I really wonder if those people from the church would still firmly believe in their beliefs when they saw Gabriel fall. At least, Constantine's three views had been shattered. Hua. The pure white wings flapped slightly, and Gabriel's expression was arrogant and cold. Her pale gold eyes looked down at the mortals below, and her bare jade feet stepped on hollow as he walked over. You really have fallen, Gabriel. Constantine suppressed his anger and growled at the highest level seraph in heaven. You're wrong, Constantine. Gabriel said indifferently, I'm not the one who has fallen. It's this filthy world. Constantine's face darkened. He asked again, then why did you join hands with Mammon? It was my duty to bring new enlightenment and tests to foolish humans. Gabriel said calmly, just like how I reported the birth, resurrection, and birth of Jesus, or informing the advent of Christ and Greek destroying Persia. What kind of **t revelation is this? Is this what you call enlightenment by handing the world to hell? Constantine could not help but curse. That's right. The great Father God dotes on humans too much. No matter what sins you have committed, as long as you repent, the Father God will forgive the sins you have committed. In all the worlds of the vast universe, other than you humans, no other creatures can be proud of this. But this is not fair. Constantine. If God is so loving to humans, then I will make humans deserve his love. Constantine gritted his teeth and said, so, you chose to hand the world over to hell. That's right. Gabriel used the calmest tone he could muster to say something that even Constantine was terrified of. I will not allow such inferior creatures like humans to recklessly squander the mercy and pity that the Father God has given me. That's why I chose to bring a new revelation to humanity. Only humans who have passed the test are worthy of the forgiveness and love of the Father God. Simply put, Gabriel felt that no matter what sins humans committed, as long as they repent, they would be able to go to heaven. It was too simple. She felt that humans were not worthy of God's love and care. Therefore, Gabriel and Mammon joined hands to let hell invade the human world, and then in the midst of destruction and death, there would definitely be some great humans who were willing to sacrifice themselves for others, their spirits and noble will. Only great humans were worthy of entering heaven after death, receiving God's love and care. This logic sounds a bit familiar. You want the world to feel pain? Constantine was furious. Veins popped out on his face as he loudly questioned Gabriel, what kind of bullshit logic is this? Why should it be decided by you? Is a human noble or not? Because I am Gabriel. Gabriel replied coldly. I was ordered by the Father God to observe and guide the future of humanity, but the despicable human nature has made me realize that humans need to be corrected. You are crazy, Gabriel. Constantine was burning with anger. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Laud. The conversation time is over. Laud walked forward and pointed Zanpakuto at her. There is no need to argue with her about right and wrong. Whoever can walk out of here alive today is the right one, isn't it? It's you. Gabriel narrowed his golden eyes as he looked at Laud, his face filled with confusion. You are neither a human nor a demon, but your body contains a powerful soul force. It seems to have the aura of hell. Can you tell me who you are? The last time they met, she did not find Laud hiding under Jigai, so she thought that Laud was just an ordinary human. But this time, Laud appeared in front of her in the form of a pure soul. This made Gabriel feel a little strange. She seemed to sense a trace of power that was different from anyone else on Laud. It felt very similar to the power of hell, but it was not completely the same. Laud obviously would not explain his own ability in front of the enemy. In the movies and TV series, were all those people who spoke a lot killed in the end? Laud did not say a word as he stared at Gabriel's wings. That was his goal. As long as he stripped Gabriel of his angelic wings, the feathers inserted into his chest would lose their effect and save his life. Gabriel saw through Laud's evil thoughts. His golden eyes flashed with displeasure as he coldly said, "It looks like I need to teach you a lesson to let you know how stupid it is to resist me." Two pure white wings spread out, and Gabriel's feet gradually floated into the air. In his pair of pure golden eyes, he said without a trace of emotion, "The path of humanity's salvation. From this moment on." Gulp. Feeling the aura emanating from Gabriel, Constantine nervously gulped. "Lord, are you confident that you can defeat her?" "No." Lod's expression was very calm. He said, "The one who can really defeat Gabriel is not me, but you." "Me?" Constantine was slightly startled. Then, he said speechlessly, "Is your brain fried? How can I stop Gabriel?" "You can." Lod repeated. Then, she stared at him and said word by word, "The way to stop her is very simple. You know very well that you don't need me to tell you." A trace of fear flashed through Constantine's eyes, and his expression changed. He seemed to have guessed what he meant. "The choice is up to you." Lod said softly, "I won't force you, because this is your own choice. But I can make a promise to you." "What promise?" Constantine's eyes were a bit wooden, and there was a bitter expression on his face. "Bring you back from hell." Lod smiled and said, "This is the promise I can give you." Chapter 95. According to the plot in the movie, Constantine was the key. Once Constantine chose to commit suicide, Lucifer would immediately descend from hell to the human world and personally come to take away the soul that he had been paying attention to for a long time. Just think about it. When Lucifer came to the human world and was about to take away Constantine's soul, he found that his little brother was actually messing with Gabriel. Moreover, he also attempted to turn the world into hell. If he succeeded, the authority and power that Mammon controlled would be greatly enhanced, and he could even be ranked as one of the top demon kings. Originally, there were only 2 demon kings on the same level as him in hell, but now there was suddenly one more, and it was his former little brother. How could Lucifer sit by and watch this happen? Of course not. Not only would Lucifer not allow it, he would even do his best to stop Mammon and Gabriel's plan from succeeding. Therefore, the key to stopping Mammon and Gabriel was whether or not Constantine was willing to commit suicide. As long as he committed suicide to summon Lucifer, Gabriel and Mammon would be ravaged like chickens. Although the change in the plot caused Mammon to not be the son of hell, it did not affect Lucifer's strength and prestige. Among the countless pieces of hell, there were more than 7 demons with the title of Demon King, and the strength and authority of Mammon were only inferior among the many demon kings. But fallen angel Lucifer, no matter if it were for in heaven or in hell, he was a first-class big shot. In terms of strength, he was one of the top demon kings, and even the person closest to the title of Satan. In terms of background, he could lead one of the 3 angels out of heaven with a wave of his hand, and he had not been crushed to death by God. Wasn't this strong enough? If she dared to expose this matter, even God would not be able to recognize her. What's more, before the fall, Lucifer was the old leader of Gabriel, and after the fall, Lucifer was the current leader of Mammon. Regardless of whether it was before or after the fall, the combined strength of these 2 might not be enough to make Lucifer serious. This was the only method that Lot could think of that could defeat Gabriel. If he couldn't beat him, it wouldn't be shameful. If he wanted to save face and suffer, that would be truly shameful. With his current strength, not to mention facing off against Gabriel, even a Mammon's clone would be enough. Since he couldn't win anyway, he might as well choose to call for help. You decide for yourself. I won't force you. Lod's gaze was very calm, and his tone didn't have the slightest intention of forcing him, but no one knew what he was actually thinking. If Constantine was willing to commit suicide, then everyone would naturally be happy. Lod would also honor his promise and would definitely save Constantine's soul from hell in the future. But if he was unwilling, then Lod did not mind to help Constantine commit suicide. To put it bluntly, although he personally admired Constantine, compared to Nemu's life, Constantine was a little insignificant. Can I think about it? Constantine said with a bitter face. No one would not fear death, especially when almost half of the demons in hell had been offended by him, including his friends and enemies who had been killed by him. Once he fell into hell, what awaited him was eternal torture. Just thinking about it, Constantine felt that it was terrifying. Go ahead. Laud retracted his gaze and looked at Gabriel on the other side. He then said in a deep voice, I will buy you time. I hope you can make the right choice. Don't disappoint Angela and I, Constantine. The conversation between the two seemed long, but in fact, only a few seconds passed. Although Gabriel heard the conversation between the two, he did not understand the riddle they were talking about. He only looked at the two of them and said with interest, You still refuse to give up? Do you really think that you can stop me with just the power of humans? Why don't you give it a try? Laud took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, It just so happens that I also want to experience how strong the so-called seraph is. The moment his voice fell, spiritual power in Laud's body rose at a speed like a rocket, and white lightning flashed around his body. Shunko. In a short day, 2 consecutive Shunko would cause great pressure to the soul, but he had no choice but to do so. His opponent was Gabriel. He could not allow even the slightest bit of relaxation, he had to go all out from the start. Bankai, Daiguren Hyaran Meru. The frost dragon coiled into armor, and the 12 ice flowers bloomed again, raising Laud's momentum to the peak. After 2 consecutive Bankai, the huge spiritual power consumed almost instantly squeezed him dry. However, this was not enough. If that was the case, it was not enough for him to fight against Gabriel. Laud took a deep breath and took out one of the trump cards he had prepared. Spiritual Power Amplification Device. Evaluation, from Soul Society, Technological Development Department, one of the exclusive black technology of Kuratsuka Mayuri. It can greatly enhance spiritual power, but the side effects are also very obvious. After the event, you will be exhausted for 3 days. Price, Medium Soul *5. This was one of the items that the system sold in a special store. It was something that Laud had specifically exchanged for in order to add 100 columns. Although it was worth 5 medium-sized souls, which made Laud feel extremely pained, based on the fact that the system's products were definitely of the highest quality, the effect of this spiritual power amplification device should not disappoint him. Sigh. Laud exhaled and pressed the device against his chest. I hope you won't disappoint me. Boom. The moment spiritual power's amplification device came into contact with his skin, Laud felt a sharp pain in his soul. Then, spiritual power began to grow at an insane rate. Hoo. Spiritual power almost condensed into a physical body, setting off a billowing gale near Laud, turning into a visible shock wave that swept out. The entire hospital's building walls were on the verge of collapse under this shock wave, almost on the verge of collapse. Humph! Gabriel snorted. She stomped his foot on the ground, and divine power instantly enveloped the building, protecting it from being destroyed. So that's how it is. Laud felt the surging spiritual power in his body and said, Is this, the power of a captain? Worthy of being an item worth 5 medium souls, he actually raised his Ryotsu level from the seat official to the captain level in one fell swoop. In this way, he could be considered to have the strength to fight against Gabriel. A trace of seriousness flashed in the depths of Gabriel's eyes. If the Laud just now was not worthy of her attention, then the current Laud was enough for her to be a little serious. Human, pay the price for your arrogance. Gabriel sneered. Then, an indescribably terrifying pressure burst out from his body. As pure white light sprinkled down, the surging divine power roared like an ocean. The battle was imminent. Chapter 96. At the church hospital. A thick and dark cloud suddenly gathered in the sky above the hospital. Like the tide of the sea, it rose and fell, gradually forming a huge vortex, as if it were fourth entrance to the abyss. The violent spiritual power boiled and exploded, and bolts of lightning exploded in the clouds. Accompanied by the sound of thunder that resounded in the sky, the terrifying low pressure rubbed against the air, creating a huge storm in succession. Lod stood with sword in his hand. His silver hair danced in the air, and his eyes flashed with an icy blue color. The surging spiritual power around him seemed to be material, turning into a fierce wind and howling, like the clanging of sword. Feeling this sudden surge of pressure, Gabriel's pair of pale gold eyes turned cold. Behind her, 6 pure and holy wings of light suddenly appeared. The divine power burned like raging flames. The ice-blue frost dragon and the 6-winged holy blazing angel, just the clash of their auras, created an unprecedented astonishing phenomenon, making Constantine, who was watching from the side, instantly stupefied. Thanks to Gabriel's protection, this hospital was not destroyed by spiritual power's storm. But this was only temporary. Gabriel knew very well that once the two fought, the energy that erupted would only become even more terrifying. If she couldn't stop in time, she might even destroy this hospital. Let's change the battlefield. This place isn't very suitable for us. Gabriel's eyes swept past Lod. Then, her bare feet lightly tapped the ground. The 6 wings of light behind him shook slightly, and the surrounding space immediately split apart inch by inch. A monstrous wave of wind swept over. Swish! Gabriel transformed into a streak of light and leapt several hundred meters into the air. 6 wings of light slowly spread out, and Gabriel's golden eyes were slightly closed as she looked down at Lod. The meaning behind this was self-evident. If you want to fight, don't destroy the hospital. Before Mammon truly descended into the world, this hospital must not be destroyed. Otherwise, without the shielding magic array, Sorcerer Supreme would immediately notice their conspiracy. With the Eye of Agamotto and the 3 great temples present, there were not many things on earth that could be hidden from the bald man, especially at this critical juncture. She did not want the plan to change again. Lod sighed in his heart. He knew that destroying the hospital was also a way, but unfortunately, he had already tried it when he fought against the monstrous infant demon. After receiving the sacred blessing from Gabriel, the hardness of the main structure of the building was far beyond imagination. Even after the Shikai, Shinso could not effectively destroy the main structure. But if the main structure of the hospital was not destroyed, the shielding effect of the magic array would not disappear. It had to be said that Gabriel had taken everything into account, not giving them any openings to exploit. Lod took a deep breath, then turned around and looked meaningfully at Constantine. Do you remember the question you asked me before we set off? I remember. Constantine's eyes moved slightly and said, what about the fairy tale of the brave and the evil dragon? Lod said, the hero may not be able to defeat the dragon, but the dragon can definitely defeat the dragon. What exactly do you want to say? Constantine did not dare to look straight into Lod's eyes. His low and hoarse voice trembled a little because he knew what the other party meant. He just did not want to face it. I just want to ask you, what exactly have you been pursuing all this time? Lod chuckled. The sword in his hand streaked across the ground and walked towards Gabriel in the sky. At the same time, his gentle voice echoed in the room, don't forget, Constantine. The reason why humans are great is that they have the courage to face danger and fear. Courage. Constantine's pupils trembled slightly, and his breathing suddenly became rapid. His heart seemed to have been touched, and the reason why he had been trapped in the past was perhaps because he lacked the courage to face fear and danger. The wings of the ice dragon behind Lod flapped, and his entire body soared several hundred meters into the sky. You're finally here. When? A dazzling divine radiance suddenly blossomed in the night sky. It was as dazzling and vast as a rising sun. The surging divine power even caused Hollow to tremble in the air. A violent hurricane howled and wreaked havoc. Accept the judgment of God. Gabriel shouted coldly. She continuously condensed and compressed that vast and dazzling pure white sun, finally turning it into a pure white great sword. On the surface of this pure white sword, Lod saw a wisp of burning pale gold flames. He also felt a terrifying energy fluctuation from it. Presumably, that wisp of pale golden flames was the divine authority that God gave Gabriel, the power to destroy all evil in the world. As expected, it's not simple. Gabriel. Lod's eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. Even though he used spiritual power's amplification device, he could still clearly feel the depths of his soul trembling. Instead, it was engraved in the deepest, most primitive, and most intense of human genes. It was the fear of death. He must not relax for even a second. He must always be on his guard. Otherwise, it would only take an instant for Gabriel to chop off his head. Die, human. The 6 wings of light behind Gabriel vibrated slightly. The surrounding hollow instantly shattered like a mirror. At the same time, her figure disappeared from where she was. The next second, Gabriel's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Her pale gold pupils did not contain the slightest bit of human emotion, only indifference and coldness. She raised the pure white sword that symbolized holiness and judgment and slashed down. So fast. Lod's heart shook. He had only barely managed to catch Gabriel's speed just now. He slashed out with the Hyaran Meru, diagonally colliding with the pure white sword. Clang. The moment sword collided, a deafening sound of metal clashing rang out, and countless sparks burst out. The visible wind pressure was like a sharp blade of sword, spreading out in all directions with the 2 of them as the center, instantly cutting apart the nearby clouds. So heavy, so heavy. With just one contact, Gabriel's enormous strength almost made Lod unable to hold onto sword, and several bloody gashes appeared between his thumb and index finger. He actually withstood a sword strike. Gabriel held the sword in one hand to suppress Lod, and her expression changed slightly, as if she was surprised that Lod could take this strike. Ice Dragon, Spinning Tail. Lod let out a low roar. Sword's blade brushed past the pure white sword. Then, he took advantage of the time when he turned around and stirred up the surrounding water vapor. He instantly condensed into a giant ice dragon and bit towards Gabriel. This is the power to control ice. When Gabriel saw the giant ice dragon pouncing towards her, she suddenly revealed a mocking smile. Could it be that you don't know that the authority I wield in the 4 Archangel is water? Chapter 97. Foolish Human. Gabriel raised her hand and said in a commanding tone, "In the name of Gabriel, I order, stop." Buzz. The frost dragon that swept over with the cold wind suddenly stopped in front of Gabriel. This scene was like a train that was moving at full speed. Suddenly, it was affected by some mysterious power and was instantly pressed down. It completely went against the kinetic energy. What an interesting little fellow. Gabriel pursed his lips into a smile, his tone full of ridicule. Looks like our compatibility is very poor. Your strength is completely under my control. How are you going to defeat me next? The corners of Lod's mouth twitched. Who knew that the 4 archangels had attributes? According to the records of Revelation, Gabriel was known as the left of God. He was the seraph and wisdom angel in charge of heaven. He sent messages to God and gave enlightenment to humans. It was said that when Jesus returned to the human world, she would blow the horn that symbolized the end of the world. In addition, in mysticism and astrology, the constellation guarded by Gabriel was located in the north and was given the authority of water by God. Michael, who was also a seraph, was given the authority of fire. This was not good or bad, it was simply the worst card. The ability of the Hyaran Meru was to control the water molecules in the atmosphere to create ice, but the power of Gabriel was water. From a certain point of view, Gabriel's power of divinity was above the Hyaran Meru. Water. Gabriel said faintly. Her voice was not loud, but it carried a powerful will. A simple word came out of her mouth, and the entire world seemed to tremble and buzz, as if it were corresponding to Gabriel's will. Hua! The giant dragon that was originally formed from ice crystals was instantly turned into water, and with the support of Gabriel's will, a monstrous wave instantly rose up, roaring like a great ocean, and sweeping towards Laud. Ho ho! Laud immediately retreated. The water molecules in the atmosphere were quickly emptied, creating a huge ice wall to resist the huge wave, buying time for him to retreat. The ice wall formed by the ice crystals could not withstand a single blow from the huge wave and was easily destroyed. Then, it rushed towards Laud without slowing down. Rumble! A huge wave that was dozens of meters tall rose up high, as if water from rivers and lakes were being poured down. Hundreds of meters high in the sky, it was pressing down with an overwhelming momentum. The huge wave surrounded him on all sides, surging and splashing waves. The surrounding hollow was even distorted by this pressure. Since there was no way to retreat, there was no need to retreat. Gabriel, you are too arrogant. Laud forcefully stopped his retreating figure. Then, he held the ice will pill with both hands. A cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, "Since your water can disintegrate my ice, then on the other hand, my ice can also freeze your water." Restraining was relative. Water and ice were both the same elements. They were only two different states. Since Gabriel could order the ice dragon to turn back into water, he could also turn the flowing water into ice. Hyaran Meru. That's the strongest ice element, Zanpakuto. Laud murmured, and then the spiritual power around him began to boil, and a surging gale burst out of nowhere. Swish! The ice wings flapped. Laud turned into a ray of light and charged at the huge wave that was dozens of meters tall with sword in his hands. Dragon canister. With the cold wind and the cold air, Laud turned into a giant ice dragon and rushed straight into the huge wave. You're courting death. Gabriel looked down at the scene from above, her pale gold eyes filled with slight mockery. A mere human actually dares to dream of freezing the waves I created. Kaka. The monstrous waves that were dozens of meters tall were frozen in the blink of an eye under the surging extreme cold spiritual power, turning into a giant ice crystal cross that was shockingly displayed in the sky. A second ago, he was still saying that it was impossible, but the next second, he was immediately slapped in the face. Gabriel couldn't help but feel her face heat up. The ice crystal cross shattered. Laud slowly walked out from the shattered ice crystal. He said indifferently, "Gabriel, it seems that your power isn't that useful. At least, it isn't like what you said, able to restrain my ability. The sin of blasphemy against the gods, you deserve to die." Gabriel flew into a rage out of humiliation, a fierce light flashing in her eyes. She wanted this man to understand just how great the gap between humans and gods was. A cold, murderous aura filled the entire space. This statement made Gabriel completely angry. She did not want to waste any more time with this lowly human. She wanted to defeat this arrogant human with the fastest speed possible. Rumble. In the sky, rolling storms howled, and thunder roared. I will let you witness the power of judgment bestowed by God. Gabriel's body was wrapped in a holy radiance. Her 6 wings of light suddenly shook, and his whole body turned into a dazzling meteor that swooped down from the sky. Almost in an instant, Gabriel rushed in front of Laud, raised the pure white sword in his hand high, and slashed down in the air by hollow. This sword contained the power of divine judgment. Time and space seemed to be frozen at this moment. Everything in the world was affected by this power, and thus fell into a state of sluggishness and solidification. Danger! Laud's pupils suddenly contracted, and a feeling of palpitation swept through his entire body. His intuition told him that he would die if he was struck by this sword. Under the threat of death, Laud had no choice but to use all of spiritual power's strength to resist this strange and sluggish force. At the same time, he forcefully raised the Hyaran Meru to block this sword. Clang. The pure white sword and the ice blade collided, causing dazzling and azure sparks to fly. Shock waves visible to the naked eye erupted from high up in the sky. They swept out with lightning speed, crushing the thick clouds within 1,000 meters. They rolled up layers of tempestuous waves, as if they were solid, and they emitted a deafening roar in the air. Not bad, you actually blocked this sword. I want to praise you, human. Gabriel's eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of her mouth curled into a sneer. But the next attack, are you going to use that hand to block it? Chapter 98. Not good. Laud's expression changed slightly as he thought to himself, not good. Gabriel's expression was cold. Her right hand still maintained the downward movement of the sword body. At the same time, the 5 fingers of her left hand clenched into a fist. It was wrapped in dazzling holy light as she punched at him. At this moment, Laud made a decision. The ice wings wrapped around him, then continuously reinforced the ice armor on the surface of his body, forcefully blocking Gabriel's punch. With just one punch, she easily shattered Laud's ice wings. The extremely tyrannical power tore apart the surrounding air currents, creating an ear-piercing sound. The fist that was burning with blazing flames erupted with shocking might, instantly shattering the ice armor that enveloped Laud. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and violent energy that seemed to have materialized surged out in all directions. It directly blasted a huge hole in the clouds hundreds of meters high in the sky, and the violent howling winds that burst out swept over nearly 1,000 meters. Laud, who had suffered such a terrifying blow head-on, was like a falling meteor, tearing through the dark sky and heavily smashing into the streets below. Rumble. Under the earth-shattering impact of the kinetic energy, the earth was instantly smashed into pieces, and a huge pit dozens of meters in diameter appeared. A shock wave visible to the naked eye set off tons of dirt and gravel into the sky. The explosive winds were like tangible waves of air. The few nearby buildings let out miserable cries under the attack of this storm. Large pieces of glass shattered. After the huge commotion disappeared, Gabriel's eyes shone with a golden light. She looked through the thick smoke and dust below and saw Laud in the deep pit. After waiting for a few minutes and making sure that Laud could not get up again, Gabriel finally relaxed. Everything is over. A trace of coldness flashed across Gabriel's face. You reckless human, this is the difference between you and God. But, was it really over? Just as Gabriel was about to leave, a warning bell suddenly rang in his mind, and a fatal sense of danger welled up in his heart. Swish! The 6 wings of light suddenly shook, and Gabriel forced himself to move a bit to the side. Boom! An azure beam of light tore through the sky like a meteor. This beam of light brushed past one of Gabriel's wings and finally exploded in the clouds, turning into an azure sun, setting off waves of violent winds that tore the clouds apart. Ignoring the shock in his heart, Gabriel abruptly turned to look at the place where he had just been. It was actually Laud. Not only did he not die, but the ice armor that had been shattered by a single strike had actually recovered. You are too careless, Gabriel. Laud walked out unscathed and said indifferently, you are too careless against an opponent who has already attacked once. You are still alive. Gabriel's golden eyes flickered as she said with a gloomy expression, didn't I destroy your ice armor? Hyaran Merrill is the strongest ice and snow type Zanpakuto. The corners of Laud's lips curled up as he said with a calm expression, even if the armor is broken, as long as there is still water, it can be restored at any time. Humph, is that so? Gabriel held the pure white sword in her hand and pointed it at the ground. He coldly said, so what if it is restored? It is just letting me spend some effort to break it again. You can give it a try. Laud said indifferently, even if it breaks 1,000 times, I can recover. 1,000 times? Don't joke around. Gabriel laughed coldly. She had already discovered Laud's secret. The flower floating behind you should be the rest of your time, right? She from the beginning. She had noticed the ice flower on Lod's back. It was too eye-catching. Who had 12 flowers floating behind their backs in a fight, and they were still withering over time? Wasn't this clearly telling the enemy that this was a timer? Now, the ice flowers floating behind Lod had changed from the first 12 to 6. Perhaps there was no need for her to make a move at all. When the 12 ice flowers completely withered, Lod would naturally lose this power. Is that so? The corners of Lod's mouth raised into a strange smile. He said, perhaps when all the ice flowers wither, it will be the time for my true power to be unsealed. Hyaran Maru's real Bankai does not have ice flower. It's just that his Bankai has not been completed, just like T, sure? Hit Shugaya at that time, so there will be 12 ice flower time limit, but this does not prevent him to use this to bluff Gabriel. But unfortunately, Gabriel saw through his lie at a glance and said coldly, whether it is true or not, I just need to wait a little longer and I will know the result. Lod suddenly revealed a slight smile and said, thank you for giving me time to prepare, Gabriel. Gabriel was slightly stunned and immediately realized that she had been tricked by Lod. From just now, this guy had been stalling for time. Lod slowly raised sword with his right hand. An extremely cold spiritual power suddenly erupted, dyeing sword's blade a layer of ice blue. There is only one reason for your defeat. That is your pride. Buzz. The temperature in the atmosphere suddenly dropped. An indescribable horror instantly filled the entire sky. Thick black clouds swept over again, accompanied by an extremely cold air. Within 1,000 meters of spiritual power, all the buildings on the ground were covered in a layer of frost. Magic, magic. F***ck. Constantine's face was dark, and his beard was covered with frost. He was trembling from the sudden cold. He turned to look at the thermometer on the wall and was dumbfounded. Negative 78 degrees. This was more than 10 degrees lower than the lowest temperature in Siberia. In this environment, humans could only last for 10 minutes at most, and their bodies would be frozen. I see. Constantine looked up at Lod with a bitter look on his face. Is this choice you gave me? Either kill yourself or freeze to death. You are really my good friend. 10 minutes. He either chose to commit suicide or was frozen to death by this cold air. After sacrificing his teammates for so many years, this was the first time he was forced to sacrifice by someone else. This made Constantine have mixed feelings in his heart and he did not know what to say. But the Lod in the sky did not have time to care about Constance's thoughts. Lod's eyes flashed with a cold light, and then he turned the blade of sword, who was holding the ice wheel pill, and spat out 4 words. 1,000 years. Ice prison. All the water elements within a radius of thousands of meters were forcibly robbed. Kaka. The water vapor was quickly frozen and then turned into a 100-meter-long ice prism. It emitted a terrifying cold aura and surrounded Gabriel. Don't be too arrogant, human. Gabriel's expression was sullen. She tried to use her mind to control these ice prism and turn them into water elements. Don't forget, my authority is water. But not only did she not restore the ice prism to water, but she helped Lod gather more water elements and turn them into ice prisms. Looking up, there were hundreds of ice prisms in the sky, like a cage that surrounded Gabriel in all directions, not revealing a single gap. Goodbye, Gabriel. Following Lod's command, spiritual power exploded. The ice prism suddenly closed. Bang! Gabriel was trapped in the 1,000-year ice prison. Chapter 99. 1,000 Years Ice Prison. Hundreds of huge ice prisms closed in, freezing Gabriel in the ice prison. It looked spectacular from the ground. Fortunately, the magic array that Gabriel had set up in advance covered the vicinity of the hospital, blocking the vision and perception of ordinary people. Otherwise, the huge ice prison that suddenly appeared in the sky would have caused a great uproar in Los Angeles City. We won? We won. Ha ha ha. I don't need to die. Konstantin's face was covered with frost. He curled up in the corner of the wall and shouted ecstatically. Since Gabriel was defeated by Lod, it meant that he did not have to commit suicide anymore. 1. Don't joke around. A trace of ridicule flashed through Lod's eyes, and he mercilessly broke Konstantin's fantasy. The highest level seraph is not so weak. This move can only seal her for a short period of time. Kaka. A crisp sound of ice breaking suddenly rang out, causing Konstantin's expression to suddenly change. Then, he hurriedly raised his head to look at the enormous ice prison. Gabriel was trapped inside the ice prison. Her 6 wings emitted a dazzling divine radiance. His power surged like a raging tide, continuously battering against the sealed ice. Kaka. The surface of the ice prison was covered in cracks, releasing crackling sounds like firecrackers. Just as Lod had said, this huge ice prison could only trap Gabriel for a moment. And judging from the current situation, Gabriel would be able to escape from the ice prison in a minute at most. But this was exactly what he needed. Just 1 minute was enough, because his real killing move was the one that pierces everything, X-axis. It could be said to be one of the most bug-level abilities. Between the muzzle and the target, everything touched by the light beam forward would be instantly penetrated, and there was no way to offset or defend against this kind of power. Can Gabriel block it? Not necessarily, but he estimated that there was a high possibility that Gabriel could not block this kind of conceptual attack. And the reason why he had to first use the 1,000 years ice prison to trap Gabriel was also because there was a big flaw in X-axis. The power of X-axis had to be attached to the beam of spirit light, and the speed of the beam of light was too slow. Perhaps it was very fast for others, and it was very difficult to react. But if the opponent was Gabriel, then the speed of X-axis was too slow. As long as he was prepared in advance and Gabriel was intentionally dodging, his X-axis would never be able to hit. But now, Gabriel was trapped in the ice prison, and it was impossible for her to dodge. Lod let go of his left hand, and a silver cross chain fell. Cross. Konstantin's face twitched. Did Lod go crazy? He actually wanted to use the cross to deal with Gabriel? Not only did Konstantin feel strange, even Gabriel, who was trapped in the ice prison, had a strange expression on her face when she saw the cross metal in Lod's hand. After living for thousands of years, this was the first time she had seen someone use a cross against her. Lod sneered and injected his spiritual energy into it. The shape of the cross badge had shockingly turned into a silver-white revolver. This is the last strike, Gabriel. Lod aimed the gun at Gabriel, plundering his spiritual energy at all costs and injecting it into the gun. Buzz. The sky was like a crack, spreading all around Lod. From the dense and small cracks, blue spiritual droplets flowed out. These spiritual droplets were being controlled. They frantically poured into the silver-white muzzle and were continuously compressed, gathering into a terrifying energy. Starting point, the sinner's muzzle. Target, the clouds behind Gabriel. 2 points, 1 line, everything linked up. Advanced. Holy extermination arrow. Lod pulled the trigger. The muzzle of the sinner roared, and a huge azure arrow shot towards Gabriel, who was in the ice prison. Boom. The large-scale sacred arrow instantly shattered layers of hollow space, and like a giant meteor, it whistled over, lighting up the dark night sky. With the power of rules that linked everything together, this large-scale sacred arrow was enough to pierce through any obstacles in front of it. Not good. In the ice prison, Gabriel's expression changed instantly. He could sense the terrifying aura of destruction coming from the giant arrow. She could not be hit. Otherwise, she might die. Great Father, grant me power. Gabriel roared, his 6 wings shining with a brilliant light, releasing an astonishing heat and fluctuation that shattered the ice prison that bound her in one fell swoop. However, the huge beam of light was already right in front of her, and Gabriel had no choice but to protect the 2 wings of light in front of her, forcing her body to slightly tilt. Boom! The beam of light pierced through the entire ice prison. Gabriel was unable to stop this terrifying power. Not only were his 2 protective light wings pierced through, golden blood scattered into the sky. A huge beam of light shot out from his body. After Gabriel let out a miserable scream, the beam of light turned into stars in the sky. Rumble! The thick clouds were shattered by this attack. Following that, an astonishing roar erupted. In the calm night sky, a deafening roar erupted. Then, he looked at Gabriel. The 6 wings that were supposed to be perfect had a fist-sized hole on the surface of 2 of them, making them extremely conspicuous. What a pity! A hint of helplessness flashed through Laud's eyes. After all, the x-axis was still a bit off, only piercing through Gabriel's wings and shoulders. "I'll kill you!" Gabriel screamed, her eyes filled with a murderous aura. The seraph wings was the source of her power. It was related to her status in heaven, but now, she was injured by a mortal and even left a hole. This was humiliation. If the other seraph saw this, how would she be able to survive in heaven in the future? Just imagine, when she returned to heaven and met the 3 archangels, Michael, Raphael, and Uriel, how would they feel when they saw the hole in their wings? "Gabriel, I am the left hand of God." "Michael, you were beaten by a mortal." "Gabriel, I am the angel of judgment, the angel of death, the most trusted angel of Father." "Raphael, you were beaten by a mortal before." "Gabriel, I am one of the 4 archangels, in charge of half of the angels in heaven." "Uriel, you were beaten by a mortal." "Gabriel, can you not mention this?" "Raphael, Michael, Uriel. There are 2 holes in your wings. You were hit by a mortal." "Gabriel, there's no other way." Laud sighed and his eyes fell on Constantine. His meaning was self-evident. Thump! Constantine's heart suddenly trembled. He could see that it meant to sacrifice him forcibly. Chapter 100. Birds of a feather flock together. Constantine knew very well that the reason why he felt familiar with Laud was that they were actually the same kind of people. They were the kind of people who would pay any price for the success of their plan. There was a saying, good and evil will always be rewarded. The heavenly Dao is a good reincarnation. If you don't believe it, look up. Who has the heavens spared? After sacrificing so many teammates, it was finally his turn to sacrifice. Sacrificing one person to benefit the whole world. There would no longer be a higher sacrifice than this one, and his dog-like life would also be sublimated. However, after thinking about it, Constantine became timid again. "Let me ask you, if you know that more than half of the prisoners in the eternal prison that you are about to go to are personally sent in by you, and there are also some demons and old friends who hate you to the bone, can you really muster up the courage?" At least he did not dare. Why did Constantine exorcise demons? A large part of the reason was that he wanted to atone for his sins through exorcism, hoping that God could forgive his crime of committing suicide and let him rise to heaven after death. But now someone told him that if he wanted to save the world, he must go to hell. "If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell?" This sentence was simple, but it required great wisdom. Not everyone could do it. "I understand." Laud slowly closed his eyes. The disappointment in his heart towards Constantine had already reached an extreme. He was afraid of death, but he could. But if he didn't distinguish right from wrong in front of a major event, then he would be stupid. When he opened his eyes again, there was a cold glint in Laud's azure blue eyes. He said softly, "Since you don't want to, then I will help you." Laud aimed the sinner at Constantine, releasing a dazzling blue radiance. "Wait, wait. Constantine widened his eyes, his heart almost stopping. A chill rushed up his spine to his forehead. Don't kill me first. Let me think about it again, Lord. Boom. There was only one gunshot that answered him. The silver-colored barrel of the left wheel that was carved with a hollow pattern exploded with astonishing spiritual energy fluctuations. An azure-colored light beam shot out in the direction of Constantine. In the next second, a dazzling white light flashed in front of Constantine. It was Gabriel. Dang! Gabriel swung his sword to cut off the sacred arrow. His gaze met with Lot in the air. A trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. He coldly said, "Do you think I don't know what you are thinking?" Gabriel. Constantine, who had escaped death, felt his body go soft. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He looked at the 6 wings that were shining with holy light in disbelief. The person he wanted to kill was his teammate, and the person who saved him was Gabriel. Was there anything more absurd than this? As expected, Laud looked at Gabriel's figure. There was no surprise on his face. He only sighed faintly. You knew that Constantine's death would summon Lucifer, right? There is nothing in the world that can escape the attention of God Father. There was a faint golden light flowing in Gabriel's eyes as she spoke meaningfully. In fact, this was not difficult to guess. One could even see some clues from the movies. As Gabriel, who was in charge of half of the angels in heaven, with the all-knowing eye bestowed by God, how could she not know that Lucifer coveted Constantine's soul? Therefore, Gabriel must have known about this matter. Moreover, she had long since understood that once Constantine chose to commit suicide, Lucifer would personally take his soul away. Since she already knew, why did Gabriel allow Constantine to commit suicide? It was sacrifice. Sacrificing himself to save the world. Only then would they be worthy of the grace bestowed by Father. Just like what was said before, all of Gabriel's actions were ultimately because he was jealous of Father's gift to humans, believing that humans were not worthy of Father's grace. In other words, when Constantine wanted to commit suicide, Gabriel did not stop him, because this was a noble act that reflected the spirit and will of humanity, worthy of Father's forgiveness and grace. But if Laud wanted to forcefully interfere, Gabriel would not agree, because this did not meet the standards of her test at all. No wonder in the end, after losing God's protection, after being burned by Lucifer, Gabriel could still laugh happily, thinking that her revelation and test had changed Constantine, turning him into a noble human who knew how to sacrifice. Therefore, Gabriel would not interfere with Constantine's choice, because whether he chose to sacrifice himself or not, it was all within the revelation and test she had already set up. Laud felt her teeth hurt. This crazy woman's brain was simply a freak. You already knew about our plan. Constantine's heart trembled and he said with difficulty. Chi. Gabriel sneered and said disdainfully, if a rotten person like you can sacrifice himself to save the world, wouldn't it prove that the revelation and test I gave to humans are correct? Are you so sure that I don't dare? Constantine felt that he was being looked down upon and asked with an ugly expression. Constantine, I have been paying attention to you for nearly 30 years. I know better than you what kind of person you are. Gabriel's contempt was like a knife piercing through Constantine's dignity. Do you dare? Gabriel sneered. If you really dared, Astra wouldn't have fallen to hell. Astra. It was the biggest heart demon in Constantine's heart. This word seemed to drain all of his energy. He sat on the ground with a dull look in his eyes, like a walking corpse. A trace of disappointment flashed in Gabriel's eyes. She lifted her leg and kicked Constantine away. Bang! Constantine was sent flying for more than 10 meters, leaving a clear mark on the tiled floor. Finally, he crashed into the wall at the end of the corridor and slowly slid to the ground. It's time to end this. As soon as Gabriel finished speaking, her 6 wings of light vibrated and his entire body turned into a dazzling white meteor. Boom! A huge storm howled, accompanied by a ray of holy light that was as bright as a shooting star. It disappeared for a moment before suddenly appearing in his vision. Gabriel had already rushed in front of Lot in an instant. Chi! The pure white sword suddenly slashed down, and blood sprayed out like a fountain. A bone-deep sword mark cut across Lot's left shoulder and right waist. The armor and wings made of ice were all cut off. You lost. Gabriel's eyes were cold as she said arrogantly, as a human, it is enough for you to be proud of yourself for me to use all my strength to kill you. Blood fell from the sky. Lot's eyes lost focus and he fell from the sky like a bird that had lost its wings. Next. I'll leave it to you. After all, you don't want me to die, do you?